All right, here we go. Here we go. Just give me 1 second. Right. So yes, welcome everyone. As I'm saying, everyone, there's actually no one here. So let me just share the links just for a moment. Yes, let's share that. Right. So I want to have a conversation around Lamido Sanusi's latest outing in the media space. So I want to have that conversation, and I'm inviting you to join me. So I'm just sharing the links at the moment. Please keep tapping and sharing. So tap and share. So do all those things. Tap and share. So in a moment, we're going to be reacting to Lamido Sanusi's latest outage within the media space. He granted a big interview to one of those obedient type platforms recently. So I want us to watch it together and then react to it. So that's the subject matter of this particular conversation, and I'm inviting you to join me in it. So make sure you're typing the likes and make sure you're sharing the stream. So like and share. So that's the sum total of all that. So I'm just sharing at the moment. So if you'd like to share as well, then feel free to do that. So where are we? So let me just share it to a couple more people, see if we can tease anybody to come join us and see what people are making of what Lamido Sanusi had to say. So as I said, he's just had a big outing within the media space. And the media platform that he went to, by the way, is one of these obedient leaning platforms. But it was eulogizing the virtues of the Tinubu administration there, much to the chagrin of that space. So, I've always said, as we get closer and closer to the elections, Tinubu's policies will continue to compound and compound, and it will compound to such a level that it would be near impossible for anybody to say that he's not doing anything or he should be removed. So the narrative to remove Tinubu is going to be defeated only by achievements. And those achievements, they would have compounded to such an extent by the time we get to the elections that it will be just impossible for anybody. So what the Peter Obi space will have to revert to, it will be back to ethnic jingoism. Because what are they going to say? So they're going to say, oh, do you remember when Obi used to talk about human capital development and all those funky little cliches that he likes to roll around? Do you remember when he used to say all that? He doesn't talk about that anymore because, of course, if he's talking about human capital development, then they'll point him to the NEL funds. If he's talking about agricultural investment, then they'll point him to the 7,000 odd tractors that Tinubu just brought in. If he's talking about infrastructure, then they will take him to the in excess of 400. Do you know that the Tinubu administration, they're doing in excess of 400 major projects as we speak? In excess of 400 major projects. They've recalibrated the economy. They've rolled out the students' loan system. And by the way, the students' loan fees is not just about the students' loan. The loan actually goes to people going to tertiary institutions. If you are going to trade schools, like a trade school where you get a diploma, they pay your fees. That's a grant, not a loan. So that's actually a grant, not a loan. So all of these things, by the time all of these things starts to compound, it will be impossible for them to present a coherent argument to remove Tinubu from power. It will be just impossible. So what's the argument that removes Tinubu from power? Tinubu has done the tax reform bills. So is Peter Obi going to, or Atiku even, let's not just focus on Peter Obi. So Tinubu has done the tax reform bills. Is the opposition space going to reverse that or retain it? That's the first question. The students' loan fee, are they going to reverse or retain? The removals of subsidies on fuel and the currency, are they going to reverse or retain? Are they going to cancel the Lagos Calabar Super Highway? Are they going to reverse or retain the Sokoto Badagry Super Highway? Are they going to cancel or continue? So what is the argument that removes Tinubu from power? That is the question. And being power is not going to be sufficient enough of an argument when we get to 2027. But the real thing I wanted to react to is this Lamido Sanusi's outing within the media space. So let's just get straight into it.
Enhance revenue efficiency and reduce the burden on compliant businesses, as well as relieve pressure.
And by the way, if you want to come and join me, feel free to. By the way, we are reacting, as I said, to Lamido Sanusi's latest outing within the media space. Please make sure you're liking and you're sharing so that the conversation can be as robust as it possibly can be.
On lower income earners. Now, to further this discussion, we want to take a deeper dive, and to do that, we have the former governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria and the current emir of Kano, and that is Mohammed Sanusi II. Your Highness, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate you for coming on to the news this evening. You are no stranger when it comes to Nigeria's economic policy, and you have operated at the topmost level yourself. What specific tax and policy reforms would you propose for Nigeria to address in its evolving fiscal policy?
Thank you very much. Well, look, at the moment, as far as monetary policy is concerned, I have nothing but positive words for what the central bank has done.
All right. So there it is right there. So that first opening statement, already a dagger through the heart of the Peter Obi space. So the question then, what sort of improvements would you recommend to the government in terms of their policies and reforms, monetary that is, and what well, actually, let's hear that question again, just so we're clear.
To Nigeria's economic policy, and you have operated at the topmost level yourself. What specific tax and policy reforms would you propose for Nigeria to address in its evolving fiscal policy?
All right. So what tax and reforms would you recommend that the government take on in the evolving fiscal policy? So that was the question. And very, very quickly, Lamido Sanusi shot it down that, look, these people are cleverer than me, you know. What they're doing is exactly what they should be doing. So I have nothing but praise for what the government is doing at the moment. That's what the Emir of Kano had to say.
Well, look, at the moment, as far as monetary policy is concerned, I have nothing but positive words for what the central bank has done. We come in from a background of very high levels of instability as a result of loose money and uncontrolled growth in money supply. And the central bank has taken the last 1 year to mop up all that money. Interest rates are high, yes, but we have stabilized the exchange rate. We have pulled back from the brink of total economic collapse. Inflation is coming down, it's still at 20%.
So we have pulled back from the brink of total economic collapse. That was what the emir said. It's just really, you know, it's how short the memories of Nigerians are. It wasn't that, it was as early as yesterday. We're barely 2.5 years into the Tinubu administration, where it was barely yesterday when you had to be buying naira in order to spend money. Do you all remember? Under the Emefiele Buhari system, you had to buy money to spend money, and there was no money in circulation. Do you remember when they changed the currency and people sending perishable goods, like all this mama selling tomatoes and everything? Those tomatoes were rotting. They were a lot of lives were destroyed just in that 6 months phase in the build up to the elections. And of course, the previous 8 years of Buhari as well, it was just essentially a looting galore. The Fulanis just came in to loot that country for 8 years solid and destroy it in its entirety. And that, do you remember when they used to tell us that snakes swallowed billions of naira, and Abubakar Malami was just stealing everything in sight? Do you remember Abba Kyari, that was ordering Emefiele to be pumping dollars out consistently into his account. Do you remember Maman Daura, who wanted to roll a coup on the National Assembly to the point that Yemi Osinbajo had to sack him? Do you remember how the Fulanis were marauding all over the country, moving heavily into Yoruba land? This was just barely 2.5 years ago. And from that near collapse, within 2.5 years, the Tinubu administration has rescued that country. So when they asked Emir Lamido Sanusi for his commentaries, he rightly said, I have nothing but praise for this administration.
It's still very high, but it's coming down from the very high levels of a few years ago. We have built up reserves to over $40 billion. The economy has grown first quarter by more than 3%, second quarter by more than 4%. And this is the first time in a long time that this economy has been growing faster than the population. For many years, population growth has exceeded GDP growth. And this in a time when oil price has been moderate. So in terms of monetary policy and stability, I have nothing but commendation for the government. On the fiscal side, we have had an improvement in revenue to GDP ratios, an improvement in debt service ratios, a contraction in the deficit, and these are...
All right, because it's rattling through so quickly, we have to really pause to pay attention to what this guy has to say.
Commendation for the government. On the fiscal side, we have had an improvement in revenue to GDP ratios.
So improvement, okay, let him just carry on, then we'll do our assessment later.
Improvement in debt service ratios, a contraction in the deficit, and these are positive steps. But we still have a long way to go. I mean, I would like to see a better look at fiscal expenditure. We're still spending too much money on government, on the cost of governance, too many political appointees, too many officers.
All right, so that's a running criticism of the Nigerian system. The governance is too over bloated, and that is what Lamido Sanusi is saying. The government is too over bloated. We have too many. We have too many parastatals. We have too many agencies. In fact, we have even too many embassies. We don't even really need that many embassies. For the whole of the European Union, we only need one embassy and then satellite offices. That's just it. And for the whole of the Americas, we only need about 3, maybe one in Canada, one in the United States. And then for Latin America, you can have one in Brazil and then have offices in all of every other country. We do, and the whole of Africa, we don't really need an embassy in any African country. They offer us nothing. Maybe South Africa, maybe Egypt, to cover that North African space, and then maybe Kenya to cover the whole of East Africa. We don't need embassies in the majority of these African countries. They offer us nothing, and we gain nothing from them. So yes, he is right that the cost of governance is too bloated within the Nigerian system.
We still have to look at the quality of spending, the value for money, the processes for spending, because if we and the reason is that if we do not improve the quality of spending and put a rein on spending, we're going to continue borrowing. So after saving money from these expensive subsidies, after building up the government balance sheet, you go and spend it and then you have to borrow again. So we still have some steps to go on the fiscal side, but the first thing was to fix revenue. And I think with the tax reforms and with what we've seen so far, the fiscal side is on its way. Structural reforms take longer. We talk about the power sector. I would like to see that we put a stop to the mass importation of food. I know it was driven by a desire to bring down food prices.
You see that mass importation of food is a catch-22 situation. So the price of food, because Tinubu tried to put a stop to the mass importation of food, and then the narrative, of course, was quickly leveraged by the obedient space, Ebing power. So it's a catch-22 situation. Tinubu has an agricultural policy that will, over the medium to long term, is going to guarantee food security in perpetuity for that country. So his agricultural policy is to synergize the the Ministry of Water Resources and the Ministry of Agriculture, so they work in tandem, and then he's importing agricultural equipment, which is distributing to all of the local governments in the country. So every local government, all 774 of them, they get a portion of those tractors that were imported. And those imported tractors, by the way, they were specifically designed for the Nigerian topography. So that's all of the agricultural policy. Free seedlings, although they are giving us GM seeds now, so there's a lot of controversy around that. But there's free seedlings, free fertilizer, all of these things. So, but it will take time for that policy to germinate. So within that time period, we still have to import food, and then importing food is counterintuitive to the agricultural policy of the country. So it's like a catch-22 situation, but that is what Lamido Sanusi is addressing there.
But it is in the end very counterproductive to domestic production and domestic producer prices. So hopefully we will get to a with the reforms in that cultural sector, fixing that cultural value chain, and relying on domestic production to feed the nation. But all in all, I think I would say 70 to 80% of what the government has done and the direction it is on, I support. I do have some reservations about one or two things like the importation of food and the quality of expenditure and the nature of overheads. But I think we're on the right path, and we've got to keep working to get to the destination. But we're coming from a bad place, and we've come very far in the right direction.
Now, there have been talks about diversification of our economy, and you've also...
We are coming from a bad place, and we are headed in the right direction. So, you may well feel a sense of deja vu when you hear those words. So you may well feel a sense of deja vu, and if you feel a sense of deja vu, it's only because we've heard those words before. Those were the exact same words that Madam Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala said when she came to Nigeria, that the country is headed in the direction that it should head, and a pat on the back for the president and his team. So, Madam Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, it tells us that it's a pat on the back for Tinubu and his team. Lamido Sanusi, former CBN governor, he tells us that it's a pat on the back for Tinubu and his team. But our financial expert, the retarded man from Anambra State, he tells us that they don't know what they are doing. The semi-illiterate that has some sort of verbal retardation. You know, the one that talks like anyway, let me not say anything. But very much so an endorsement of the Tinubu administration by Lamido Sanusi right there.
Preferred solutions whilst you were at the topmost level and even afterwards, when giving public speeches. And you're saying that we're on the right trajectory when it comes to our fiscal policies and direction for our economy. But to diversify Nigeria away from oil, what exactly does the country stand to, to tackle in doing that? Would it be insecurity? Would it be, boosting confidence, investor confidence? What would it be to make Nigeria diversify properly or in depth?
But Nigeria has been away from oil for a long time. I mean, it's a myth. Oil is less than 10% of GDP, maybe less than 5% today. Nigeria is not an oil-dependent country. Government revenues are driven by oil prices. And we've got to diversify our exports, and I think we're now...
Not a lot of people actually realize what Lamido Sanusi is saying there. Nigeria has for a long time not been an oil-dependent country. The abundance of what is spent on administering that country is harvested in terms of licensing, taxation. Do you know that all these oil companies, they pay royalty? So a lot of those royalties goes towards servicing the economy. All these taxations at the ports, all this taxation on vehicles, all of these little taxations, that is where the abundance of the economy comes from. And Nigeria's export, by the way, you know that oil is actually less than 5-10% of the overall net worth of that country, but not a lot of people realize that.
now having non-oil exports increase because of the exchange rate situation, and we're getting more competitive. We've got to work on the.
And by the way, you have to pay attention to what you just said there now. Because of the exchange rate, because the true value of the naira now establishes and the money is not supported anymore, it makes the export more competitive because you are not exporting from a hamstrung currency. You are exporting from a. China did the same thing, by the way. They even deliberately weakened their currency in order to make their exports a lot more competitive. So that's exactly what Lamido Sanusi is saying there. Because the naira establishes its own value based on market variances, based on the vagaries of the market, because the naira establishes its own value, then export becomes more competitive. So we can export to the international world from a position that the value mirrors the relationship between who's this person? No, I'm not doing any of this. I don't even know how to do all these battles on TikTok, and this guy keeps inviting me. What do I even know about? I don't know anything about TikTok other than just to, as you can see, I'm just fumbling my way around this still. But no, the our exports become more competitive if our currency has its own true value. So that space opens up. What now needs to match that is the quality of our export. So the quality has to match international standards. And once that, and it's not really a big leap, by the way, to match international standards. You check the criteria that they want and you simply manufacture towards that. So that's exactly what he's saying. And that's all wrapped around the free floating of the naira.
Quality of exports and access to markets. If we want to sell Nigerian goods abroad, we've got to make sure they meet the specifications of the consumer. And that requires regulation, it requires controls, it requires certification, and that work needs to be done. But in terms of the GDP, services, financial services, telecommunication services, information technology, education and healthcare, those sectors have grown significantly in the last few decades. So there has been significant diversification of production away from oil. And what we need to do is diversify sources of government revenue and reduce the correlation between oil and non-oil revenue, because we often forget that when oil revenue goes up, we also tend to import more and we have import duties, and therefore when oil prices go down, you have a reverse. So reduce that correlation, have more sources with diversifying the tax base, with improving, with widening the tax net, with relying more on domestic income and production, you reduce those vulnerabilities.
Now, as we're talking about reducing vulnerabilities, now we've seen the shock effect of the removal of petrol subsidy up until today.
So now this presenter talks in a very weird voice. You will say I also talk in a very weird voice, but I'm not a TV personality. But this presenter, and she looks quite weird as well, by the way. Can you see? She looks almost like a man dressed like a woman, but that's just an aside.
Many of us or Nigerians are still very skeptical or unsure whether or not that decision was made too hastily or all at once. In your fair assessment of the implications of removing the fuel subsidy, would you say that that Nigeria has done, or the government have done so far so well, so good when it comes to mitigating the impact on the vulnerable population of Nigeria?
There's a kind of poetic justice here. When I was governor of Central Bank in 2011, we advised the president to remove fuel subsidies. Subsidies were removed, and some people went on demonstration, Occupy Nigeria, opposed it, and now they're in government and they've had to do it because that is the reality. Those subsidies needed to go. What the president did was absolutely necessary. And my experience with these things is, if you say you're going to remove subsidies gradually in this country, the vested interests and those who have profited from subsidy would make it difficult for you to complete it. Even with the President Jonathan, when we started, the negotiations were with Labour, where we would remove 50% of the subsidies and then remove the rest later. But once we took that first step, that was the end. So the decision to remove the subsidy, yes, it was shocking, and it was a shock treatment, shock therapy. It would have disruptive effects, but if it had not been done when it was done, I don't think it would have been done at all. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that we have always known that if you remove the subsidies, you're going to have inflation, you're going to have an impact on the poor and vulnerable. But what was the alternative? You had reached a point where
Lamido Sanu is he is exactly right, but then of course Tinubu is exactly right, is really what he's saying. So there's the argument, and Peter Obi literally came to that argument because, of course, in the course of the elections, he told us it was going to stop the fuel subsidy immediately, that it was a scam. That's what he said. You remember all that? It was actually in conversation with Kadira Ahmed that he said that. But now, of course, post the elections, he's now telling us that it should have been done in a staggered phase. So, no, you cannot remove it in a staggered phase because as you start to stagger it, the people, the vested interest that are profiting from it, they will frustrate you. We saw it with Goodluck Jonathan, who tried the staggered phase and vested interest then, which was actually Tinubu. They frustrated him to the point that he had to reverse position. So he had to do it in the manner that he did do it. And then the country had to go through the pain period that they went through and maybe still going through, but the country necessarily had to go through that pain period in order to win ourselves of that subsidy. So Alamido Sanusi is exactly right. Tinubu had no room for maneuver other than to remove the fuel and naira subsidies.
we had finished using our revenues, we were now borrowing to pay subsidy. We had gotten to a point, if you remember, in 2023, where 100% of government revenue was going to service debt. The country.
Just pause for a moment and reflect on that. That was the economy that in 2023, which was when Tinubu came in, that was under the Buhari administration, by the way, not under the Tinubu administration. There was a period actually under the Buhari administration that the country was using 120% of its revenue to service debts. So how is that possible? You are using 120% of your revenue to service debts. So that is to tell us then that they were using everything that the country earned to service debt, and then they were borrowing additionally on top of that also to service debts. So you were taking on debts to service debts. So that was where Buhari left that country.
It was bankrupt. Where were we going to pay the subsidy from? We were on the brink of economic collapse. The naira was on a free fall. So the idea of liberalizing the naira, tightening money, removing the subsidy to stabilize the economy pulled us back from the brink. Think of Venezuela under Chavez. Think of Zimbabwe under Mugabe. Think of Uganda under Idi Amin. This is where we were headed if we had not pulled back from the brink. So there is a lot of pain, there's a lot of suffering. But what I say is that the pain and suffering would have been much, much worse if we had continued, because ultimately those subsidies would have to go. If we had done this 10 years ago, 15 years ago, this pain would not have been what it was. When I was saying we should do it in 2011, 2012, if it had been done at that time, we would not have gone through this. And continue for another 13 years, okay? And I don't think we could have continued for 2 or 3 more years.
Your Royal Highness, you said that Nigeria is not an oil-dependent economy, but most of its government's revenue and foreign exchanges still come from crude oil exports, even though oil contributes only a small share to its overall GDP.
So it is that's a contradictory statement made by that lady right there. She's saying most of the government's revenue comes from oil exports, and then she's saying it doesn't. So let's just hear that again, actually.
We could have continued for 2 or 3 more years.
Your Royal Highness, you said that Nigeria is not an oil-dependent economy, but most of its government's revenue and foreign exchanges still come from crude oil.
So most of the country's revenue and foreign exchange still comes from crude oil. That was what she said, but then hear what she then says in the same breath to follow through.
Exports, even though oil contributes only a small share to its overall GDP. And to that effect, and to that, while we're bearing that at the back of mind, we saw the display or the turn of events that happened over the week. Dangote Refinery and Pegasan with the dispute of employment or the I think the retirement or the entrenchment of about 800 plus employees from Dangote Refinery and the action strike that Pegasan had to take. What's your position on a turn of events that happened all through last week, and now we've seen the cues regarding the price of gas, cooking gas at the filling stations?
Okay, so I'm one of a number of Nigerians who just issued a statement on this matter. First of all, let me say that what's happening with Dangote is very sad because it sends the wrong signals to investors, local and international. The Dangote refinery is a strategic national investment. To have a Nigerian invest over $20 billion in this economy, to have any individual invest $20 billion in this economy is, at this time when people have seen Nigeria as bad news, is something that we should all comment and something we should gather around. Secondly, if you look at the problems of the Nigerian economy on the fiscus, before the refinery came on stream, the bulk of those problems had to do with the petroleum sector. Our refineries were...
All right, let me pause it for a moment, see if Pay Attention wants to say anything. So Pay Attention, good to have you. What are you making of this Sanusi's commentary so far? Pay Attention. Are you there? All right, I'm not sure if it's fully. If anybody wants to come in, by the way, you can come in.
Good afternoon, woman.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for having me. My network, I doubt if it will do the good job this afternoon, but then if you can hear me, it's all good.
You are clear and lucid.
I do really appreciate the... Oh, brilliant. I appreciate the way you have paid rapt attention and analyze the details of the interview. It's very interesting. And I appreciate Emir of Kano for his sincerity in expressing the reality in the Nigeria political and economic situation. The problem with our polity and reality in Nigeria is that we play politics with everything. And even when the country is making some positive moves and impacts, a large number of group, because it does not suit their own narrative for political interests, they pretend like those does not exist. What's particularly got to me in the course of your commentary is the way you highlight the personality of the interviewer. It was sounded really funny. All along, I'm enjoying the program. I will still be in tune. Thank you so much, Mr. Woman.
All right, stay with us, and good to have you. So let's continue, see it to the end, and then we'll see what we are all making of it. So that's paying attention to what the emir has to say. But no, all of the senior spaces within the political space all endorse the policies of Tinubu. Lamido Sanusi, he has no dog in the fight. He's not a politician. He endorses it, not especially because he likes Tinubu or wishes him well, but because really there is no other options other than the options being taken now. And some of the options, some of the things being done are so elegant and blue sky thinking that they have to be applauded by anybody of function. So Lamido Sanusi, he actually had no choice other than to endorse. So what does he say otherwise? Does he say otherwise that Tinubu should not do tax reforms, which is something that he, Lamido Sanusi, has been advocating for the last 2 decades? So he can't say that, can he? Does he say that Tinubu should not remove the subsidy? This is something that he has been advocating. Even Dangote is telling us that the policies that this guy is carrying out is the most far-reaching and the bravest policies yet in Nigerian history. And there are things that should have been done a long time ago, but nobody had the testicular fortitude. Have you ever heard that phrase? Testicular fortitude, which is to say balls, Nobody had the testicular fortitude to take on what Tinubu is taking on now. So by far and away, the most adventurous, without question, and there is very little that argues against it, without question, this administration in situation now is the most reformative administration that we have ever had in the history of that country. And I'm not saying that as a positive or a negative. I'm saying that as a standalone statement of fact, irrefutably, irrefutably so. It's without equivocation. You cannot equivocate that this administration that we have in situation now is by far the most far-reaching reformative. Look at the whirlwind of reforms. The autonomy for the local government spaces, financial autonomy for the local government. That's one of the most pro-people policies that country has ever done in its history. It's only because some of you might not have the function to understand it fully, but if you understand what that autonomy for the local government, financial autonomy for the local government, if you understand what that means, then that tells you then that's one of the most that singular action will impact on the everyday Nigerian more than anything else. So what they are doing is they are uncoupling the finances of the local government from the clutches of the state governors and putting them in the hands of the local government. So the state governor, because there's a sharing formula. When they go to the FAC meeting every month, there's a sharing formula. X percentage, I can check the percentages, but X percentage goes to the federal space, X percentage goes to the state spaces, and then X percentage goes into the local governments. But because the local governments fall under the ambit of the state spaces, the state spaces then co-opt the finances of the local government and make it then part of, because they administer the local government through the local government administrators, the chairmen and the councillors. They all fall under the ambit of the state structure. Because the local government elections, of course, are organized by the states, so they all fall under the ambit of the state structure. And because they fall under that ambit, the states then co-opt monies meant for the local government, and then they put it as part of the wider state budget, and then they just loot it and throw crumbs at the local government. But as Tinubu has now succeeded in doing, he has uncoupled the local government finances from the states so that the local government gets their allocation directly. So if you are now in Koshofe local government or Jalingo local government or whichever local government or Taraba and South local government, you know your local government chairman, you know how much he got at the FAC allocation. So they give him ₦1 billion and the local school's roof is leaking. So you know that it has a budget of ₦1 billion and the local school is leaking. So you can go and knock on the door of that chairman of your local government and say, look, Aboki, the school is leaking. Tinubu gave you ₦1 billion. Bring the money and go and fix the school. So it is more accountability. It's bringing governance more closer to the people. We don't just have one singular act. The most reformist administration in the history of that country by a mile. Look at the tax reform bills where the tax net is widened. Do you understand what the impact of that tax reform bill? What that tax reform bill will succeed in doing is ring-fencing the foreign exchange earnings of that country. So no longer will the country have to dip into this foreign exchange to service its local needs. Because the tax net has been widened that much, there'll be sufficient in incoming resources to administer the local needs. So the foreign currency will be for big projects and to defend the naira. So by the time that policy comes into place, the naira, the international community, they've actually always told us that the value of the naira, and you can go and bet your money on this, by the way, because I am betting my money on this. The international community, they tell us that the actual value of the naira is between 7 to 800 naira to the dollar. And by the time that tax reform bill comes into full effect, that is exactly what's going to happen. By the third to fourth quarter of next year, you will see a sharp appreciation of the naira to the dollar. It will certainly be under 1,000, and very quickly it will plateau between 7 to 800 to the dollar. So by far the most ambitious administration that we have yet had in the history of that country is what is in play now. And for anybody to seek to replace it, they have to come up with a formula that is either better than what we're seeing now, or so you cannot tell us that you're going to do what Tinubu is doing better. You cannot tell us that. No, you have to tell us what you're going to do differently, and which policies this guy is carrying out that you think is not fit for purpose and you're going to cancel. So when we get to that election, the ethnic religious jingoism and the dog whistling and gaslighting, how do you even pronounce that? So all of that won't work. All those little tricks that Peter Obi plays, all of that will work in 2027. Show your workings. That's just the thing. The government represents its achievement, and then you will present your own blueprint that tells us then that this blueprint betters what is ongoing. So by the time we get to 2027, we'd have had about 3-4 cycles of the NEL funds. So about 1 million or 2 million, maybe even nearly 3 million students will be availing themselves of that opportunity. So what are you going to say that is contrary to that? By the time we get to February, March, April 2027, by the time we get to February elections 2027, the Lagos-Calabar Superhighway would have advanced to by a good 400 kilometers, that it will be so obvious the success of that what will you then argue to the contrary? So a lot of these policies, that Ekpoma Road is already completed. So policies after policies, project after project, what is going to be your argument? Is it a being power? You cannot even use a being power anymore, because it is my calculations that by the time we get to that phase of the election, they will have crashed the price of food to the point that 1 naira will feed you for a day. So what will be your argument? What will be that argument that removes Tinubu from government? Joshua, do you want to attempt at that, the policies that are removed Tinubu from government?
Yeah, let me attempt. And first of all, he's not a legitimate president. He rigged elections, and there's evidence.
Are we still on that one?
Let me talk, please.
Carry on, of course.
Yeah, I listen to you. There's evidence everywhere of the rigging and electoral bullying. Bullying the masses to vote for you in Lagos State in particular, which he has already turned to a state of thuggery, whereby election is no more by, they are no more even elected, they are now selected. Lagos State is now a place whereby it's now like should I say, I should not say a dictatorship, but I should say it's run by it seems like it's a family nepotism. Yeah, let me just say nepotism all over. So when you start bringing these policies nonsense, first of all, it's already dead at arrival, because he entered in a fraudulent way. So you cannot come and tell us policies of later and later when there is...
Sorry, can you hear me, Joshua?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
No, you're not addressing the question now. I'm saying what argument removes him from power.
And that is what I am arguing. I am telling you what...
No, you are still legislating 2023 now. 2023 is gone. 2027.
Mr. Listen, you do
just
not...
call me one man. Call me one man. Everybody does. Yeah, carry on.
No problem. You asked me a question. You said, what removes him from power? It's already nullifies him as a president for even committing and being part of fraud. an electoral manipulation, which every Nigerian knows. Well-meaning
Where was
Nigerians
that
saw
proven?
with
Where
their
was
eyes.
that proven?
In
Where was
Lagos
that proven?
State, what are you saying? Where was that proven? What is the meaning of this? Are we trying to lie on each other's head? Every Nigerian, well-meaning Nigerian that wants the better of Nigerian, know that election date. I am not for anybody. I'm not for any. I'm not picking Sowore. I'm not picking Obi, or I'm not standing with Atiku. But that election was manipulated and heavily. There's nobody that will say that election was a free and
Where
fair
did that
election.
Well, no. All the international spaces told us that's probably the freest election we've yet had in that country, and all the look. I run a platform on YouTube, and on that election space, every single night we were there, 10 hours solid. Every single detail we went through. If you look at how that election panned out, there was nothing. Okay, if you take all the results from River State and give it to Peter Obi, he still loses.
That's
If
not
you
the
take
question I said, though. That's not what I said, sir.
where did the manipulation take place?
I said electoral bullying. You bullied.
Like where?
Let me wait. Which every
No,
day's
but we
video.
had that a lot in the southeast where people were
That
being
is
beaten up or
there was let's say what we saw with
no,
evidence.
we saw that. I've got clips.
Okay, please, whenever you bring want to bring the clips, I would also want to watch it. Where clips of in Southeast, they said, leave here if you are not voting for Tinubu or if you are not voting for APC.
I saw a man being beaten up. Several.
That is, you said you
I saw-
clips,
we got
clips.
Labour Party bribing people. We saw underage voting all in the southeast. It
we
was
did
all
not-
it's still on the internet now.
No, you did not. You said clips. You said you have clips, sir.
Yes, clips. Yes.
So please, can you, because the one I am saying, I don't need to show anybody clips because everybody has the image on their head of even this Tinubu puppets.
Mr. Joshua, Mr. Joshua, you have been on fear, sir.
No, hold on. Let him land.
Mr. Joshua,
I'm talking.
Mr. Joshua,
Do you want
you
us
have
to be
been on
having
fear.
this?
You
No,
have
hold on. Let
used a
him
lot
land.
of
Let him
umbrella
land.
terms like electoral bullying, nepotism, policy nonsense, and
let me
fraudulent
keep quiet.
whatever. And the host has asked you for evidences. You say it is everybody's head, but now you are asking him for evidence.
No,
That is being unfair.
Ojulari, let him land because we have to clear up these spaces before we get to 2027. You see, the thing is, that election, it wasn't the best election that was possible, but it's the best election that we've yet ever had. It's the nearest, the closest we've ever had in the history of that country of the will of the people playing out. If the election was rigged, Peter Obi won't win Lagos State. If they declared that Tinubu won Lagos State by 90%, I don't think anybody will quibble that too much. But they said Peter Obi won it, and that's fair. Atiku won Osun State, so it wasn't possible for Atiku to win Osun State if an election was rigged. You know, and then if you look at the numbers in the north, the whole vast swathe of the northeast, especially Peter Obi in Sokoto State, Peter Obi got 0.6%, not 1% to 0.6. Same in Bauchi, same in Gombe, everywhere. So forget this election was rigged now. In fact, the biggest rigging in that election took place in the southeast when they were declaring 99%. 99% for one candidate.
Disrespectful. You come to somebody's space
let's
and you are
not
trying to be
legislate
disruptive.
Let's
You
not
can calm
legislate.
down and have your time.
Yes, let's not legislate 2023.
But you interrupted
Peter
me,
Obi
Ojulari.
lost that election. So, in fact, he lost it by a wider margin.
interruption.
But I was really looking to speak to 2027 and the argument, because all of the brains, globally and nationally, they are all saying to us that this guy's policies are the best for the country. We're seeing those policies compound. We're seeing the effects of the compounding of those policies now. So when we get to 2027, what is the opposition going to tell us that removes Tinubu? That's really where the question is.
I just said it. I stated everything clear it.
No, you were talking
I
about
did.
2023 still now.
Yes, I said you cannot even declare President Tinubu, right, a legitimate president, because he was not even put in power by the Nigerian people. He was put in power the wrong way. In fact, he rigged everything in Lagos State, and I still stand with Lagos State because Lagos State has one of the most population, apart from the northern states, has one of the largest population in Nigeria, and obviously we know what Lagos signifies to Nigeria. In fact, is the powerhouse of Nigeria. He controls Lagos State. It is not a new thing for anybody. Everybody knows the name Jagaban. They know where he gets that name from. They know that he is like a tyrant in Lagos.
All right. Let me ask you.
Let
You
me
still,
finish.
you still have the floor. Take this along.
Let me
No,
finish.
just
Let me finish.
take this along with what you're saying. How many states in Nigeria functions to the efficiency level of Lagos State? Name one state that functions. Forget
None.
that Lagos has a pro rata. Do it pro rata.
None.
There's no state that functions to that
None.
level.
Yes.
Okay. Good. Carry on.
Was that the question you wanted to? And do you want to know why?
Why?
Okay, because it was our government. It's not Tinubu's fault, obviously. Our government has made it possible for Lagos State to. They have not diversified, should I say, structures, main structures that are needed in other regions, whereby working structures, not just main structures, I would say working structures. Lagos State has everything in Nigeria. Everything that's working in Nigeria starts from Lagos, which is wrong. For you to
give us two examples. Give us two examples. Tell us about the ports. Are you talking about the ports? Is that what or the airports?
I am talking about first having the airport, the international airport there.
Right.
Which brings economic revenue also.
Is there no international airport in the southeast? There are about 3 by my counting.
We are talking about international airports.
I'm talking about international airports too. There are 3 in the southeast.
You know, can I wait? No, wait. I will counter him. Are there the international airports in the southeast? Have you ever landed have you ever seen anybody say, I'm going to go and land in? Why was it made that it was only Lagos that was made the official airport, only the official international airport for Nigeria? Even Abuja, people that goes through Abuja, in fact, it's just sometimes that, okay, I'm closer to that place. When we are talking about this, you see, we need to be fair and don't try to gaslight the emotions of Nigerians, because it's painful for you to come here and say things like, "Oh, Lagos is efficient," and you don't know why. They have never diversified any economic value structure on other parts of Nigeria, and you know this.
No, I don't know that. Oh,
you don't know that?
No.
Okay. Hello, Oga.
The largest port in Nigeria. Where is the port in?
Okay.
Do you know that the largest?
Answer my question, sir. I answered you.
I am answering the question, and I'll answer the question by saying this: the 2 largest ships to berth in Nigeria.
Not ship. I say port.
No. Listen now. Just listen. Okay. The 2 largest ships to berth in Nigeria this year berthed in Onne. So that is to tell you that it's a functioning and a thriving seaport in Onne, fully functional, and they're reporting record revenue over the last 8 months.
That's another lie.
I can bring it to you now.
I am from wait. Don't lie on top of what you don't know.
Okay.
I am also into what's called importation, and I have never seen somebody importing things from China and goes to Elne. Nobody. So please don't do that. Please, if you want to lie, but don't do that. No one has ever in Nigeria say, "Oh, I am importing something from China or from Singapore, and I am importing to One." It is always Lagos, Apapa, or
Bros,
somewhere
no
else.
mind now let Lagos,
Please
your liver,
stop lying. Stop
stop
it.
lying. You just come back on the lie this early
If you
morning.
want Tinubu, but please.
I'm just going to bring you where on the
Oga
post.
not the lie. Oga not the lie.
All right now.
Oga not the lie.
All right now. Make a no lie. Make. I'll show you on Channels TV now. You know I have the
Oga
computer.
not the lie.
All right.
Leave that thing. Not the
All
lie
right.
again.
Okay. Hold on.
So you come back.
Mute
They don't
yourself
come
for
back
a
on the lie
moment.
for Nigeria. This is
Can you
Nigeria
mute yourself for a moment?
small
Look,
children.
it's not a matter of shouting now. It's a matter of fact. If you look at the date on this was 4 months ago. This clip that I'm about to play you now was 4 months ago.
Now lie. That
Now
one na
lie.
lie. Now
Now
lie.
lie.
Come on for here. Not they come the lie for Nigeria. Na lie.
Sir, I said I am from
Hold
Oni.
on. Can you hold on for 1 second? Listen to this.
Okay.
Customs officers and other stakeholders.
Oga na lie be that one. Now so na the lie. That's so na the lie. Una just all this one e-format. Just leave all this.
One of Hapag-Lloyd's 4,000 TEU capacity vessels to the port, and the company's MD, Alawat Himat, says they are strategically positioning themselves to serve eastern Nigeria.
This Nigeria is very, very important because of not only the population, but also the trading networks here in East Nigeria calls for our presence. Especially now that the infrastructure is much better than it used to be in the past. So now when you have a terminal like this and another one, obviously it means that our ships can come in safely. We can do business here.
Frederick Klinker, the CEO of APM Terminals and the MD of the West Africa Container Terminals, expressed readiness to serve.
Oga not the work.
So that's 4 months ago. Look at the date. It's 4 months ago.
Not Tinubu signed the agreement. You know the work. All those ones.
What do you mean it was the work? You've just seen somebody.
Now they working.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Mr. One Man, the thing is, it's not just to speak. It's not just to speak English, and want to bamboozle your people with big grammatic words. Sometimes say the.
So are you saying that guy was wrong to say that he was working?
Hold on.
He's not working.
You know that One has been in the whole of West Africa is the most invested in seaport to bring it up to speed, and the largest ships to berth in Nigeria berthed in One this year.
Wait, Mr. One Man.
You can't say it's not working now when they are telling you when the importers are telling you it is.
Mr. One Man. See,
yes.
You said I listened to what you said. You said the most invested. That means they have put money in it.
Yes.
Who is the on a working and the only ship you are talking about, and you still keep saying it for 3 times, thinking maybe we are not educated enough to decipher what you are saying. The biggest ship in Nigeria is better there. I am saying economic value. Is it only one ship that will bring economic value to One?
No.
Wait, listen.
We are not getting it now. Hold on, my guy. Just hold on now. Let's a bit logic. Let's have a. You can finish.
Not follow this lie at the top.
Sorry, guy. Can you just mute yourself, please? Don't turn it. We have to establish. No, I don't want to drop you because
maybe you should give us time because the way they have dominated the discussion, they won't allow us to have our contributions.
I think that's best. Let's do 3 minutes each. So if I can find out to set the time, so we do 3 minutes each. We kick it off with Joshua, who has already been talking for a long time anyway. So Joshua, Ojolari, and then Matthew. So we were actually talking about Lamido Sanusi coming out to endorse the programs of Tinubu. And I was saying there was an inevitability to it because those policies and programs and projects, they are compounding to such a level that there was no room for maneuver anymore other than to endorse it. So give us 3 minutes, Joshua, Ojolari, and then Matthew. Joshua.
Okay. First off, I think it's very, should I say, very, very hurtful to hear when people see blue and call it black. If you say the policy, I would listen to you. Oh, if you say the policy, I listen to you. Is he putting good policy in Nigeria? He might be doing it. I'm watching the policy. He has a good, should I say, a good idea, but the implementation is wrong, very wrong. I.e., subsidy. He told us he would remove subsidy, whatever. The money, we have not seen where the subsidy is going to. The money that was made from the subsidy, we have not seen it unaccounted for. You came into power with 419 tactics. You bully the masses in Nigeria. You fought. In fact, APC has been the worst thing ever to happen to Nigeria because it has made Nigeria worse in economics, worse with our line of poverty. This has been the worst ever. 100 million plus people, World Bank stated, are under poverty, abject poverty. You made it worse. Remember, our say Baba brought this same Tinubu. Tinubu also made him power. Nepotism. Running the country like it's their father's rights. It's their father's birthright. Preparing his son also to even become one of the, that is where we call nepotism at the highest. And not even nepotism that happens in China, or let's say it's a communism matter whereby, it's a one party rule whereby the party is doing what is best for Nigeria, right? And putting Nigerians first, and not being, Nigeria has never been this tribalistic in years. Tribalism everywhere. If you talk here, Omo Igbo, Omo Yoruba, Hausa, Yemiri, it has been worse. So tell me how this president should not be removed from office. He has taken us to a level at which, hey, we don't even want to talk about the hunger in the land. Let's leave the hunger first. He has put so much shame to even to be called a Nigerian, because first of all, you came into power, and now people cannot even look at us and say, did you elect your president? Did you elect your president because of merit, or because he said Emilokon?
All right, brilliant. I just ask you one question, and then we go on to Julari. You said, yes, one question. Who do you think has pushed the narrative of ethnic? Who has pushed ethnic divide more in that country? Has it been Peter Obi or Tinubu? Just to give a brief response to that, who pushes ethnic politics more, Peter Obi or Tinubu?
Tinubu.
That was to Joshua.
It's been APC. It has been their game tactics all around, using they've weaponized poverty in Nigeria and made our people, instead of fighting for the nation, start fighting each other. So that is the answer you need to know. APC has made Nigeria a shell of its own self. Hungry. All of us are now Marjories in the country. Marjories begging online, begging offline, begging to even sleep, begging our governments that are supposed to be working for us. They are public servants. Remember, we are not their servants. They are public servants. But we are made to beg them.
All right, thank you. So let's go on to Ojulari. Ojulari, so your 3 minutes starts now. You know where the conversation is, and Lamido Sanusi endorses, Madam Ngozi, etc., etc. So, I mean, your take.
Thank you. I wish I would just move to the subject of discussion, but it is almost impossible for me to ignore the insincerity of some of the panelists. I have been following the comment section before I came up, and I've seen how active some of the panelists have been, and I was expecting them to come up and give us counter claims of the commentary the host has been making, which are nothing but the truth and the reality we have now that has been so brilliant that whoever actually really wants progress for that nation will not deny it. The more reason why we must give credit to Emir Sanusi for his sincere submission in this interview. It is very unfortunate that we live in open denial. We have decided to pretend like goodness are not coming our way. We cry more. Of course, there's nothing bad with you asking for more. But when you present it in such a way that you have never gotten anything, it is an act of ingratitude. It is being ungrateful, and it is evil. Now, they mention international airport, none is functioning in Nigeria. Nigeria has nothing less than 5 currently functioning international airports. And guess what? One is in Enugu. The same thing with seaports. We have several seaports functioning. We have one in Port Harcourt, one on the port functioning so well. And one of the most reliable, we have in Calabar, not only in Lagos. And even though ports and airports in Lagos has been pushing more traffic, why are we having more traffic is the question we must ask. Not for us to just deny the existence of what you know exists. How do we help traffic? We don't want the thing that has affected all these airports, seaports in that part of the country has been insecurity. And recently, insecurity has been contained in the places like Port Harcourt and the environs. But the insecurity in Southeast, who in its right senses will want to travel and go to Enugu. So what we should be talking about is how to contain the insecurity and all other factors that has been responsible for low traffic from those regions. But the starting point is to have one which is in existence. And coming to the submission of the Emir, I know my time is already up. I appreciate his efforts for coming out and highlighting this. And we need more well-meaning Nigerians to come and highlight, especially the neutral entities that are have this kind of status in the society. They come and make mention of things that are happening in this country that people have continued to deny. And unfortunately, the people that are in the grassroots, they don't have time to make findings and know what is actually happening, know the opportunities that are available for them. What people hear most is the rumor and the propaganda that are being pushed. Even when we already see in our market that the prices of foodstuffs are crashing down, not just going down, crashing. People still come out and say they are hunger. This is evil.
But it's also in Nigeria.
What are you saying, Ojulari?
This is evil.
But it's widely reported now. So
let me land. See, one thing that we appreciate. See, one thing that we appreciate is
even
you counter every claim
TV has reported it. Even Arise TV has reported that the prices are dropping drastically. Even your television station Arise, they've reported that the prices of food is dropping drastically. Don't worry about it. When look, we send money to Nigeria. We know what.
If you can show us facts, it will be much appreciated that you will educate us better.
Let me ask you this question, Ojulari, and then
Nigeria can never good because we are very liars.
Don't worry about
one man. Before Tinubu came into power, what was the price of rice and dollar? Just those two, please. Just answer me with no explanation. Just answer me, please. No explanation.
All right. Before Tinubu came into power,
question directed to me.
No, not to the host.
Before Tinubu came into power, the price of rice, if you want to know the actual price of rice, it would have been close to 200,000 naira. Because you have hold on. Can you hold on? You
now
have
today
to,
I'm not saying you be liar.
guy,
You
just be
come for this
quiet, man.
society, my
Just be
come out.
quiet for a moment, Matthew. It's not about shouting now, it's about logic. If you removed subsidy, then that would be the actual price. So if you are talking about the subsidized money, that's different. But if you removed subsidy,
You see why I said don't
Tinubu,
explain, sir.
yeah,
I
well,
don't want explanation.
then you are asking me a hamstrung question. You are tying my
If you
hands.
see,
Wait, Mr.
Oga,
Wangman, I did not
But
see. I did not ask
even
you.
no.
I did
Let
not
me answer
ask
your
you.
question directly. It was round about 50,000 naira thereabout, and the
Okay.
price of a bag of rice now
Yeah.
fluctuates between 50 to 70,000 naira, and that is post removal of subsidy, which will tell you
Okay.
then the strength of the economy being built.
Now I want to ask you, what was the our forex exchange? What was it before?
It was.
Tinubu?
Are you talking about the subsidized rate?
No, stop it.
Well,
I
what are
said,
you talking
what
about?
was the forex of Nigeria before Tinubu came in?
Joshua, settle down. There's no such thing as a binary question. There's no yes or no question.
Can you do
There's
something?
no such thing as a
Can
yes
you
or
do
no
something,
question.
sir?
Now I understand.
Can you play a game?
Now
The
I
interview of
understand.
Is it not?
the response
But
of Sanusi
come on now.
Lamido in this
It's okay.
Even
It's
you know
okay. You are
that.
right.
let these
You are
people
right.
listen to it.
Binary
Sorry,
and
Because I don't know what they actually
it
really
makes
deny.
sense. It
Sorry,
makes sense.
Larry.
It makes sense.
This is somewhat and this is not to insult you, Joshua. It's somewhat of a ridiculous question.
No,
When
it's
you
cool.
know,
It's cool. I get
hold
it.
on.
I get it. I get
Hold
it.
on. When you know that the naira was heavily subsidized pre-Tinubu and the subsidy was removed, so how can you draw parallels between the two?
Can
The
I ask
naira
you a
was
question, sir?
70%
Can I ask you
subsidized.
another last question?
The naira was 70% subsidized in the Buhari and
Was
even
Tinubu the
pre-Buhari
first
era, 70%
president?
subsidized. So
Was
how can you then ask me
was
what
Tinubu
was
the
the
first
exchange rate
president?
with subsidy and without subsidy?
One man.
So, and
Was
you want to
Tinubu
use
the
that as
first
a metric of
president?
measure?
No, was Tinubu the first president to experience subsidy in Nigeria, sir?
How do you mean?
You said it was subsidized, right? I listened to you,
Yeah,
right?
right.
Good. This.
All right. Let me ask Larry's question, and then I'll go on to
I'm asking my question, please,
right.
please. Is Tinubu the first president to subsidize or experience subsidy?
Tinubu removed subsidy. What I'm not.
I said, is he the first president to remove it? That's my question.
To remove subsidy from naira.
Yes.
By my recollection, yes.
No.
Which president removed subsidy from naira?
Mr. One Man, respectfully, when your answer when you said it's not a binary, it's not a yes or a no.
Right.
It lets me know. It lets me know that in every situation, even when they ask you, are you looking at yellow or black? You will still give an explanation. You are not being a honest. If you are trying to
I
be,
answered your question. I said by
no,
my
you did not.
recollection, yes.
You did not.
Okay, I'm answering it now. By my recollection, yes.
If you were in a judge of a public opinion, I pity that people.
No, now. So take me to where that question is now. Never mind the opinions on me now. You asked me if Tinubu is the first.
What year did you, if you don't mind me asking?
Hold on now. You asked me a question and I gave an answer. So take me to where that question was leading. You said, was Tinubu the first president to remove subsidy on the naira? And I said, by my recollection, yes. So if you know to the contrary, then say to the contrary.
To the contrary,
yes.
What I have listened to you, for you to even say...
Who else removed subsidy from naira apart from Tinubu?
Mr. One Man, do you know why I don't want to give you that answer again? Because it feels like you are being you're not being real to your own self. And the worst thing you can do, as an individual with integrity.
Where are you going with this now? You asked the question, I gave an answer.
Wait. I will tell you why. Why I question your integrity in all this is because I listened to you say the subsidized price of rice.
Yes.
I have never heard when somebody comes into power and we are evaluating how you are performing as a government, and we are evaluating the price of goods and services in the country, and we are comparing it to that of a former president, and the first statement we will make is the subsidized price of rice. That is the most that is the most hypocritical thing I have ever heard. I have never heard
Okay.
nobody.
Okay. Let me ask you a question, and I want to move the conversation to other people. By the way,
Please, please.
okay. Answer this question. What's the
Yes.
differential between the price of rice under Tinubu and the price of rice under Buhari? What's the difference? What factor makes it such a vast jump from the Buhari administration to Tinubu? What
First
made
of
it?
all,
Yeah, what? Just give me the
okay,
factor. Don't go around the houses.
okay.
Just give me
First
the
of
fact.
all,
We all know the factor. What
yeah,
factor
yeah.
made that price jump? What factor? What happened to make it jump?
What's a factor made it jump? Bad
Yes.
governance, looters, people that come
Looters.
into I'm telling
All
you,
right.
if you want
Let's
to tell
just
the
no,
truth,
let's just move on. Let's just move on. I think everybody knows the answer to that anyway. Let me ask
wait.
Larry this question.
Why would you
Look,
ask
Matthew
me a
is
question
waiting
and you don't want my
because
answer?
you're not giving the answer now. Everybody knows the answer, so I'm not
Okay,
quite
I'm
sure
not
why you're
giving the answer that
parabolating.
APC wants. Is that what you are
The
saying?
APC wants.
Yes. I'm
It's
not
a simple
giving you the
question
answer
now.
that APC wants, right?
What changed? What leapt the price from? It was about 40,000-50,000 naira under Buhari, and then when Tinubu
Buhari
came
and
in, it leapt to about 100,000 naira. So
one man,
what led to that? What
Buhari
factor
and
made? Yeah.
Muhammadu Buhari, President Muhammadu Buhari, and Tinubu, they are birds of the same feathers. They brought each other into the Nigerian presidency. Yes or no?
They both belong to the same political party
That
now.
is not
So
the question I asked you. They brought each other to the Nigerian presidency. Yes or
yes,
no?
as a result of being politically
Same
aligned,
political
yes.
party. What is wrong about that?
Yeah, as a
What is wrong about that?
what is wrong with that? They belong to the same political party. They are pursuing the same political ambition. So what of course they did.
You cannot use the both of them as a metric. If you want, let us use a PDP led presidency and a APC.
Do you live in Nigeria, Joshua? Do you live in
Lagos
Nigeria?
State? Yes, 100%.
You live in Nigeria.
What I say in Lagos, I am in Lagos.
All right. I was only asking you that because people that live in the international spaces, I live in an international space, and I can tell you that the price of a loaf of bread has gone up by 150% within the last.
I live abroad.
Wait.
You live.
Let me not tell you, sir.
Matthew,
Wait,
Abakaliki no be abroad.
I don't know the
Abakaliki no be abroad now.
Sir,
I live in Italy, and I travel around.
Abakaliki no be abroad.
Wait, Mr. Matthew,
live in
let me
abroad.
answer him.
I live
I
in
want to
Italy.
answer you. I schooled in the UK. I
Right.
schooled in the UK and I returned back to Nigeria last 4 months. I schooled in the University of Derby. And I can tell you that 100% there is inflation. You are right. Inflation.
To what percentage?
Wait, hold on.
What percentage? Because I made a statement just now.
I cannot give you the percentage off my head.
But it's by a quantum. The inflation has leapt by a quantum.
Because the inflation rate there, it na very little. You know, we even know.
I want to counter his point.
Very little.
I want to counter his points. If we are comparing the inflation in the UK to Nigeria, I think that is where we should draw the line on public opinion. If you are going to do that, wait, hold on,
guys.
Let me explain why.
You hold on. You have to leave the room for people to conversate with you.
All right, stop.
So you came in saying that we have to leapfrog the Buhari administration and go as far back in history as possible.
Don't do that. I never said
going to make that leap.
I said PDP led administration.
Yes, the PDP led administration is nearly 10 years ago now, if thereabout.
That is Jonathan.
Over 10 years ago. So that's a leap into the past. Sorry, hold on, Matthew. Just
go
hold
to
on.
Nigeria,
Look,
go and
Matthew, just say
Yeah,
this.
I agree.
Guys,
I agree, Mr. Wamama.
okay. Hold your thoughts, Joshua. I want to ask Ojulari a couple of questions, and I'll go on from Ojulari to Matthew. So Ojulari, so now this narrative, because I was asking him then, he was talking about Tinubu and Lagos, that is how Lagos on lockdown. And I was asking him then which state functions in Nigeria outside of Lagos. And then he was trying to qualify Lagos functioning by that it was weighted by the advantage of our federal presence. And by the way, Lagos lost federal presence about 30 years ago. They lost about that nearly 30 years ago. But he's saying that there's a federal bias towards Lagos State, and is listing the ports and the airport, the seaport and the airport as reasons that propels Lagos State. And I was saying to him then there are seaports in One which is functioning, and I've provided proof of that, international airports in Enugu, etc., etc. So now, if they have seaports in One and international airports all over the southeast, Kano, etc., etc., is it not a function of commerce, their viability or not? So they can have the international airport in Enugu now, but the government cannot hold a gun to British Airways head and tell them to fly to Enugu. The commercial spaces, they will only go to where it's most viable. Is that not the logic? Ojolari, what do you make of all that? That Lagos is viable and their region is not. So drive traffic to your region and use incentives.
Thank you, host, for that. That's one aspect I would have really made lay emphasis on the course of my submission, but given the time, you see, when we talk about the recent complaint about a group of people asking they need seaports, it is becoming clearer that it is just a kind of gaslight, a gimmick and trick to present themselves as victim so as to receive more. And this is actually unacceptable, and I see it as an act of insincerity to the reality of their situation. Starting from the international airport, as I am speaking to you, there is a functional international airport at Enugu, which I know is the closest to this group of people that complain that they need this, they need that, they need this. As I mentioned earlier, I think what effort should be concentrated on is, if it is not as functional as the one they see they compared with frequently in Lagos and Abuja, what are the reasons why this airport is not as functional? What can be done to make it more functional? We see this group of people
sorry,
claiming that
Ojolari,
they
it's a matter
do
of
the most.
viability. Sorry, Ojolari, it's a matter of viability now. You cannot force Virgin Atlantic or Emirates to go to Enugu now when there's no traffic there. Everybody flies to Lagos, and the government business people fly to Abuja.
Host, I
what?
believe if
what
there
are the
is
lies?
if there's allowance for, if we reposition ourselves, you know, there are things we have that gives us advantage. Like for example, now the Igbos in Nigeria appears to be the one that are more interested in importation. I believe there are efforts they could make to pull the importation to their space. But instead of making
Okay, so
effort to
it
pull
should
the
be the
importation to
Igbos
their
that should do it,
space,
Ojulari.
what I
Not the
realize they
government.
do. Can you just let me respond so that you have all your time? You can see I don't really do struggling
I'm
with
asking you, you said,
guys.
so is the Igbos that should build the seaport, not the government.
The seaport is there.
Just
He's
let me
asking them
land. If
to
you then
drive
ask,
their traffic
you know,
there.
the host
Drive
asked me a
your
question.
traffic there.
If I
Don't drive your
landed,
traffic to
you
Lagos.
want to ask
Drive it
another
there.
question,
Yeah.
you can go ahead and ask question, please,
Oga,
so
this is a
that
simple
the
question.
conversation will flow better. I will be understand
All
ourselves.
right.
Answer that question.
Let Ojolari land so we can hear from Matthew. Ojolari, back to you.
Yeah, I will attend to your question. Just let me land with my line of thought. So he has even erased the line of thought. But the point I'm making is this: instead of you complaining that more should be built, the ones you have, why can't you just make use of it first and bring viability to it, just like the host has highlighted? And the talk of federal presence, federal influence has been responsible for building some. Do you even know that the port in Port Harcourt was developed, was established the same year that the one at Apapa was established, as far back as over a century ago? So there is no excuse. The reason why one was not functional is what to look at. We know that the one at on airport is not just a general cargo or all these or multi-purpose functions. We know there is oil and gas services and the like other operations that may limit the influence of maybe this importation that we see in Apapa ports and some other ports. But guess what? There is a Calabar. Calabar is purely for general cargo servicing. So we do not have excuses. The one we have close to us, what are you doing to make it viable for your economic interests? Me, I believe that is what your effort must be on. Not that you are asking for another seaport. So that is what I have to say. So, Mr. Joshua, please, your question.
Now, to people that don't know and still pretend to don't know, the only time they go and fact check is when it's concerns Lagos. That's when they have to go and fact check. It has not, the seaports in the east has no approval like Lagos State does. Fact check me on that. It takes
approval for what?
Let me talk.
Mr. Joshua, it is not possible for East to have seaports.
Let me talk.
We cannot be talking of seaport in Southeast. It is impossible.
Impossible. Why talk like that?
It is impossible. You cannot build a seaport where sea does not exist.
The Southeast is landlocked now.
It is impossible.
It's possible, but no, Tinubu have signed it.
How possible, please, Mr. Matthew? Can you educate us?
Where would you put a seaport in Anambra or Igbo?
Oga,
where would you put
first? It? Wait first, Oga. Why I say it's possible? Listen, why I say impossible? If you check the import in Nigeria, people that import something in Nigeria is the Igbo people. Very much. For that reason, that seaport must work so that it can be flowing.
Where would you put it?
Mr. Matthew, which seaport? In what location? Please.
Wait now. They can put it in that river Niger. It will function very easy. They have already
seaport in river Niger.
Yes, now.
And you are talking of river port then.
Yes, now. It can work.
Can I
just? But that cannot take the weight, even if they dredge it.
It can still the weight.
Can I please?
No, hold on, Joshua. You've spoken quite a bit. Let's move the conversation on to Matthew. So Matthew,
I want to tell you where you can put
No. It's only going to loop round again. Just hold that thought. Let's get it round and then we'll open it up a bit more. So Matthew, we're talking about Lamido Sanusi endorsing what everybody else seems to have concluded, that Tinubu is on course to be the greatest Nigerian president that we've ever yet had. And all of the indicators indicate in that direction. So do you agree with that, Matthew? 3 minutes.
Salisu is a thief. He's a thief. If Tinubu is the best president in Nigeria, why don't he tackle security that is avenging not? Why don't he tackle that security that avenging not? In any country that there's no security, you say you live in UK. Do you know? Do you see the rate of the security in the country? Mm-hmm. Sometimes you that live in abroad, why we behave like we are the problem to that country? You see the way the system of the country work as a citizen. You look your own country, they are not working the same thing. Mm-hmm. That person that repair UK is not human being like us. Sometimes you came out with, I'm watching you since you are jimbo everything, turning everything upside down. That do not make sense. This Lucy that is talking is not this man cannot just come. It's a wrong somebody, it's a wrong. Look at the way they are killing their people. You do not say, oh, Telugu, if you do not do anything, give us insecurity first. There's no insecurity in Nigeria. Okay, the word told Nigeria is the most poorest people. Telugu come and say it's a lie. It's a lie. They are not poor, but you go there to borrow their money. You borrow. You went there to borrow for you to stop the poverty, and you are denying that it's a lie. Is that not? He went to fool himself in public space. If Nigeria is not in poverty, you cannot borrow any money for anybody. You can use the one that you have to survive.
Is the United States in poverty because they borrow?
Oga, they're not in poverty. They are living fine.
So why do they borrow?
Wait first now. They've went to borrow Nigeria have went to borrow their money. You people have borrowed their money one day.
No, they borrow from.
Asami.
The United States has never lent
Oga,
Nigeria
leave
money
borrow.
either.
They
Now
have
they
went to
borrow
borrow
from the
for your country,
international
Nigeria.
finance. They borrow from international
Oga,
finance. Yeah.
Oga, this is a secret. They have went to borrow money in Nigeria.
But Nigeria has never borrowed money from America now.
Do you know how much Nigeria borrow for China? Do you know how much Nigeria borrow for China?
Do you know how much America borrows from China?
Oga, Nigeria's highest poverty rate in Nigeria.
Who told you that?
In abroad. Why do you say that? In abroad, you live in abroad. Why are you saying that? I live in abroad.
Do you want me to show you the level of poverty in America?
Oga, it's very hard to know poverty person.
You want to compare the poverty in America to Nigeria? Wow.
It's a lot worse. It's a lot worse.
Wow.
It's very hard for you to know that this person is poor in abroad. Why do you say that? It's very hard.
Do you know that there are whole cities in America that's just been surrendered to poverty? Entire towns and cities. Okay.
It's a lie.
All right.
Why you lying?
Hello?
All right. Thank you. So Easy, we come on to you. Stay with us still, Matthew. I just want to make sure everybody speaks, and then we have a more roundhouse conversation. So Easy, your 3 minutes starts now. But before your 3 minutes starts, can I encourage people to take the taps to 10,000? If you're not already following, follow. If you feel inclined to gift the platform, gift it. But more really, the taps and the follows, do those. And then if you're inclined to give the platform, gift it. So Easy, we were talking about just the Tinubu policy compounding to the level that, even the most ardent critic of this administration will find it a struggle to tell us that it's not working. Certainly, Lamido Sanusi feels it's working, but do you? Easy.
With discussions around Nigeria's evolving fiscal landscape.
Sorry. Lamido Sanusi thinks it's working, but do you? So Easy, 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you so much for having me. I support Lamido Sanusi's opinion and Okonjo Iweala's opinion of the policy is working. And these are my reasons, We need to understand where we are coming from to where we are going through. Comparing us to US or any other country, Nigeria is not, the problems we have in Nigeria is not like a problem you can solve with turning the button from on to off. It's not like, oh, I want to end corruption today, off. I want to put hospitals everywhere today, on. It's not like that. You have to put structure and processes in place. There are also things that you have to change behaviorally because of people as well. Some of these policies are working. And what are the indicators? The indicators are there. If you have lived abroad, and there's something that they call, when they give people credit, there's something, when you use credit card, they usually advise you, don't use more than this percentage to have a very good credit score. That's what I'm trying to explain. Nigeria was at a point in time where we were more like using 97% of what we were getting as revenue. I'm not justifying government. I'm not saying that everything is perfect. But somebody has to make some decisions that will be difficult for now. And what do I mean by that? Take, for instance, you want to go to Canada, you want to go abroad. You know the exchange rate. A lot of people don't know the damage that double exchange rate was doing to Nigeria. And I want to explain it like this. You want to go to abroad, to Canada. They tell you that you need to bring 20,000. Canada has just one single rate. You are sure that if you take 3 million naira there, that's the amount. Nigeria has been operating 2 figures. Investors will not come because nobody wants to come to a place where you know that they'll tell you, this money you are taking to invest in Nigeria, you feel get 2 million or 2.5. No investor will take us serious. So these are some of the fundamental things that have been wrong with the system. But it takes a bold person to look at it and be like, no, this has to go. it will cause immediate pain for people on the street. I agree to that it will cause immediate pain. But these things too have to go, because we've been doing subsidy for so many years. It's not changing our story. People will talk about so many things, hospital, all of that. You can take each topic as one. If you want to talk about healthcare, let's talk about healthcare. What he meant on ground, what he's doing. If you want to talk about immigration, if you want to talk about security as well, insecurity rather, are we there yet? No. But, we will get there. And what are the signs? Because there's layers of insecurity plenty. There is NYPD in US, there is federal, there is so many layers. In Nigeria, everybody still depends on the same Nigerian police. That is not enough. So I really don't want to, but that, like I said, 3 minutes is not enough to discuss where we are, what we are doing, and where we are going. Or rather, where we were, what we are doing, and where we are going. You have to understand that each problem has that kind of solution. If you want to take education, for instance, you have to understand this is what was happening. This is where we are now. This is the destination. You have to see that drive. But if you are expecting that somebody will just do abracadabra, universities will be everywhere, hospitals will be everywhere, 24/7 lights will be everywhere. It doesn't happen like that.
All right, easy. The 3 minutes is really it's just for people to document their immediate thoughts. Then we'll open it up a lot more. But before I go on from you to Saudi, the original question: which argument removes Tinubu from power? Because of course the opposition can't just use gaslighting and dog whistling. So they have to. So Tinubu is doing all this, and I was saying that in terms of reforms, Tinubu has been the most reformist administration, the most reformist president that we've ever had. I'm not saying that is a negative or a positive, but just in terms of the whirlwind of policies, the mass mega projects and even minor projects, there's been nobody that's impacted that country. Even within the last 2.5 years that this guy has just been there, there's been no impact as profound on that country as we have now. But as we get to 20, just hold on now. Joshua, I don't want to make you rowdy, so you just have to stay muted. Let everybody speak, and then we'll open it up, and then you can push us out as you can, or as you will even. But my question really to you, Ojulari, easy rather. My question is, what argument removes Tinubu from power in 2027? What will the opposition sell to the electorate that removes Tinubu from power?
Okay, to be clear to you, one thing you must understand is opposition will always be opposition. Whether in the US, in Canada, in Nigeria, opposition, even if right now, if it was the other way around that Tinubu was in opposition, Tinubu too will behave like an opposition. You must separate politics from governance. A lot of times we mix it together. If me, I dey power now, if you are the opposition, people will always behave like opposition. No opposition will come and tell you that student loan is good. Have you ever seen them talk about it? Everybody will focus on the other one. It is what opposition does. That is why I don't like to discuss, because the truth is, to be fair to the opposition, if Tinubu too was in opposition, he would do the same. So that's why I don't like to lace more on the opposition, but because it will be as if you are supporting one side. The kind of conversation that I like to have is, don't mix everything together. Make we start from power sector. Let's discuss power sector alone. Let's forget security. Let's handle power sector. How did he meet it? What is it doing? What is the way forward? That is how to have meaningful conversation. Because a lot of times people just vent emotions. Nobody is seeing. That's why you will not see the steps. You can vent emotion from today to tomorrow. You can tell me that the average man is on the street is dying. I agree with you. I'm not, denying that. But the fact is, let's take, for instance, health sector. If you want to talk about healthcare, people will tell me that it's basic amenity. Hospitals should be everywhere. How many people know that there is something called primary healthcare? There's something for local government to do. There's something for state to do. There's something for federal to do. Let's discuss. That's why I like to have my conversation. If you want to talk, bring one topic. Let's break it down. This power sector, what is federal supposed to do? Wetin concern state inside? Wetin concern local inside? But if you want to behave like an opposition, you just want to talk, no, this government is bad. I'm not in that era of conversation. So opposition, to answer your question, opposition will always find something to talk about at the end of 2027. But don't forget, there was a time when ASU strike used to be a thing for political parties to use. There was a time in this country where, ASU strike used to be a thing for people to use. It is no more a thing. Will you call that backwardness or progress? There was a time in Nigeria where there was no student loan. One thing I'll tell you for free, even if Peter Obi gets there today or Atiku Abubakar, they all will not solve Nigerians' problem in 4 or 8 years. Nobody will solve it. America, after 250 years of over 250 years of democracy, they even still have their own issues. Right now, the government is on shutdown.
All right.
As I'm talking to you in Canada now, teachers are on strike in Canada. In Alberta, primary school. So if you think it's only a Nigerian thing, that means you have not seen it all. That is why I say that if you want to address issue. Don't mix everything together. If you want to talk about, policies plenty. Let's talk about health policies, education, break it down. So to answer your question, opposition will always find something to say.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us, Izzy. Let's go from you, Izzy, to Saudi. And then Saudi, you get your 3 minutes now. People, please tap, as they say, share as widely as you can. If you want to give the platform, do that as well. But especially tap and share. So tap and share as you listen to Saudi, who comes in now. So Saudi, you already know what we're talking about. As Sanusi comes out to yet another heavyweight to endorse Tinubu yet again, that the policy directions are timely and inevitable and are being handled masterfully. But then, of course, as you've been hearing in the course of the conversation, the opposition would not have it that way. So what says you, Saudi?
Yeah, thank you, Roman. It's very, what Sanusi said is the best thing. I agree with him. President Tinubu is the best thing that ever happened to Nigeria because he has put Nigeria on the right line now. Everything is working well for Nigeria, and very soon Nigeria will be one of the greatest countries in the whole world.
With a spotlight on tax and policy reform.
Because what Tinubu is doing now, all the reform that he's doing now is everything is coming out well, and the problem we are having presently is it depends on those people that they lost election and they've never realized that they've lost. They keep on playing a dirty opposition party, which I don't think they really meant well for Nigeria, but we are ready for them anyway. So I fully agree with Sanusi, and Nigeria will be great again as soon as all these things that our president is doing.
Do you think Tinubu is on course to be the greatest Nigerian that has ever lived? Because if it turns out to be the greatest Nigerian president that has ever lived, then just by extension of that will make him the greatest black man that has ever lived. Do you see somebody that is on that path to become the greatest black man that has ever lived?
Yes, 100% is going to be the greatest man. 100%, yes. Because he has the capacity to be the best and the greatest man in the whole world. If you see the way Tinubu is fighting his cause from
Can I make contribution, please?
you know he's going to be
you come after
best man
Saudi in
the
about
whole world.
a minute or so. Yeah.
Tinubu is going to be the best person in the whole world and the best president Nigeria will ever have. I pray before he leaves, he should just get someone like him who will keep the legacy going. Not people like Peter Obi that will take advice from a madman. Thank you.
Would it be unreasonable to expect Fashola to succeed Tinubu? So if Tinubu finishes in 2021, is there an argument just for succession and continuity? Because of course Fashola succeeded him in Lagos State. Is there an argument that says that Fashola should succeed Tinubu in 2031?
That would be too much Honestly, that would be too much.
Are we not going
We
with
can look for
competence? Yeah, why not? What
yeah.
they try to
There are a
force
lot of
article on us
competence.
now, so why can't we have Fashola in 2031?
No, there are a lot of competent people like Tinubu in the north. You know, President Tinubu is a career hunter. You understand? He will hunt for it and he will bring him out very soon. Everybody will see it. He will bring somebody that has brain, not people that doesn't have brain, like the whalers, the one that are crying for seaport in where there is no sea. You understand? So he will bring somebody. There are a lot of
Seaport
brilliant
in
minds in
Anambra, can
Nigeria.
you imagine that? They have to dig the whole of the land to get the whole of the southeast
One
is
man,
landlocked now. So
one,
what's even
one
how is
man,
that even a statement to make?
You know the
one man.
funniest thing. The funniest thing is
When they
this.
ask for seaport, you just tell them why are they in the north? Why are they in the north?
Yes, why don't they have a
Because he
seaport in
Eh,
wants
Sokoto? How
No,
about
seaport,
that?
and
Seaport
there's no
is so
seaport in the north.
I want to say this. I want to quickly say this.
All right.
It,
Sorry.
it,
Is it Landry? Landry, your time starts now. So I'm not going to preamble you because you already know where the conversation is. So let me set you a time, and then let's hear from you. Floor is yours.
oh, thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity. I want to align with what Sanusi said. I'm very sure Sanusi and Okonjo Iweala cannot be wrong. These are people that are very knowledgeable when it comes to economics, and we can see the trajectory as things are going. We are receiving commendation from World Bank and other institutions, and we are receiving a very good rating based on the way the economy is going. Nigerian economy is projected to go 4.2% this year and subsequent next year, and this is far more than what is expected from UK.
Lies. That's another lie.
That is not another lie. What is
The
expected?
same people you just named said Nigeria is under poverty. 100 million people
See,
are
wait.
in under.
So
So
sorry,
On that,
Joshua.
lies.
It
wait.
is time.
Let me talk.
What is
Let me land.
lie? All
Let
those
me
your
land.
nonsense
Let
lies.
me land. Let me
You are
land.
not in
Let me land.
Nigeria, but you
Well,
are
let me
talking about.
land.
Hey
Let me
God.
ask you a question. How many
Sorry.
people are under poverty in
Landry,
China?
Landry,
People
hold on,
Wait.
sorry.
I like to
Hold on.
engage
Can you
him.
hold on, please?
What is the
Sorry.
population under
Can you hold
poverty in
on?
China? Let
Can
him
you
come
hold
and
on?
tell us.
No, because you don't. I don't want you to get into that. I'm going to reset your time, and
Thank you.
without interjection, let him have his say, and then you can push him after. I'll reset your three
Okay.
minutes. Yeah, go on, Larry.
Okay,
Yeah.
going by that, poverty level is not an indices to actually measure economic performance, because if that is the case, China, which has a tremendous population, we have almost 400 million, if not up to that, under poverty. Same thing with India, and then that means that the economy is totally underground if we are going to assume based on that. Now, when you look at economic disease, it has to do with projection. There is a lot of inflow of FDI into Nigeria. The massive inflow of FDI. I was looking at the report from DMO, and I realized that Nigerian FDI have increased with more than 200%. What do we expect from any president? And the problem we have is that we are not playing politics of fairness. We have allowed emotion, ethnicity, and religion to actually drive our sense of reasoning. Because truly, if you cannot come out and say this administration is not doing anything, somebody mentioned it. The lecturers have not gone on strike. See the exception of this administration. Are you going to say the government is not doing anything? It is unfair. But you see the opposition, it's so funny. They don't want to see positive. They only look at the negative side of things. Nobody have come to say, oh, the government, the president is doing very well when it comes to educational sector. The president is doing very well in all and that. This president came in, Nigeria was actually producing 600, 700,000 barrels of crude oil. Currently, we are at 1.8. That is a massive increase in revenue, multiplied by 3. This is not ordinary, it's a magic. And these people are projecting 2 million next year. What do you expect? The governor are smiling because the allocation have increased by almost 2 times. Because increase last month, the amount of money that was here from the federal allocation was 3 trillion, which has never happened. And you say this man is not working. Yes, look, he probably is not working in all sectors, but you should give it to him in some sectors. He's doing fantastic, practically well. So I see that the opposition we are playing is the opposition of bitterness. It is better they wake up from the lust of election. If you continue to nurse the pain till 2027, the Nigerian hospital will be full. I will have a lot of people that have hypertension because of the way they have refused to accept loss and refuse to support the current administration to move forward. We cannot continue to allow ethnicity and others to bring this country down. We need to commend the administration. The government is doing excellently well. Excellently well. Thank you.
Oh, all right, brilliantly put, and in time as well. So thank you.
Please,
So
Mr.
no,
One
no. Let's
Man.
hear from T Boy.
Wait,
So
wait, wait,
no.
Mr. One
Hold
Man.
on now.
Please,
Oh,
because
okay. Let's
listen,
do it this way.
wait,
Hold on, Joshua.
wait, Mr.
Ask
One
for
Man. What you
just
did
can you
was
just
not
hold
fair.
on? Ask
What you
one
did was not
question.
fair.
If you
What
want
you
to ask
did,
it,
yes,
No,
no, it's not my
say
question.
let him engage me,
Yes,
please.
yes,
I'm
but
not
you
If
have
you
to
engaging
want
pause
to
you.
first.
ask
Can you
question,
pause
yes, I'm
first?
here
I don't
for
want to
you.
have to mute you, so you just hold on. Let me. You
Mr.
ask
One
one
Man.
question. Can
Why
you
is it?
my,
Is it?
my my
Wait.
my pal Joshua? Can you hold on? When I say
Yeah.
hold on, just indulge me and do that. Ask one question, but
Yeah.
be succinct and to the point. And
Okay.
then Landry, you answer it just directly without perambulation, and then we go on to T Boy. So ask the question, get the
Okay.
response, and then we go on to the next person. So
Okay.
Joshua.
Good. Now, why is it that everyone on this panel that even including the hosts that says the policy of Tinubu is working are not in Nigeria witnessing the policy or undergoing the policy, or and are always, in a way, I beg to differ, of a certain tribe? Is it either because their tribal person is in power, so they don't want to ever say the person is wrong? And
Can I
so,
do you want me to respond to that?
yes, I respond to that, please.
Okay, thank you for the question.
Good.
This is the way I'm going to respond to you. It's actually very easy. Truly, we are not in the Nigeria, but that doesn't mean we are not feeling the impact
That's
of
a
what is
lie.
going on. In
You
a
cannot feel
wait,
the impact from
let
outside.
me
You have to be
let me
in the
explain
country.
now. Wait. I left Nigeria. Does that mean I left with my entire extended family? Obviously, no. So I see. Oh yes, I still have people that I take responsibility of in Nigeria. My
Sorry, Landry.
parents are still in
Sorry, Landry.
Nigeria. So
Sorry, Landry.
yeah.
Sorry, Landry. Who do you think covers the subsidy that Tinubu removed? Who do you think covers it? It is we in the abroad. Where the subsidy?
Nah,
We are
nah.
the one covering
I've
that
gotten my
subsidy.
answer. I've gotten my answer, sir, and I understand why
See,
Nigeria is not going forward.
because you are
Baba.
in Nigeria doesn't mean you are the only one that is feeling
Wait,
it. We also feel it. We have
No,
parents, we
I
have people
think
in Nigeria that will
no,
send
no,
money to. Yeah.
Landry, and the
Yeah.
host, please. I think the guy is just one thing you people need to understand in politics is that everybody cannot be on the same page with you in terms of how you read a problem. The problem that most people that we engage with is that people cannot have conversation anymore. They want a situation where once you have a different opinion with them, you are either tribalistic, you are this or that. We can have conversation around. That's why I said that rather than have emotions, if you want to tell me this thing is a problem, some of these people said one thing I found out with people is that a lot of people don't understand our problem. So when a solution comes in front of them, they will not see it. If you don't know what the problem is, you will never see the solution because you don't understand the problem. Take for instance, if you want to, itemize power sector, for instance, the what makes a country to have constant power supply. There are a lot of things that have hindered Nigeria from having current power supply. In any part of the world, go and check it. Government cannot do it alone. Government can never do it. It's only in Nigeria that everybody wants NEPA or PHCN to be responsible for that 24/7 light. It can never happen. In abroad, in all these places, you have other companies that are involved, that are selling these things. The same thing for fuel. You know, you can, so everybody can never. So one thing I want people to understand is that if you see the president's policy that is not working, you have a right to read it and engage people maturely, sensibly. You don't have to see because people have a contract. Now, because we don't align with what I think Joshua Emmanuel believes, now all of a sudden we drag this. And it's not as if anybody has abused him here or anything. What we're asking is that if you have your own point, say it.
But
Let's talk about education.
Easy, and we're going to T-Boy, who is waiting patiently for his turn. But Easy, is there not I think there's a particular demography within our political journey that we just have to leave by the wayside. Not, I don't want to use the word abandon. We have to leave them by the wayside as the country continues to try and chart its course. And it's voices like that guy, very articulate. You can see he sounded young, but they're still stuck in the funk of ethnic politics. If Peter Obi was doing everything that Tinubu is doing now, not that he has the function to function at the level, but if Peter Obi was doing everything that Tinubu was doing now, all these people will be marching to the Vatican to ask that he be canonized. There is no
Yeah.
everything that is going on now is exactly what we should do, and it's timely as well. And for
I
them not
don't
to
want
see
to make
that
this.
is only because some people are too stuck in that ethnic funk. They cannot see
No.
beyond the funk of ethnicity.
Yeah, I agree with you that I don't want us to, go that route of mentioning, that person's name. Because me, I don't want to mention his name. I don't want to, bring unnecessary traffic possible. But one thing I found out is that this is politics. Whether you like it or not, Nigeria is a tribal country. It is people like this person that left now that forget to understand who we are. Let me tell you one thing for free. Europe now, right now, you see them, Germany, France, small countries. Nigeria is a fusion of so many countries. Oh, Nigeria is a fusion of so many countries. Imagine a country that,
Sorry, Izzy. I hate to
yeah,
be breaking your flow, but you are too consistent with my reasoning for me not to break your flow. So let me agree again with you. I've always cited the instance that the way to think about Nigeria is to think of a country made up of France, Germany, and
God bless
England,
you.
all being one
That's the
country.
point I was trying to make now. That if you put all these countries together, they will have the same problem Nigeria is having now. Because when national election comes, Frenchman will tell you, say, I'm not a German. A German man will tell you, I'm not a Czech. Even if you want to know, for you to believe, the old Soviet Union, how many countries came out of old Soviet Union? How many countries?
Countless.
When they were trying to make them one country, what happened at the end of the day? Now there Russia come from, now there Poland come from, now there Czech come from. So many countries pulled out of that old Soviet Union. That's to tell you that how difficult Nigeria is. Nigeria, see, let's stop deceiving ourselves. When we say Nigeria is a tribal country, it's not a negative thing. It is not.
No. You
It
cannot
is the
say
idea.
it's a negative thing. Maybe you should say it should not be a negative thing. Because as it's playing out at the moment, it's playing out as a negative thing.
No, we are interpreting it as a negative thing. A German is a proud German. A Frenchman is a proud Frenchman. An Igbo man should be a proud Igbo man. A Frenchman will look out for the French interest. A German will look out for the German interest. That one is another topic on its own. I don't want to take us that route today, but it's another, endeavor on its own.
I'd like to say this. Be proud to 2023 election. We were not as divided as we are now.
Bros. Let's see. If we start this division, we will move away from the policies that we are talking about.
All right. All right. Easy. Let's go on
We'll
to
move away.
but that conversation, we're going to open it up, but not in this session, maybe tomorrow. Because there's that elephant in the room that has to be addressed, which is the ethno-center heartbeat of the Nigerian politics, Well, and the Nigerian politics is driven by only two factors, which is ethnicity and religion. But that, like you said, that's too big big a topic to take on now. But let's go on to T-Boy, and then we have Ade really joining us as well. So let's document all the voices. We go on to T-Boy. So T-Boy on mute. We start your 3 minutes. The conversation, your contribution.
Thank you for everybody. Please, I'm begging our brother Igbo people, they need to be calm, honestly. You know, if you are looking for a job, they will need your CV, right? If Peter Obi attending his CV and Tunubu drop his CV, they check all the CV right. The result is clear, brother. Honestly, the result is clear. Because I can't be governor of Anambra for 8 years and I be coming to live in Lagos. Today, I'm from Ogun State. If I be governor for Ogun State for 8 years, brother, when I finish my governor, I no go go Anambra or Abia State to go and stay there. Why? I will stay in my home because I may be there. So all this propaganda they are trying to say Tinubu is not doing well, it's not doing well. Honestly, now Igbo people do tribalist past everybody, but they're so pretender. Very, very pretending people. If Peter Obi go to Asolok today, you know if he do anything, he cannot do anything in Asolok because all this cabal, brother, tell me the truth, all this cabal, they will put Obi down. Go and hear what Bawala said in the TV, Arise TV. Now only Tinubu is safe southwest and southeast and south. If not, this Netherlands they will continue. They will continue their things. But the thing shocked them. All this cabal, it shocked them because the way Tinubu's perform, it shocked them. They don't believe, brother. Honestly, if you look all this thing, Nelford loan, university every month, I never heard them before. Is this first time in this Tinubu administration I heard that? I never hear all this thing. And thank you for Tinubu, and God bless Nigeria, and God bless Bola Ahmed Tinubu, because the man he have vision for Nigeria. Honestly, I know everything he's doing now is not come out, but just give her like 2 years more. Everything he's doing is coming up small, and we in Nigeria will be happy, honestly, because the man he love Nigeria. The person come out every time. You come out and say, my people, na so it be. How many times Buhari come out and say all these things? But Tinubu every month or every 2 months, 3 months, he will come out and he explain what is going on. But we in Nigeria, we are not patient. We are so lazy. Our youth, especially youth, we are very, very lazy. Honestly, we are very lazy. And this our governor is our problem in Nigeria. Our governor, local senator, all these things, they are our problem in Nigeria because there's many things they're supposed to do in Nigeria, but they're not doing it. They're not doing it because this man is paying allocation every month for every state. Why are we not look for our commission area, our local governor? Why are we not look for them to say, why you not do this? Why you not do this? But every time, now president, no, we need to wake up. We need to end. If you are from Ogun State or you are from Abia or if you are from Anambra, talk to your governor, talk to your area local governor.
1 more minute, boy. 1 more minute.
Your money there with them. Sorry.
1 more minute. 1 more minute. Carry on.
Yeah, your problem and your security is out with them with all your money allocation is there with them. Deal with them. Don't deal with president, because all this governor, they use that opportunity to guide ourselves, because they know you guys no come for them. You guys go all everything now president. Why you guys no come for them? Because all your money is there to save your life, but we are not going there. We are going somewhere else. You see. So, brother, I know I don't have many things to say, but we need to sort ourselves, and our brother Yibo, they need to be patient, because we need to build Nigeria all together. No by bias, or it's not my people did there. No, let's all do it together. Don't say this one is not working, but Bola Tinubu is working. Honestly,
Oh,
it's working. And God bless Bola Tinubu, and God bless Nigeria. Thank you very much.
all right, Bilan, stay with us, T-Boy. We're going to go to Adem Relay next. And then after Adem Relay, I'd like us to open up the conversation into what the field is going to look like in 2027, the permutations of what's going to be presented on the ballot. So Easy can kick that one off. But before that comes in, we hear from Dave Relay, who gets his 3 minutes to speak with us just to establish his position. But before we go on to Dave Relay, Dave Relay, can people please take the tabs to 10,000, follow if you're not following already, so at least do those two things. If you're inclined to gift, but tap and share, and follow as well. So then really the conversation, your thoughts. Let's hear from you, then really.
Yeah, hi everyone. Well, I just made I don't know, I even get to the page, so I just observe what guys are saying regarding the situation in Nigeria. What I just want to say is that the Tinubu is an experienced person, is well educated, and is somebody who structured the blueprint for Lagos State development. People see Fashola functioning. They did not know that the primary thing that you need to do is just to have the plan, the blueprint of what you want to achieve, how do you want to achieve it, and the timing that has to do with that you want to achieve each of those things. So, and regarding the issue of Nigeria, it's very the first step that Tinubu took when he got to office was the removal of the subsidy, which was a very bold step. I used to tell people that the situation, what happened immediately after was something that is expected. It takes us to the real situation of the level of the actual situation in Nigeria, the real state of the economy. So that was what the removal of subsidy, all this in the increase in price, the effect of those subsidy removal. So if any government remove the subsidy, it will result to the same situation, the same condition. So, and the idea is that, okay, let's take away the subsidy. Let's see the level of damage that the past government, the real situation of the country. So let's see it and see how to fix it, which was a very bold step, which I believe that if you are not technically sound, you cannot take the step. And if you take this such step, it's going to boomerang, because you are not going to get things is going to get worse. So, but they take the bull by the horn by making sure that, okay, they have their team, and they start to face each sectors of the economy to ensure that they are getting the result. It will take time, but the result they are even getting is 2 years. What has been the system that has been destroyed over time. So, and they start to get the result in a very short time, so which is something that is commendable. So we really need support, because somebody mentioned a point that, okay, people they just want to see the negativity about the government. They don't want to look at the positive aspect of it. People are always going to be like that because they are not the one in power, or maybe through tribal sentiments, religious sentiment, or whatever sentiment. So it is expected for you to have that. But what I expect is that they should just continue and make sure each sector of the economy, like you have the primary sector, secondary, tertiary sector, and make sure that okay, each of those sectors are functioning over time. So with time, I see that Nigeria is going to grow, and you can see that the country is really stable now. The currency, you can see the stability, and you can see that okay, they are actually improving on the economy. So which I strongly believe that with time, if the government is given support and there is, and people are able to identify that okay, we are in the right direction. So if they don't see that to be in the right direction, you are still going to see, particularly the opposition, they are going to be clamoring for change. That the price, it took dollar as also price. This is now the price of dollar, and the rice is as also price. This is now the price of rice. All those things it's just like the decision, the first time decision resulted to the valuation of the naira. So, and that is why you have the crash, the first crash that we have in the naira dollar crash. It is expected. So, but we are beginning to see the light at the end of the tunnel. So, if it continues that way, you can see the airport, most of the sectors, you can see that okay, they are really planning. Even agricultural sector, you will see their program that okay, with time they are going to get results in those sectors too. And as it is now, even the farmers are smiling to the bank. They are smiling to the bank. So also, there are areas that like energy is a cost driver. So, and presently electricity is a big problem, which I believe if the government can really work a lot on that and start to have electricity at a very cheap rate, I think many countries is going to spring up in Nigeria, because Nigeria is a market. It's a big market with the population that most of the countries want to trade with us. But we Nigerians too, we need that market ourselves. So, and if we are not able to be we don't have our own what you can contribute to the economy by maybe having different companies springing up that are indigenous companies. So most of these things is going to be the harvest is going to be taken by the foreigners that are coming to invest. So, but I strongly believe that if Nigerians too are encouraged to invest, if everything is stable, the country is going to, in a very short time, and the country is going to grow. It's going to be good for everyone. But what matters the most now is let's assume that Tinubu is leaving. Who is going to take over? So the continuity, you must have the same vision, the same strategy.
Bring it home, Adenrele, and then we move it around a bit. Yeah.
Okay, that's okay. You
can still take a minute to land your point. You're in the throes of landing a point. So carry on.
Yes, the continuity matter. Yeah, in business, you always have business continuity plan. So if Tinubu now, that is, if the same set of people with the same idea, the same vision and strategy to continue, that those who are going to come to government after him, because he can't live forever, we should expect that he's an old man. So who are those that are going to continue? Are they not going to take us back? Because with I don't want to mention the opposition that people are clamoring for, that this, I strongly believe they don't have that capacity. They don't have it.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Adenrele. Stay with us. I only really wanted to move the conversation in somewhat of a slightly different direction. So, 20. You know that we're about no more than 18 months to the next election. So, 2027 is fast approaching. And what is the field going to look like? That's really where the question is. I can see a scenario where Peter Obi will not be on the ballot in 2027. So they virtually chased him out of the Labour Party. That's one. And the person actually jostling for that Labour Party ticket is actually Dati Baba Ahmed. So there's every prospect that he will be on that ballot. So if Peter Obi goes to the ADC belongs to Atiku Abubakar. So the only thing that Peter Obi can do at the ADC is to subordinate his ambition to Atiku, and then you have an Atiku-Peter Obi ticket. So that would be the promise to lure him into ADC, but then that promise might not be fulfilled because Rotimi Amechi also has that same ambition. Rotimi Amechi wants to be on that ticket, and the only thing that will satisfy him not getting that ticket would be to get the vice slot. So I see the ADC as an Atiku Rotimi Amechi ticket. The PDP they are romancing Goodluck Jonathan at the moment. So I see a Goodluck Jonathan and a Bala Mohammed ticket for the PDP, and then the APC ticket. I see Tinubu on the ticket, but I don't necessarily, with all the fullness of confidence, see Kashim Shettima as his deputy. You know, they are romancing what's it called, Kwakwanso, to come into the APC. And one of the big sticking points is that Kwakwanso wants to get that vice presidential slot as his launch towards 2031. But then, of course, it's near impossible because there are a lot of heavyweights within that space. So the field for 2027, as I see it, I see APC, Tinubu, and one other. I see PDP, Goodluck Jonathan, and Bala Mohammed. I see ADC, Atiku Abubakar, and Rotimi Amechi. And then I see Peter Obi somewhat not having a ballot. But let's do 3 minutes on that. Is there any reasoning behind that sort of permutation? We kick it off with Easy, and then we go to my battlefield, because it's just coming. So we kick it off with Easy, 3 minutes, my battlefield, and then we go from my battlefield right all the way down to Saudi. So what do you make of that, Easy?
Yeah, thank you once again. 2027 is a long time away. It's far and it's not far. That's how I like to summarize it. And there's so many permutations going on already. Like you said, some will work, some will not work. But I think politicians who have been in the game long enough, know how these things will play out. One mistake you can do as a politician is to go and contest under a party that is in tussle of leadership, like PDP or like Labour Party. Because the problem is, if you go and join side A to contest as a candidate and you even win, and the court now says that no, that side A that you were on is the wrong one, the original one is side B, do you know that the person who came second can take you to court and be like, your vote should be voided? So there's a lot of damage out there. That's why when you see all these politicians moving to APC, especially in states that used not to be APC, states that have been known to be PDP for years, these are some of the reasons why a lot of people want to secure their own future now. For 2027, clearly Asiwaju is going again. ADC surely will present Atiku Abubakar, because even Kenneth Okonkwo has abandoned the train of Peter Obi to join Atiku Abubakar. And Kenneth Okonkwo is not mixing words in terms of the subtle attacks for Peter Obi and his quality of leadership.
So sorry, remind us what he called his followers just recently. What did he say again about the followers of Peter Obi?
I beg, they are not, don't worry, they are not street touchings. They are not street touchings. Leave them. They are not street touchings. But when it's coming from, and it's concerning when, when some of us be like, okay, let's identify these candidates. If people that have worked with them, it's not as if people like Aregbe too, that has worked with Tinubu too, have not been like, no, people pull out. But it's one thing to abuse the character of that person. It's one thing to say that I'm not working with you again. It's one thing to say that this one that cannot make decision on his own. And it's clear, 2 years down the line, right now, if you ask a lot of his supporters, where is he contesting? They'll be like, oh, 2 years is still far. 2 years is not far in Nigeria. You have 774 local government. How do you want to start building it? They'll be like, oh, he did the magic with Labour Party in 2023. I'm like, Labour Party, whether you like it or not, has been existing for a long time before that time. They had a structure. They had a governor before. They were not totally new to Nigerian politics. Which party do you want to use now? PDP is not there. Until he gets the ownership of Labour Party, he can't do anything. Because are you with Abure or the other, I can't remember the woman's name, the other one. Because even your supporters are, so like I said, 2027 is something that even me, I don't want to talk about now, because nobody knows tomorrow. so many things can happen.
Don't worry, we won't
But at
hold
least
you
we
to
can,
it now. Give us your
yeah.
field. What just is subject to revision, and I'm sure we'll revise it in many more conversations in the build-up. But as it stands now, what does the field like look like to you? So when you go to the polling booths to the ballot, something, which names would you see on the ballot in terms of
Because
the
now I
four
believe
major
that
spaces?
I,
Yeah.
for the APC, I believe Ashiwaju will still be there, God's willing. For PDP, I don't, as at now, I don't know if PDP will field a candidate. I need to be honest with you. But I think right now PDP crisis is being resolved, but the party is not as strong as it used to be. And don't forget, the people that are financing PDP, they are now in APC. Except PDP people want to deny it. Most of their bank, they have been bankrolled by the states of the South over the years. That that vault, financial vault of PDP through the governors is gone. It's gone. It's now an APC machinery. For ADC, I believe Alhaji Atiku Abubakar will still come out because he's not slowing down. So the question now is, I don't know if Peter Obi will still want to vie with Labour Party after all even if the Labour Party wants to give him the ticket, I don't think they will give him that laxity they gave him the last time, where they gave him the machinery of the party. He was the one in charge of finances of all the presidential election.
Sorry, Easy. Can you
Yeah,
foresee a scenario where Peter Obi is not on the ballot at all in 2027?
it's possible. Because the only way there are options to it. Right now, he can't be the presidential candidate of ADC. I don't think Atiku will step down for him. Of course, he can't get APC. For PDP, there are some people that are still trying to bring in him. It's possible that it might be there, it might not be there. It's possible. It might not be on the. Even right now, he's
But
campaigning
he
for
has to
ADC
get
in some
past
cases.
Wike. He
He's
has to get
campaigning
past
for
Wike to
Labour
get.
Party. You said?
Sorry, Easy. I was saying he has to get past Wike to get that PDP ticket.
Of
Wike
course,
is still
that's
very much there.
another terrible order to pass. Wike is a terrible order. Alhaji Atiku Abubakar left PDP for Wike when the wahala is too much. I don't think Peter Obi has the ruggedness to battle Wike in that area in terms of leadership of that PDP. That's why I say that I don't think so. So that's why, it's a long way out. It's possible he might not even be on the ballot. Because right now he's campaigning for ADC, he's campaigning for Labour Party. 2 years down the line, he's still unsure of where he wants to put his tent. And don't forget, a lot of people now have been misled. Some people have even resigned from Labour Party to join ADC. And now even the person that took them there is not joining ADC. So, like I said, politics is something that I don't like to talk about because politicians will always be politicians. But in terms of governance, I want to talk, I like engaging in things like, okay, how will this thing change our lives? How will this thing affect our lives? Are we going to have more schools? Yeah.
All right, we'll get the conversation around to that space. But before we do that, we go on to my battlefield. But before we get to my battlefield, can we get more taps to take us to 10,000? If you're not following already, please follow. If you feel inclined towards gifting the platform, give. But more importantly, tap, share, and follow. So, my battlefield, good to have you. The conversation, your contribution.
Okay. Good morning. Good morning. This is my first time I've been on this platform. It's been very interesting listening to all the commentators so far. From what you are discussing now, I want to tackle it from two angles. I want to tackle the political angle, and the economic angle. Okay. I will tell you my own precedents. I think a few days after the convention, before the convention of the APC, I said for Bola Tinubu to win, he must have a Muslim ticket. And I got it right. And I said, whoever, I said, another thing that will determine the person is going to win is the choice of vice president. At the time, they were asking Tinubu to submit a vice president. I wrote on my wall on Facebook again. I said Tinubu should ask the North to provide him the candidate, and that's exactly what happened. So I'm coming from that background, and now I can tell you almost 70-80% guarantee that Atiku is not going to be on the ballot. Atiku will not go on the ballot. Atiku is going to bargain with Tinubu for whatever, right? And I doubt whether Obi will be on any ballot at all. And I will tell you why. Obi already, he has jumped from APGA to PDP to Labour Party and now to ADC. Although it's neither here nor there, right? So Obi and people, one of the reasons people are actually against Obi is his tendency to join from party to party. So he has that bag to carry. Okay? And for Jonathan, I don't think constitutionally, I don't think Jonathan qualifies because they have to slug that out. Because if you should be on the ballot, the Supreme Court will have to invalidate it. I'm not too sure whether Jonathan again has given Asiwaju from his wife that he wasn't going to contest. You see the logic now? And those who are clamoring for Obi to join the PDP, Obi has a baggage of jumping from party to party. So Obi now is confused. He's neither here nor there. He hasn't got the ADC card yet because he was forced. They said him and Atiku, they should come and collect their party, whatever. And they have yet to do that. Even though Obi was one who asked Favor, the Badebo, to join the ADC. And he is still outside the tent. Okay? That's another angle. And for Kwakwaso wants to join the APC, but is looking for a bargaining chip to be given to him. And Tinubu will not remove Shettima from his ballot because he has given him the guarantee about a few weeks ago. So there you have it. Kanchako might be bargaining for the next election when the APC whatever move back to the north. It's a long-term plan, or probably he might negotiate that APC will not contest the Kano election. Look, I get my point. And all those people from all those parties joining APC, they're joining APC just to secure their ticket and to secure their victory. Because once they're in APC now, that means APC will not select candidates for those areas. I get my point. Thereby improving their chances of winning. Okay, it's a long-term goal. So that's my own perspective in that area. The politics of Nigeria is very fluid, but at the same time, you can, with a bit of intelligence, you can actually assume this area.
All right, run us through the tickets. So, what does APC look like to you? 2027, the ballot, PDP, ADC, and then Labour Party. And especially, who do you think Labour Party will be fielding? Because I can almost put money on it that will be Dati Baba Ahmed, but run us through the ballots as you see it.
Okay. But Dati Ahmed, he seems to be a loyal person. He might not want to appear to backstab Obi. Right? He might not want to backstab Obi, and I don't think it's of any weight at all if he should carry the ballot, if he should be on the ballot for Labour Party. I doubt it very much. Because he got a bit of fracas in that party. It's a bit messy, right? I don't see Dati Ahmed. I don't see Labour Party fielding any candidate. If at all they field any candidate, it would be a placeholder. Or just a jester, like they do in UK now. Just put someone there just for the sake of it.
Like
right?
Patu told me, they tried to present Patu told me. You know, before Peter Obi took that ticket, their candidate was Patu told me, Labour Party.
Yes. So Obi has a very, very and Obi has been so weakened now with what is going on. People is being exposed as a very synthetic candidate.
Do you think
It's
Peter
not
Obi
thorough.
has
It's not
leadership
deep.
qualities? Do you think he has leadership
Yes.
qualities?
Yes, he hasn't got literary quality, and his followers have been depleted, especially in Lagos State or in Southwest and other areas. People have seen him to be. He's actually Obi is naked in the village square. Actually, at his way, he hasn't got the depth. When you interview him, he hasn't got the depth. He hasn't gone through. It's not thorough. If you grill him, he fails. He's been failing so up to now. That's why the ADC they had the guts to say that they were not that they should go into primaries. Bear in mind that Obi has never been on any primary. He has never contested election through primaries. He has never. He's been selected throughout, and that's his point. And I put it on my wall, and I kept saying it each time I go on the platform like this. And I believe
Even when he
Atiku must have
contested to be the for Anambra State, it was handpicked for that Abga. Yeah, he never contested the primary even to be governor.
You can see even the last election, he went to PDP, then he pulled out. Bearing in mind that now our constitution says that you can only participate in one primary. You see his dilemma now, and Atiku has thrown out the gauntlet for him that we want primaries. If you win, I will concede. And Obi has never in his life contested under any primaries. You get my point. So he hasn't got any weight at all. He hasn't got any experience in that regard. And plus the fact that he said I don't spend shishi. And politics is money. Even in Britain, in anywhere in the world, politics is money. Instead that you spend it or someone spend money on your behalf. Right? That is why I'm not. I've never been against godfatherism. Godfatherism is everywhere in the world. Except people don't know the meaning of godfatherism. It's everywhere. I get my point. Aha. So on the economic front, Ashwaju is doing very well, but at the same time, I think the effect of his economic reform has not trickled down to the grassroots. And I suggested a few things he needs to do. You see, rather than increase people's wages, increase your social give them social entitlement, because it will affect. Otherwise, if you don't do that, it will affect the inflation. Our inflation is manageable now, and I hope it will be continue to be manageable, right? So what I intend for one thing I suggested for Asaju to do now, for instance, every school, every public space like marketplaces, you should have free Wi-Fi, and you should have opportunity of actually charging their phone. So that the cost of providing that would be so good that people will not have to spend much, and it will extend the lifespan of our market hours. People will stay longer in the market. I get my point. And at the same time, I've always suggested to him too, through people, that and I'm saying it now so people can build up on it, that another thing we need to do, make sure every
all right,
Nigerian
land it battlefield so we can bring other voices in as well. So land
okay.
that thought.
And I said every Nigerian should be insured. You should have life insurance. Life insurance, so that at a certain point when they are 65 or at 65, they can cash it out. So that will eliminate people's fear of poverty in old age. And those are the things I suggested, and I'm making it now. People can build up on it, and I think Nigerians, the average person, is not actually getting the benefit of the economic reform. But the economic reform to go back to the grassroots, and that's why I supported Ashwaju's local government autonomy. I don't know what they're doing now. I think you need to enforce that. People need to campaign for that. When you get to that, politics is local and politics is tribal. Politics need to go back to the grassroots where it originally resides, and that's my submission. Thank you.
All right, stay with us. When we do the rounds on this, I want to speak about Aregbesola as well, and treachery in politics, and what Aregbesola is doing now, if it's an act of self-harm politically. But before we get to that, we moved the conversation on to Landry and then to Saudi. We're talking about what the 2027 field would look like. So Landry, 3 minutes. Landry, are you there?
The way it's going to look like is that Tinubu will definitely contest under the flag bearer of the APC, and there's not going to be primary in APC at all. It's going to be direct appointment. However, the mistake we are making is that Atiku will not allow Obi to be the vice. The North will not want the mistake that happened during Yaradua to repeat itself. So I can tell you, the knowing fully well that Atiku will be 80 years by that time, the North will not want to take such a risk. So they will never allow Obi to be a vice presidential aspirant to Atiku. So that's another revelation. Then for PDP, Jonathan will not contest. Jonathan is not going to contest. I see PDP subsuming into APC during the heat of the election. So PDP will probably not have a presidential aspirant. Labour Party will also declare support for APC. But I can tell you, with the look of things, Obi will likely not contest. If he's going to contest, it's going to be under a non-political party like AA, and it's only going to take a few supporters with him. So that is going to happen. It's just going to be a free riding for Tinubu. I don't think there is anything that can stop him. Nothing.
All right. Who do you think is going to deputize? Who is going to be Atiku's deputy? If you are not seeing Peter Obi, because it has to still be somebody from the south, and those concerns that you're saying the north will have will still apply. So, who do you think is going to be Atiku's deputy 2027?
I can tell you, they are going to probably look for someone from the southwest. It's not going to be
a Yoruba man.
A Yoruba man, yeah.
God.
It's going to be someone from the southwest. Is a Yoruba man.
Which name is big in? Oh, like Aregbesola, you mean?
No, it's going to be Aregbesola. I think probably they will try to lure Shibaju because they know that he's someone that has credibility, as someone that also has potential.
Is it not encumbered by law? It was just vice president. Is it not encumbered by law?
I'm not sure there is a tenure that a vice president can use. I think it has to do.
It was already
I don't
vice
know.
president 2 terms now. It can't
For
be vice
two
president.
times. So it can be, but they can look for someone from. There are a lot of people that can actually. Maybe at the end of the day, they can start talking to the governor of Oyo State,
Makinde.
or Makinde to actually cross carpet.
Do you
from
not see Makinde on the PDP ballot? Because the PDP ballot is for me, it's a 3-way fight. Good luck, Jonathan, who is their biggest fish. If they can lure him back, if they can't lure him back, then it's either going to be Bala Mohammed or Sheyi Makinde. Either of them, they're not sufficient enough of political clout to take on Tinubu.
But the one thing that is sure, if it is Sheyi Makinde, on the eve of the election, Sheyi Makinde will step down and ask his followers to vote for Tinubu. It could be Tinubu gimmicks. Tinubu will probably use Sheyi Makinde as a presidential aspirant for PDP. He's going to support his campaign, and very close to the election, Sheyi Makinde will step down, because I'm very sure Sheyi Makinde will not go into direct contest with Tinubu.
All right. Saudi, let's hear from you, and then we want to open up Aregbesola or anything else you guys want to talk about. Maybe we just do like a 3-minute rant, and then people can just free will. But before we do that, we go to Saudi to give us his permutation for 2027. On our way to Saudi, we ask people to like, to tap and share and follow and whatever it is that people do on TikTok. So do those things as we hear from Saudi. So Saudi, what does 2027 look like to you in terms of the ballot?
Yeah, all I know in the ballot is President Tinubu is going to come again and is going to be the president again. Because you see, Peter Obi will not be in the ballot at all. Peter Obi will not be in the ballot. President Tinubu will be in the ballot. Atiku is going to be in the ballot. But they are all going to lose because President Tinubu has done his own work. All the northerners now, they are coming back to support President Tinubu because I saw a post yesterday. All the young northerners, they came together and they said, there's nothing for Atiku. We are going to vote. We are going to put our votes and all and our money to campaign for President Tinubu for 2027. So 2027 is done and gone. So they should just be thinking of maybe 2031 or something. Did you hear that?
Yes. Oh, yes. Just rattle us through the field, what they look like. So, what does APC look like to you? What does the tickets? What does APC look like to you? What does PDP look like to you? ADC and Labour Party. Just those four places. Who do you think will be seen on the tickets come 2027?
Yeah, APC is going to be Tinubu and Shetima, and PDP. They are not going to feel anybody. They are going to, at the end of the day, they are going to support President Tinubu, and Labour Party. They are going to support Tinubu as well, and ADC, Atiku and Amechi. That's it. And the noisemaker Sowore will be in his AAC. And that's
Maybe locked up. It's
most
usually always locked up, isn't it? Just as an aside, what are you making of this?
6,000 votes.
Yeah, 6,000 votes, and you know that guy campaigned more than anybody, and he got less than 10,000 votes. So I'm not quite sure why still.
Yeah, because you know, let me tell you something about Sowore. Since he left university, his brain stopped developing. You understand? He thought he's still in the university. He still want to do Aluta. He still want to continue his Aluta. You know, the presidency he won during the university day is still in his brain. So it's a pity for him. They should just try and he need a rehabilitation because I don't think he's all right anyway. Somebody that cannot win a councillor is contesting for a president. Can you imagine that? And he will be saying, I don't know. That's his problem anyway.
Just as an aside, as we go on to to other topics, what are you making of Sowore's this thing is doing with Peter Obi, not with Peter Obi? What are you making of with Sowore's campaign for Nnamdi Kanu? Do you think that's just politics, or what do you make of it? This thing is
that's what I just finished telling you now.
Yeah. Okay.
Sowore's brain is not developing. He's still on the Aluta section. He doesn't know what he's doing. Let me tell you something. There's not going to be any protest. Write it down. Sowore is just, he doesn't know what he's doing. He wants to do what they call this Aluta in university. His brain is not developing at all.
Let me show you something. Let me show you something. Do you know that I'm not sure if you know that I run a reasonably sized YouTube platform. Do you know that I've had him on my YouTube platform before? That's me interviewing him on YouTube right there.
This is Ganiyu, I know. I know.
Oh, Ganiyu. Okay. Yeah, kids, yeah, boy. Who was going to be your rational mind on TikTok? Bonnie. All right. Let's open it up a bit more, Ganiyu and others. We start with Easy again. So I was really reflecting on Aregbesola, and I think it may well have taken a misstep in terms of his political calculation. So is it essentially a matter of political self-harming? These are things that Aregbesola is doing. So what are you making of Aregbesola's politics, or if you don't want that, just speak freely for about 6 minutes or so. But really, I just thought that guy is just... and I don't know where that hatred came from, or every single thing that he is, Tinubu made him. So is it the most treacherous act yet in politics? And how do you think it's going to end for him? So we start with... yeah, go on.
Okay, for me, what's happening with Aregbe Shola is one thing you must understand about politics is that interest is more important to a lot of people than ideology. Interest is the number one thing. Don't forget, this same Atiku Abubakar used to be one time going back and forth with Ashiwaju in terms of presidency. He has campaigned under ACN as presidential candidate before. Politics will always be about interest. That's the what a lot of people mistake is that they tend to confuse politics and governance. Politics will always be politics. Aregbesola right now is having a different interest than there are times things will happen in your state. Maybe Aregbesola is also feeling that he should be a power holder in the state. And maybe the president is looking at that state and be like, no, there's other interest involved. And Aregbesola, it doesn't sit well with him. Don't forget, in this same Lagos, Obani Koro used to be away from APC, was in PDP. In fact, Obasanjo used Obani Koro against this same Ashiwaju in Lagos. Do you understand? Now Obani Koro is back with APC. Obani Koro's son is a house member or something like that, or a chairman in Lagos. One thing is Aregbesola is coming back home. I'll tell you that one for free. Whether now, whether later, he's coming back. It's just that
Do
the
you not think
interest
that
right now,
the
the
treachery
interest
is
right now does
unforgivable?
not align. You say what?
No, do you not feel that what he has done is unforgivable? Do you not feel that there's no way back for him?
I don't think so. Because one thing I've learned in life is I've learned to separate politics. Politicians don't ever say nothing is unforgivable in politics.
You know that
This same Mati,
2027. Sorry, easy. Do you know that
yes.
you of course you know that 2027 is the final lap of Tinubu's political journey. So after 2027, it's just a kingmaker. There's nothing else that he can do, or so it doesn't have any real need for people anymore. So it can just only Bellori now. Just destroy him.
No, I don't think it's that bad between them. I don't think it's that bad, because one thing I'll tell you for free, I've seen politicians in my in small adult life. I've seen politicians move from our politics is not about ideology. People move from APC to PDP to Labour Party to SDP. That's why what Aregbesola is doing now. I'm seeing it more like interest does not align. Yes, people are looking at him now. Shebi Fayemi too was with them before he pulled out. So the thing is, don't worry too much about Aregbesola. And I don't see Aregbesola doing any damage politically to the numbers of Ashiwaju in the southwest. Is it not the same Osun State? How? Which damage? Or will he now say he wants to take the vote away in Lagos? That people will now vote Aregbesola or Rose Bible
But
because they
did
are
you
both
not see the
together.
crowd? Did you not see the crowd he pulled when he went as an ADC man to Lagos, Aregbesola?
Bros, I used to live in Egbedao, Akomojo, and Aregbesola na street man for that place. People like him. But crowds can be rented. Forget that one. Crowd is nothing, no. Ah, is it not people that will be singing Majolomo when you reach election time, you go they see 2 votes, 3 votes. Bros, leave that one. Everything is schematics. Don't worry. When the real time comes, people will separate the shaft from the seed. But Aregbesola is not. Even even see, they are not even discussing it as a topic in the party in APC. Have you seen any of the government officials that are currently working with Tinubu taking on Aregbesola one-on-one? Nobody is mentioning Aregbesola now. Nobody is mentioning Aregbesola.
Ogbeni
So
Aregbesola.
Ogbeni, yeah, let people just leave him alone. If not for Ashiwaju's begging, was he supposed to even do second term? Abi no be the same Nigeria wey we dey that everybody rejected him after the first 4 years.
Oh,
Look,
wow.
Egbeshola is not the coco.com dot now. My own is,
You know, they say politics is a thing of strange bedfellows, and you don't get any more stranger bedfellows than Aregbeshola and Atiku Abubakar, Rotimi Amechi. What underpins them? What's the ideology that they all coalesce under? You know, you can't
Bros,
just
they
watch them
were,
carry, you know.
let me tell you, politicians want to be in power for life. This same Amechi that everybody is talking about. Amechi has been in government since 1999. The only time Amechi is out of power is these 2 years of Ashiwaju. Amechi used to be local government chairman for 8 years. From there, he went to be governor for 8 years. That's 1999 to 2007 chairman, 2007 to 2015, 2007 to 2015 governor, 2015 to 2023 federal minister. Now holiday day. Now you know say Nigeria get problem. So that's why I say some of these
This is
people.
dying of hunger that you cannot buy food. That's what Amechi is telling
Of
us.
course, no.
Yeah.
How can you be hungry and be doing that kind of wedding for your children? I mean, you don't see the video of the wedding where you do recently. Ross, leave him. You know, like I said, you know, those ones are not the real contender in that ADC is Alhaji Atiku Abubakar. Forget every other person is just there on excursion.
All
They're
right.
just doing excursion there.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us, easy. Let's bring mindful medic into the conversation. So mindful. We started off discussing Emir Sanusi's endorsement of the Tinubu program, and then we went into what the field would look like in 2023. Who will be the runners and riders, and then we just pivoted into discussing Ogbeni Rauf Aregbesola, but whatever your take is, just give us about 3 minutes just to establish your voice. Mindful.
All right, thanks, Woman. I think I'll make comments about Aregbe first because I'm actually from Osun State, and it's disappointing to see the way that man has been behaving, regardless of whatever happened between him and President Tinubu. I don't understand why he chose to go that route. A part of me is thinking it might be a game, but at the same time, the way everything happened, because actually it was because of him that PDP won Osun State, because he wasn't supporting what's the name of this man in blue economy, Oyetola. He did not support because like the speaker before me said, the thinking behind that was Aregbe thought he was going to be the godfather of Osun State. And the way Ashwaju was now still in charge, he didn't like it. So he actually worked against them in the gubernatorial in Osun State, where he decided to pitch tents with Ademola Adeleke. And that was part of the reason why they lost. Because if you look at the margin, it was really, really close. The margin, look at what PDP had and APC had in that election, it was extremely close. And so now, even in some politics, I don't think Aregbe is as influential as people make it to be, because one, he has parted way with the governor. Two, the APC is very strong in Osun State right now because of the caliber of people they have in their camp. And the division between him and the governor, I think at the point they tried to lobby the governor to come back to ADC, to join them in ADC. But the governor was more interested in joining APC. But APC camp, they were not willing to have him. They actually kicked against it because they felt they've been building the party is strong in Osun State right now. They don't want Adeleke to come over and it will be a distraction to them. And that's what they said. So it's a tricky game for him. I don't think he's going to have much impact in Osun State the way he thinks. And if it's not a game, because politicians can be they can be very funny. If it's not a game, that might actually portend the end of his political career. Because if it was not a game and Asiwaju wins the second term, it's going to become irrelevant. Because on one end, ADC is never going to win Osun State.
the thing that could happen right now is for APC to win, or if by stroke of magic or luck, Adeleke is able to retain his seat for the second term. But it's ADC is never going to happen in Osun State. So its impact will dwindle over time, and it might actually go into irrelevancy because no one is going to pay minds to him. And he's symbolic of what is actually happening in ADC, where all these old people, Atiku, Amici, and the rest of them, they are, I think, overpricing themselves in a way they think they are going to have much impact to defeat Ashwaju. I don't think it's going to happen for them. We actually saw a snippet of it during the local government elections where they performed so woefully. Even PDP that people thought was dying did better than ADC. With all the noise and the pump up by the media and the youthful energies of the obedience going over to ADC, they still did not make any impact in the local government elections. So for me, I know it's going to be Atiku's party. He's going to come off that party as the run candidate. And I don't think there's a pathway for him either. He doesn't have what it means to be the president. He has tried multiple times. He failed. He's going to fail again. And I see Asewaju actually winning the second term based on that analysis that
What margins do you see? Because I think Tinubu is probably going to get less votes than he got in 2023. But I think the margin between him and the second person will be a lot wider than it was in 2023.
I think he's actually going to get more votes. To be honest, part of things that counted against him in Lagos, for instance, and in the Southwest, is that Muslim ticket. A lot. I myself, I'm a Christian. And I see a lot of my friends. I was skeptical because it was strange to them that President Tinubu had their candidate Tinubu had a Muslim ticket. It was strange to them. And don't forget one thing too, that because of the poor record of Buhari had people forgot so quickly. Buhari had people were already tired of APC at that point in time. And the Muslim ticket. I see a lot of pastors preaching in churches. That is not happening anymore because Obi, who was pretending so much at that point, could no longer pretend again. In fact, his supporters have managed to insult all the pastors that supported him. Virtually all the pastors that supported Obi have been thoroughly insulted by the obedience. So you can factor in those numbers. And now President Tinubu has done something good for the minority in the North Central. So I think they will reward him with votes. Because if you think of some of the appointments he's made over the years, he has really been fair to the North Central. And I think they're going to return the favors. So in my humble opinion, I don't think Atiku might get.
Do you not think the Fulanis will move against Tinubu in 2027? Because
they don't even. They are confused right now. That's why you see them coming up with all sort of allegations. Even their own people, like I saw a clip of governor of Kaduna State telling them that Tinubu has been fair to them in appointments, in projects, and they try to make all sort of allegations against him. It's not working. The one thing the president did well, which all of us should learn from, is President Tinubu has a strict departure from the concept of Wazobia. In Nigeria now, minority group, they now have a voice. If you notice, the chief of naval staff is a minority group from Enugu State. It's an Igala man. Then you have chief of army staff. What's the guy's name?
Christopher Musa.
He's from Plateau. He's a minority guy. Then you have APC national chairman. He's a minority guy. Then you now have the new INEC chairman. He's a minority Okun guy. So for the first time, and you talk about the Senate
what are you making of that appointment, by the way? The INEC chairman, is it too Yoruba, do you think, for...
I think the man is apolitical. He has a pedigree that will make people respect him. He's a legal scholar, and he's a seasoned administrator. He's been vice chancellor, I think deputy chancellor University of Jos for a while now. So he's a well-seasoned, all-rounded man. And plus, there's never been INEC chairman from North Central. There's never been a Yoruba INEC chairman. So it was kind of at the point where none of them could oppose him. You get what I mean? Because if you talk about competence, he's highly competent. If you talk about giving a voice to the minority, he's from a minority tribe. Because Yorubas in Okun, they are highly marginalized people. They don't even have a voice in Kogi State. So I mean, President did well, and that's part of what I'm saying.
No,
That
but
for
did
the
he
first
do
time,
well though? You said that a Yoruba man has never been the INEC chairman. Is this not the
yes,
Buhari gave it to Mahmoud Yakubu? The heavens did not
yes,
fall. So why did
I
that
know.
Tinubu not give it to somebody from a
Just like I said, you know, for the first time in Nigeria, I'll be honest with you, I actually love it. I'm a Yoruba person. My tribe is one of the largest tribe, but minority group have been suppressed somehow in a way that, take for instance, any appointment you are giving to Enugu State, Igala people will never be the first in line. If that makes sense to you, sir. Like if they're thinking about appointments, they're always thinking about Connaught, the Igbos, or the Yorubas. But President Tinubu has really, really opened up Nigeria where okay, look at the Senate presidency, for instance. Ordinarily, the whole Nigeria, they would have given it to Oji Kalu because he's from Igbo, right? But this is a president who says, even though Akpabio is from minority group, we want to give voices to minority group in Nigeria, which is a good thing. And that's why you see, I'm telling people that for the first time, the North Central, they will massively support President Tinubu because for a long time now, in fact, did you see someone like, what's this guy,
but the
lawyer's name?
Northwest is the largest voting bloc, and that's where the Fulani influence is most fervent. And I'm not sure that the Fulanis are backing Tinubu. That's the thing, because they think he wants to
They are
break
not
their
Yeah,
backing,
hegemony. Yeah.
sir,
but
they are not
I,
backing him.
just to support Mindful too. I think President Tinubu will break into that block
He will.
of vote.
Sir, do you even
Exactly,
know
The
Fulanis are
Fulani
he
like
bloc.
13%?
will. He will.
Fulanis are
Yes,
like
in the North
13%.
Central.
Hausa people are like
No, I'm
the
talking about the
majority in the
Northwest. That's the strong. That's the largest blue voting bloc in Nigeria, by the way, the Northwest,
That
and
Northwest.
that's
That
where the
Northwest.
Fulani
Okay,
stranglehold
wait.
is. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. I don't have the numbers that was done the last time, but the thing is, don't forget some of these in the Northwest right now. How many states do we have that is APC? I don't have the numbers. I'm just asking in case anybody knows. So I think politics will come in. The Fulani is a block, the Northwest, but this election too. You have to recover from the places that you know you can or you didn't perform very well the last time. If you analyze 2023, the areas where Ashiwaju did not do well at all, he's already trying to recover from that side, especially the southeast and the south-south. He's working seriously. That's why you have numbers of governors coming to that side. He's also working on the north central to make sure that he gets a lot of that. Southwest will reward him more than I think they did the last time. So by the time they are putting all these numbers together, he's trying to improve on the numbers he did the last time. He's really trying to improve it. That Northwest, where, that is where Alhaji Atiku Abubakar is predominantly and expectedly strong. And you can't take it away from me. The question is, how do you now break into that block as well? And that is where the real work will be. Do you understand? That is really where the real work would be. But I believe that Ashiwaju will scale through. I strongly believe that Ashiwaju will scale through. It's our prayer that he will scale through. So in the Northwest right now, you have...
travesty if Tinubu doesn't win that election, and then all of this, somebody comes in, and then all of these things going. Because if they come in, that Lagos Calabar super highway will be abandoned because it's a heavy
that project will die, and even the Badagry Sokoto,
they will be abandoned because the money for that is too big. They'll just and then they will start arresting the contractors and everything, and then we'll be set back to square one. Just another round of abandoned projects. That NEL fund will go because they don't want to. They just want to steal money. So
No. I think that fund will not go because I think I watched one of the commentaries of Peter Obi where he said that he will also keep the NEL fund.
Yeah, but Atiku.
That's why I'm saying that
if Tinubu is to lose, it will only be to Atiku now, and I don't think he cares about anything other than money.
I want to believe that that some of these policies of Tinubu, the project will be stopped, but I don't think anybody will reverse fuel subsidy, for instance. I don't think they will bring back the forex exchange because I am sure that anybody that gets there wants the same amount of money that is available for government right now. They will not do anything that will shrink that money. Politicians are not that nice. Do you understand? They will not do anything to shrink that money. But, Nigeria, whether after this term or the next one, there will always be that question of continuity with Nigeria, whether this time or the next one. Because if the person does not continue some of these policies, that is where the problem will be like. That's where the problem will be. And that's why I always like to use Lagos as case study. A lot of people will argue that Lagos is what it is today because of the money Lagos has. And I've always said it. No, it's not about the money. If you don't have continuity of policies will get you there. If it's about money, there are states like Bayelsa with 8 local government that should be like Dubai.
Or Rivers State that is just awash with money.
Or Rivers, or Delta. Delta is the highest state collecting the highest. That should be like Dubai. It's not about that. It's not just about the money. You must have a framework. Where do I want to see myself in the next 30 years? Irrespective of who the governor is. Everybody know the next train line that is coming. The one that will get to Igondo. Do you understand? That's how you put
think they should
policies in
start
place.
making people get a visa to come into Lagos if they are coming from any part of Nigeria? They should put them on a visa.
That will be. That's another topic. That's another topic that will trigger a lot of people.
Development of that Lagos state is almost pulling itself away from Nigeria, isn't it?
It will trigger that. I think one thing that people migrate to where there is development, success. That's why I feel Lagos does not get the enough accolades it deserves. And a lot of people be like, hey, what is there? Should they have the money? Others that have the money, why are they not doing anything about it if it's just about the money? And they collect tax from people. Hey, go and carry the tax to another state now and see if they will still be at the level of Lagos. There's so many, because it takes a lot. That's why in Lagos, for instance.
All these intra-city rail services, the red lines, the blue lines, you're talking about continuity. Those projects, they were conceptualized. People will say Jakonde. It's nothing to do with Jakonde. They were conceptualized under Tinubu, and then the groundwork, the laying of the ground, and then Fashola progressed.
Go and read the creation. Go and read from the creation of Lamata. You understand all these BRT concepts and the train concept. Go and read it. Go and read about how Lamata came into being. That's where you find all this. But that's why when they are telling people about policy, a lot of people will see the rail line in Lagos now. They don't know that some of us were inside Molue before BRT came. They don't know. But they see BRT now, they see train line. They think that is how Lagos is. They are forgetting that some people had to, suffer through Molue and transformation between Molue to BRT for BRT to be what it is today. And that is why when you talk about some of these policies, the execution, that time people will tell you, Tinubu is too strict, wale ti poju leko, kamashu kamato. But now, how many of them will remember that now when they are entering brand new coaches?
The world is now coming
BRT.
to Nigeria easy. Do you know that Dirty December?
Do you understand?
Already planning Dirty December.
Did you guys see the E1 boat race?
I saw it.
Yes, now.
I was so impressed.
Yeah.
Lagos is now on the international
and that's what I'm
calendar
saying.
now. Lagos
And
is now on the
that's what
international
people.
calendar.
And that's why a lot of people don't know that, when you talk about some of these things, these policies will, will take time to materialize. There will be a lot of
Quite well,
pains.
yeah.
You know,
But
somebody,
I
I
think
was somewhere 2 weeks ago. Somebody was telling me that Lagos Coastal Road is a wasteful project. The money that can be
wow.
used to repair, the money that can be used to repair all the roads in Nigeria is being used to do one road. I was like, this person does not even know the difference between asphalt road and concrete road in the first place. There's no reason for me to engage this person because the person will never understand the difference. Secondly,
But so
imagine a
easy
Lagos
before
today.
you go to the second
Imagine a
one.
Lagos today.
Easy. So sorry,
Ima-
before you go
yeah.
to the second one, you know that narrative because I hear it as well that oh the money this is too expensive and they should have it's not an optional choice now. All these artillery roads, all these internal roads are being done now. The Ekpoma road is 80% completed under the tax for infrastructure something. I think that's been done by BUA and all of those
By Bois.
yes the bois all there's so many Umahi is taking on in excess of 400 major projects, so it's not that they're doing Lagos Calabar and then everything else gets abandoned. It's not really
Yeah.
that all now. They're still doing all these things.
The one thing that people don't understand about our road is that Nigeria is used to doing asphalt road, and whether you like it or not, that is why Lagos Ibadan has always been in the budget for years, from one government to another. Because as long as that is asphalt road, it's just a matter of years again before they go back there to go and it needs another repair. Do you understand? We are used to asphalt road. We are now migrating to concrete road, and that is why the prices will never be the same. Are there questions about how the road was awarded? Was there transparency? Yes, I agree. Like you can make case for that one, but the fact is that the road makes sense. That's my own, and that's why I always want to ask them. Imagine a Lagos today without Third Mainland Bridge. Imagine a Lagos without Third Mainland Bridge. When this road was started in 1983 or thereabout, what do you think the people were saying there when the government was building it?
They say it was
Do you think there
unnecessary.
was money everywhere? Yeah. Do you think they were not complaining like this? That
Yeah.
is that the next thing? Do you think people were not saying it? But imagine a Lagos without Third Mainland Bridge. That is why some of these projects, if you are not bold enough to do it when you want to do it, you will never get it done.
You never do it.
Since when has Lagos been talking about Fourth Mainland Bridge? Have they done it?
No.
They are
Exactly. Some
perfecting
of
the
these,
finances for that now. The Fourth Mainland Bridge, they are perfecting the finances.
yeah, I know. Yeah, I think that road
Easy.
is going to get to Ikorodu and things like that. But the question is, this project is not easy to make some of that decision about some of these projects. So like I said, everybody should understand that. My prayer is that Nigeria, gets better, and we improve a lot. Nigeria becomes a great nation. The road is rough. That's what people don't want to understand. The moment you are speaking like this, they believe either you are APC,
You
you're
you know
supporting the
you you know
government.
and maybe we bring my battlefield in as well. They say it takes 3 cycles of good governance, 3 cycles of good governance for a country to evolve. So if we have Tinubu plus one, then there was a report by Deloitte and Touche, I think it was about a year or so ago, that they projected that Nigeria within the next 20-25 years will be one of the top 5 economies in the world. I'm not sure if you saw that report or not, but there was that report.
I saw
Uh,
it.
yes, and this Tinubu's promise of turning the Nigerian economy into a $1 trillion
1 trillion.
economy. I
Yes.
think it's actually an underestimation because the
It's
proportion that
possible.
Lagos Calabar superhighway known, do you know what economic belt that will open up? That's the top belly fat of the Nigerian economy. EBT, your issue at your wagon. If it opens up that space,
Bros,
that will double the GDP. It will quadruple the GDP
Exactly.
instantaneously.
that one is even not to me. me, I even want them to even fast track, the Lagos Coastal Way. Yes, we'll bring in that money, especially to open up the coastal lines. All the states that are, not doing anything about their
All
coastal
that
line now
economy
will
that is
begin.
locked into that space will
It will
open
blow
up.
up.
It will
Yeah, it
blow
will
up.
blow up.
And
And not,
in Nigeria, we can only have one coastal road. That will be the only coastal road in Nigeria, apart from the Shekoto Balagri.
yeah, that Sokoto Badagry self is that one that will even be a game changer between the north and across the border to Badagry. Do you understand? That's another
Yeah.
big project that you cannot even put under the carpet.
But mind you, people are forgetting that in between the coastal highway of Lagos to Calabar, there be a rail. People are forgetting,
Yes,
and that
there's going
rail.
to be a rail.
Yeah, but I
That's
don't
what I've
think
been telling my
Tinubu can
Igbo
take
friends.
that one on. I think it will be the next admin because that will be.
No,
I don't
anybody
think
can take
he
it
can
on.
carry that. The economy can carry that
Yeah,
weight.
but I know, but people need to remind people that, like our Igbo brothers now asking for seaport. Right. I said that one is alone. I said you should be championing that. You should be the one leading on that because it will lead down to Edo. Now they're giving them another 100 kilometers. And I can tell you another thing that is going on for Tinubu. It is the nationalism going around Europe now. Now most of our people they're not thinking of home now. I get my point. They are thinking of home now. So they are sending money back home. Things are going to get improved. I said to people, I said in economics, they used to say, if you want a community to develop or an area, just build a road. And that's it. But people, anything they cannot see, they cannot appreciate because of hunger. And I get that. I get that. But on the
But
long
do
run,
you think
Nigeria
Tinubu
is an
failed in that hunger narrative? Do you think he put sufficient enough
he failed there.
palliatives? Huh?
He failed in that area. That's why I've been pushing for little things like free Wi-Fi. If I cannot give them money, because in Nigeria we haven't got statistics, but give them free Wi-Fi in our marketplaces, in our schools, our this. I'm telling you, it will be it will be a changer for Tinubu. All those little things he needs to do, right? You need to enforce it and local government autonomy. I want to see more. I want to see hammering on that, being transparent. People are hungry, and they are hungry as well in some areas, right? If you could do that, I think a lot of things will change for Tinubu. Another thing
Yeah.
that is changing for Tinubu is that nobody will ever come again that will reverse the forex and the subsidy. So I said to people, I said, if they come, what are they going to say? What is going to be their program? I get my point. You
Yeah,
cannot
but that
reverse
was my original
the
question now. That what would they use to campaign against him in 2027? What will be their selling
No,
points?
they will see, emotions will always play. Nigerians are
okay.
emotional. And because of some of these policies are new, opposition party will always see poverty index will be their number one thing, that they will use against him. Poverty is that say a lot of
Yeah,
people are
but
more
but easy.
impoverished,
What I'm saying
because of
is
that.
those policies would have compounded enough in 2027 for that not to be the narrative.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it will always be a function of, how people like to play with emotions now. Opposition will play the role of opposition by comparing how much is dollar rate now, how much they will not tell you that one is subsidized, one is not subsidized. Oh. They will forget that part. They will only
Yeah.
focus on how much did he meet it, how much is it now, when they know fully well that one is subsidized, one is not subsidized. Do you understand? People, that's why I said that. See, when if you want to know the secret of your family house, the one they have not told you before, go and start politics. People will do investigative journalism in your family house. Yourself, you will be shocked. So that's politicians will always find what to campaign with. But the good thing is that some of the things that they used to campaign with before, like because all of them campaign about queues and fuel subsidy. That one will not be in agenda of any political party anymore. Some of them campaign about ASU strike. ASU strike is not a thing to campaign with in Nigeria anymore. You have to,
Student loan.
no, student loan does not used to be a thing. I don't think many of them were mentioning it before. Now we have it is good. So what I'm just trying to say, a lot of parties too, I think they will hammer more on the emotional side of government wasteful expenses. I'm trying to think for opposition. They will focus more on things like, oh, the government is
Corruption.
wasteful,
Or corruption.
corruption, and and things like, oh,
Do you think Peter,
uh,
we will still be talking about the presidential jet in presidential jet and the vice president's lodge? Is that going to be
No,
yeah,
no,
it will be.
he might try it, but he can't try it again since he's been outed that he has 200 shops everywhere, that he lied that he didn't have. So I think he's lost a lot of his integrity quotient. He has lost a lot of his integrity quotient. So people are beginning to question him. So if I were him, I will just retrieve back into my shell and just lie fallow for maybe the next 4 to 8 years and see
Life
what,
are
because
okay.
it's
How?
been bruised now.
It will come out. Let me tell you one thing. It will come out. It will use the same. And one good thing that I must tell you about Peter Obi is that, a lot of people see him as a leader with empathy.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Let's
yeah,
not
yeah,
take that
yeah,
fact
yeah.
away from him. People recognize him and resonate with him more
let me ask you
than
this. Do you think Lagos State will punish Peter Obi after the elections? Do you think they will seek to punish him
punishing for what?
for the excesses? Look at what he did in the was it trade fair complex something, and that's not the first time he's done that, by the way. When
Bros,
Soludo
bros.
hold on, when Soludo demolished the headquarters of Innocent Moto, he didn't lead a delegation to go and attack Soludo. When Sanwo-Olu is demolishing illegal structures in Lagos, it takes ethnic jingoism there. And that's not the first time he has taken ethnic jingoism to Lagos State. So after the 2027 elections, I have the sense that Lagos State is going to look to punish him.
No, I don't
Already
think so. I don't think
that's a
so.
done deal. Mind you, what Obi did in Anambra, demolishing houses, it's just coming to fall now. People are aware. All those, I agree with what James Lee said, because the people think he has empathy. It's because people didn't know that it was just grandstanding. Now they are aware. They have a lot of things to campaign against him for. Lot of things. And meanwhile, he has never made any mention of anything that's happening in the southeast. So people see him
Yeah.
differently now. I get my point now.
No,
Yes, sir.
In Yoruba land, Peter Obi will never be forgiven. He has caused a lot of problem in Yoruba land. You see, we Yoruba, we are not like this. But just Peter Obi, he brought this epic jingoist something to the politics. And the Yoruba are facing it now, and we are voice out, and Yoruba are out fully to defend our land. No matter what Peter Obi does again, he can never be forgiven in Yoruba land. All
Even
Yoruba
though
land.
they voted for him, but he didn't appreciate it. He was ungrateful. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah. And I feel that a lot of his followers too are doing more damage to him than good, because you cannot attack everybody. And one thing that most of them fail to understand is that we can have conversation about policies and disagree. But the moment they know you are not supporting it, I'll be, oh boy, you are either a tribalistic, you are this. No, I'm like, no, now you people are doing this man more damage than good. And the thing is, and one thing I've said with him like a leader is he has a lot of shortcomings and he exposes himself too much. I
I
think
still
talking
think
too
that
much
Peter
too at
Obi
times.
he lacks leadership qualities. If you look at what's going on in Labour Party, if it was any leader, he would have settled that very quickly. If you look at and the other thing I've noticed about Peter Obi as well, he buckles away from confrontation. He cannot run a primary. He cannot confront big personalities. He's still calling Atiku his daddy or whatever it is that he's calling Atiku. All of these things. And I don't think he can handle big personalities. And how can you be a president if you cannot handle big personalities?
You have a point there, because when you look at people that have worked with him, like, you know, Kenneth Okonkwo, when they speak to his character, do you understand? It's one thing for you to talk like an opposition. It's one thing for somebody to speak to your character that this, you are not emphatic. People are looking up to you to take decisive actions. You are nowhere to be found. You will say A today, you will delete tomorrow. You will tweet, you will delete it. All those things. You will say we should go and follow Argentina politics and policies. Later, you will keep quiet about it when Argentina is looking for bailouts from.
China, Malaysia,
Yes.
Malaysia. Is he going to be talking about Egypt in 2027? I went to
I don't
Egypt.
know.
No, I don't think so.
In
I
China.
Even
In China.
even saying that his children don't trust him, they record it.
yes. How can
He
you
said my
Do
say
you
children
that?
think
How
don't
do
can
you
you
trust
say
think the
him.
that?
politics of children will come in 2027? And we want to get Ijele's
Yeah.
voice in, because Ijele is one of the more respected voices within the Nigerian political landscape. We're looking for him to join us in this particular stream. But do you think that children will factor, because there was a period that Peter Obi was attacking Sheyi Tinubu, which I thought was an overstep. But if they want to go in that direction, they can go after his son, no? And I think we all know the narrative about his son now. So do you
I
think
know,
that
I
will
know.
factor in?
Yeah. No, I think
I
I think
doubt
we
it
should
though.
just leave his son. I
I
think we
doubt
should
it.
just leave his son for him. That's
Then
enough
maybe you
trouble
should
for him
leave
to
other
worry
people's
about.
children too,
See,
Abi.
But he too
see,
should leave.
if they would leave his son, he should
Oh,
leave
oh, oh,
other
oh, oh,
people's
oh,
son too.
all right, let's
Yeah.
hear from
You understand?
Ejele. Let's put Ejele in 5 minutes, so we can get the benefit of his vast, take on the Nigerian space. So Ejele, really good to have you.
Ijele,
What
nice to finally meet you. I also follow most of his conversation online,
is the
and it's yes.
AK-47 is the AK-47 of the Nigerian political space. It just shoots everywhere. Everybody gets a bullet. Ejele, how far, my brother?
Thank you so much, sir. I salute you. How's your family? My people, I greet everybody. Oh. Thank you for having me, bro. See, if people must leave Peter B's son, he's got to leave other people's son too. The thing is this. I don't know who made that comment. I think it's the host that he doesn't like confrontation. Yes. And my biggest blame goes to the entire APC leadership. I'm sure they've recalibrated because during the Buhari administration, so many people there, I wonder why they were not pushing. Although I don't wonder anymore because it's obvious to everybody that some people within the APC were actually working against Mr. President from within. That's why I'm not even disturbed by all this noise about a former APC people or this APC person so position under Buhari is coming against you. No, they are just showing their true colors. All of them you see doing this thing now worked against Mr. President 100% from Loretta Ochetu. And she was even working against ex-President Buhari himself. So on that aspect, so long the messaging is out there and you don't leave any single thing for granted, these people stand no chance. The robbery that went on, if Governor Sanwo-Olu had won Lagos State by, let's say, 60,000 votes, their criminality of 2023 would have gone unnoticed. But for some reason, I don't know why so many people don't want to keep pressing on the fact that Obi lost Lagos. And the only reason he got that vote they said he got is because even so many APC party agents in Lagos worked against the APC. I'm sorry, but so many Igbos, especially Igbos in the APC, the ones that they are given opportunities are actually the ones that are living in the Igbo without a future in the APC. If you check all these people, because most people from the southeast you see in the APC are not there for ideological purposes. No,
They all went there in order to use federal might and add to their own might, then use it against their fellow politicians from the region. But on the core of them all, at the core, they all believe the same thing. They all have the same goal, they have the same ambition. It's just who will hold the purse. That's the difference. Many of them, not many, most of them use the APC as a tunnel into Asorok, like a pipeline to presidential access. Apart from people like Joe Ibukwe, all other people you are seeing, your senators, your governors, the president would make the worst mistake of his life by putting his trust in them, like trusting them for any single thing. So that was what made it, okay, check for instance, go check the result of that first tag. Check result of first tag. I think Mr. President got 13,000 plus. Peter Obi got 52,000 plus. Accredited voters, 58,000. Did the math matter at all? Go to the INEC website now and check this through. I'm telling you. You didn't see the ones in Omaha where one person signed for every single political party. Cynthia Okeke signed for every single person. So long Mr. President closes down those loopholes, because what they are trying to do is bring a unified front. They are trying to unify the entire opposition. This was the message of Barrister Dejade Onju in the last election. He was the only person that saw it and told them, with this split vote, you are giving Ashwaju the free path to go. But I'm not sure he's too keen on them right now. But if things are not handled properly, if they could be able to match the OB criminal machine, when I say OB criminal machine, it is IPOB and NSAS. IPOB and NSAS, this is what you call, as
But
obedient.
do you think NSAS will still be in play in 2027? I think that ship has, I think that's come to its natural end.
My brother,
I think
now
they've all dissipated all over the
I'm
place.
coming.
Yeah.
See, Free Nnamdi Kanu now is
The new
NSAS
NSAS. Okay.
by another name. It is pure NSAS by another name. No, they never disbanded. The same groups, all of them that they used during NSAS, except for the few that remained with Sowore and those that got the PDP money and did what they did at last. All of them, the rest of the other people, they are still there, the same group. It's not difficult to realize this. All you need to do is check the people championing every single thing they are doing. Look at their so-called Free Nnamdi Kanu now protest. What's going on there now? All the people that back that NSAS rubbish, they are at it again. Just that many Nigerians are not keeping quiet. And I'm not sure the presidency is as cold as it is. It was under ex-president Muhammadu Buhari. So I'm not sure they would have all the things that they need. But the good thing about Mr. President is this: the idea they are congregating around is a false one. The fact that they all overplayed their hands out of desperation are coming out by this time, and the topic they chose is Nnamdi Kanu. One, If the president team will play their propaganda game well, Atiku will not see 2 million votes in the entire north. Because everything you can, the truckers union in the north are one of the strongest unions because they are tied to the agricultural sector of the north. And if you know the north very well, you know that the Ministry of Agriculture there is a solid political bloc. Now, what do? We are going to, our own protest is on Thursday. We want to go to the National Assembly, to ask our Igbo politicians when we had the meeting to send Nnamdi Kanu to go represent us. We have our own protest, and the things we are going to reveal there. Hopefully, the government media outlets and non-destructive media outlets will pick it because we've actually invited so many of them to come. Now, you tie them to the crimes of Nnamdi Kanu. How many northern truck drivers have been buried in the southeast in the last 5 years? What happened? Their NSAS protest when he was ordering the carnage at Oyibo, those northern parks, and where they are flowing their vegetables, all those things are going to come to fore. The buying of Ahmed Gulak, who is from Atiku's Adamawa, we will use it, all these things, there are things we can't say openly. I don't even know why anybody around the president should be panicking that all of them are uniting against this Nnamdi Kanu nonsense. You file it. In fact, if I was the president, I would even fund them. I would even fund them. Jonathan, Atiku, all of these people, how many of them worked for Mr. President in 2023? None. So why should he not use this one? Mine it to the bottom of the pit. Like, enjoy it. You need to exploit this weakness of theirs. In fact, turn it on them. The presidency should ask the Ministry of Justice, since they want the president to interfere in a judicial matter, ask the Ministry of Justice to make provisions for telecasting Nnamdi Kanu's defense live. Do you think they would want to have you listening to what was happening in that court live? Because they will not, their lawyers will not be coming here to sell them this bullshit they are selling them. Many of them that are calling for this protest actually believe that Nnamdi Kanu is being held back by the government. No, it is his lawyers that are using one injunction or another to stop this.
You are right, Ijele. There was a time that he was fighting Binta Nyako all the way through. That he just held that trial in abeyance, doing
That
Fulani.
was a fake
Yes,
fight.
and
That
that
was
lasted
a
about
fake
3
fight.
years. Yes.
No, listen. That was a fake fight. Binta Nyako's husband was a PDP governor. Nnamdi Kanu's family, ask anybody from Afaruku Ibeku, they are PDP to the core. They are PDP to the core. They shout about Fulani herdsmen. If you notice, it started like it exploded after Jonathan lost the election. From the electioneering campaign season, it was getting steam, but nobody was paying attention. The moment Jonathan lost, all of them killed behind him. Are you understanding? So there is nothing they are
But
doing
Nnamdi
now that
Kanu
is
was already in play under Goodluck Jonathan. He was already in
no.
play.
No. There was no that time. The only backing, most of the backing he had them were just Igbo people in the USA, in the diaspora. Those that were listening to them and those people that are doing Biafran thing. Nobody from the political class other than Anambra State, some part of Imo State, were even paying attention to Biafra. And then it was even mass up. Nnamdi Kanu started this one after Jonathan lost the election. How many people here prior to 2015 were hearing about Nnamdi Kanu? Nobody. Under Jonathan, you didn't see him campaigning as a patriotic Nigerian. You didn't see him there. You didn't he run for
I saw him
APGA?
in London once. Not, I didn't see him personally, but I saw clips of him in London once when he was
Wait,
campaigning against
I'm coming. I'm coming.
he was campaigning for the Northerners, the Fulani women and all that. Do you remember that clip?
No. It was that Occupy Nigeria protest.
Yes,
It
when he
was
went to
Occupy
the
Nigeria
Nigerian embassy.
protest.
Yes.
Now, let me tell you another thing. He ran for position for the PDP in the UK, lost. Ran for APGA, youth chair. Imagine how old he was then, but he was still running. Imagine me today running for youth presidency. Am I not stupid? He ran and lost to somebody from Anambra State. That time Peter Obi was governor. And he was running it in the APGA camp of the UK after he failed in the PDP. Then, when that Anambra guy won, he pinned the blame on Peter Obi that it was the Anambra state government that funded that guy and made him lose. Then he turned his angst on Peter Obi. That was when you were hearing say that Peter Obi was doing this, that. From that day on, he never liked Peter Obi. Somebody's mic is on. From that day
Yes.
on, he never liked Peter Obi until after 2019 when they paid them to support the Obi Atiku campaign. So once again, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar lending his support to Nnamdi Kanu is a kind of paying him back the debt you owe him. Now you know why it seems it's very difficult to solve this IPOB issue. You know that there are Northerners that are also in support of it.
All right,
All
Ejele,
the
let's do this. I'm not quite sure how tired you are. You are probably around about the same time, 6 a.m. where I am. I wonder if you're able to take short questions from the people gathered. I'm pretty sure they're keen to engage you. But if you're going to ask Ejele a question, just make it short and to the point, just so that we can get through everybody, and then we'll open it up again. Let's start it off with the new people. There's a guy that comes in under the name Olufemi. But Ejele, after he's asked the question, then you can determine if his name is Olufemi or not. But Olufemi, do you want to speak with Ejele? Ask him a question. Olufemi, unmute. Olufemi, look at that. All right. Let's
One man. Good morning.
yes.
Good morning. I'm here.
Yes. Like I said, short and to the point.
I'm here.
Yes. Just listen.
First of all,
Hold on. There's
let me
just
direct.
wait, guy. Just wait. There's no first of all. We're just asking if you have a question for Ijele, and if you do have a question, make it short and to the point so you can address it frontally, and then the next person will ask. So, Ijele Speaks joins us. Do you have a question for him, Olufemi?
I want to submit.
Okay, you don't have a question for Ijele. All right, let's go to the voice then.
I have a question. Can I ask my question before the submission, please?
Oh, yes, go on. We'll take questions and then we'll take submissions later. Yeah, like I said, short and to the point. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning to you.
Mr. Ijele, good morning, sir. Yeah.
Morning, sir.
My question now is, good morning, sir. Yeah. My question is, I know you are against Nnamdi Kanu, and I'd like to know the reason why, and you will still tell us since the arrest Nnamdi Kanu, this insecurity in the East, did this stop? Thank you, sir.
Okay. As an Igbo man, I'm a part of the Igbo population that's against anything Biafra, not just Nnamdi Kanu. From Ojukwu to Wazirike to now Nnamdi Kanu and any other person around him and those supporting. I'm against them. I've never shown love for anything Biafra. And that's judging by the type of people I grew up around. These are people that know the truth about the Biafran war. Now, on Nnamdi Kanu, there is no reasonable person, except you are a fool or you've not done your own homework, except you are not expert at detecting liars. Some people on speech, they can speak virtue.
Sir, can I rephrase my question, sir? Sorry, sir. It's like you don't understand me well, sir. Since they arrested Nnamdi Kanu, did the
I'm coming to
insecurity
that one.
stop?
I'm coming to that one. You said two things. I'm coming to that one. Please don't interrupt me. You're making me lose my chain of thought. The issue with people is they only listen to people, they don't watch what they do. Nnamdi Kanu is someone who knows how to speak virtue, but he does vice. One, they think an average Nigerian, even an average, almost all the Igbos that were listening to him and followed him from, let's say, from 2017, they believe he was actually looking for Biafra. But if you check the organization he registered, it was a private business. You can use your phone right now as we are talking and typing IPOB Worldwide Limited on any search engine, then see what comes out. If that alone should, and when you get to the document, it says nature of business, then you will see by the document bearing nature of business tells you are looking at a business document. Then the nature of business, it was clearly written: radio broadcasting and cultural education. So that negates the false premise that he's fighting for any Biafra. So this is his private business, one. Now, the insecurity you are talking about, there's what's called strategy of tension. If you know how people create, like, foment problem, when you want to do sabotage, subterfuge, this is how you do all these things. You go and listen to what's the name of this former KGB agent. One man went to know. Do you remember that KGB agent that explained how they run all these psyops
Yeah,
and how they
the
run the
name can't
society?
come. The name can't come. But I think
Yuri,
we all know who you mean there.
Yuri. His name is Yuri. I'm blanking out on his last name. Is it? I think it's Yuri Bezmiov or what? But it's Yuri. It starts with Yuri. I know him very. I know his face very well. If you watch that thing, it's not different from what you're seeing now. And if you read Rules for Radicals by Saul Alinsky, you will know exactly what's happening. If you follow the pattern of all the places that they've used fourth and fifth columns to destabilize a society, it's the same thing. Now, they believe that with enough violence, they will stress the structures of society well enough that you will begin to call for help. Like you would ask for whatever thing that will make you stop. But the bad thing about such a move is that if they stop the violence, they hardly stop. It hardly stops wherever it was tried. They believe that with enough buying of people, they will be getting attention. Without buying people, do you think anybody will be sitting at home in the Southeast? No. And without that sit at home, how would people in the Southeast remember that Nnamdi Kanu is in jail? Nobody would remember him. They would have forgotten him long ago. The type of support they had, if you see those videos where they are showing rallies, those was 2015, 2016 rallies. They can show you there is nobody marching for Nnamdi Kanu in the Southeast today. But they are selling those videos to create the false idea in your head So when they are showing that one, then pushing with violence, doing everything, you will see an average mind. A non-critical mind will say, oh, may they leave and now. If they leave and peace go there. But it's not true. And the peace of the Southeast is not dependent on whether they release him or not. Now I'm going further from your question. But the bottom line is, they are the people in the bushes. They now know how much their leaders ate. So they are now making their own money. All this buying, kidnapping, stealing of vehicles, butchering of vehicles, spare parts, butchering of the owners, selling their organs as they are selling their cars, spare parts. This is a business that they've been exposed to now. Stopping it is difficult. I'm not sure you know about only Igbo and money. I know how my people pursue money. I'm an Igbo man. So you think those people will keep quiet, knowing how much Nnamdi Kanu, whether from his DOS or the Simon Ekpa side, wealth Nnamdi Kanu and all these people made, you think they are stupid? They saw what happened to Ikonso, even the money they raised for Ikonso, Nnamdi Kanu ate it. Yes, let them go bring Ikonso's family, let's see. He ate it. So those of them now have guns. What do you think they will be doing with it? It's this thing they are doing. Of which, if you release Nnamdi Kanu tomorrow now, that thing will not stop. If he comes out to stop them from making that money, they go buy him. And you think he will live whatever soft life he was living to go confront them? It's impossible.
Okay, Ijele, my last question, sir. My last question is this: did you aware that your government
Sorry, bro.
are negotiating
Sorry, Mark.
with a bandit?
Sorry, let me mute you for a moment. It's only really because others might have questions as well. Zero Stains.
Let me answer him. Let me answer. No.
All right.
One man.
Okay. If you want to answer him, let him land the question then, because I cut him off. Let him land it and then answer it.
Thank you.
So ask the question.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Did you aware that your government are negotiating with bandits that you know that they unalive people and the most wanted bandits? Are you aware of that, sir?
Are you aware that in every state in the Southeast, that most bandits, most IPOP ESM bandits have been given amnesty too, even without due consultation?
Sir, that is not my question, sir.
No. That's why I'm coming. You've asked your question. I'm trying to answer you. Are you also aware that in the Southeast bandits, IPOP ESN, no matter the name they go by, whether Biafra Liberation Army or whatever, are you also aware that in Imo State alone, that the Imo State government has pardoned over 2,000 of them? Go to Facebook right now, type Kesh Osu TV, go down his page and see every single thing there. You will see the program, you will see where they were praying, where they were clapping, where they were being lectured. In fact, most of them are now part of the security in Anambra and Imo State. Those people that are guiding Osumohu, Osu Ihetokwa, Lilu, Iseke, some part of here, Okija. So when you count that place, you also remember that 3 weeks ago, the two leaders of the Ansaru terrorist groups were given 15 years each. These are people you don't know their names because they've not even done 5% of what Nnamdi Kanu and his IPOB BSN did. As a person, that meeting they had, it was the local community, not the federal government. It was the local community and the bandits that had a meeting in Katsina. Meanwhile, you people fail to see what Operation Hadinkai is doing. Go to the Army Facebook page now. Nigeria Army. Go to their Facebook page now and see how they are treating them. In fact, I want these IPOP ESN criminals to to one man way to move, block this one that calls himself Dr. Chris. I want them to treat them the way they are treating those bandits in the north. In Katsina, a local community that does not have the power to, do you see the type of guns those people are carrying? So the community went and made peace with them. Meanwhile, in Imo State, it is the state governor, the office of the state governor. In Anambra is the office of the state governor. So you are, personally, I am against any negotiation with anybody. Any negotiation with anybody. But how some of you decide to have selective amnesia and not see the bandits in the southeast they are giving amnesty to. Man, I don't think I should be wasting my time answering such a useless question. One man, go to the next person.
All right, brilliant. So, Zero Stains, do you have any questions for Ijele? Zero Stains, make it short and to the point so that you can address it in full. Zero Stains.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, I
Good
really
morning.
don't have a question again. Yeah, from the question being asked by Ijele, I think he has answered the question that I would have asked him. However, I just want to thank him for being neutral, for being unbiased, and I like him for speaking truth and also making
Well, a lot
reference
of
to
people don't actually agree with you on that. Or a lot of people actually feel that Ijele is a saboteur to the cause, that is almost even anti his own people, that he panders too much to the northern and somewhat southwestern narrative. So people
Yeah,
people feel he panders. Do you feel the panders?
not at all. People are entitled to their opinion, but I believe in the short time they will come back to reality, and I believe such people will come and thank Ijele later for standing firm, for being unbiased. He has done justice to his belief because he was speaking and he was making references to certain things that people should check, and that is the fact. And that is what justice is all about. When you have your facts, speak with the facts and make references to what and where people can get evidence backing what you are saying. And that is a fantastic, and that is the best way to teach people. When you talk, you make reference to facts, and he has got a lot of names to be checked on internet. He's not the one that put those things there. So he will be vindicated either now or later. But people like him will definitely be celebrated later by all Igbos because he's actually doing what is right at this particular time. All of us cannot sleep and face the same side. So I appreciate his opinion and I go with his opinion.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us. And by the way, I don't think a pandas. I've known Ijele now for 3 years. So sadly, wherever Ijele stands, I stand there as well. But it's just the not to go to ethnic, but any voice that seeks to speak truth to the narrative in the southeast, any indigenous voice that seeks to speak the truth to the narrative of southeast, they very very quickly go after him. There's even a lady on my platform, Zita. They brutalized her so aggressively, not physically, but just the verbal trauma of it all. But let's go on. Easy, do you have a question for Ijele? I mean,
I
Ijele
want
has
to,
a vast
bro.
repertoire. By the way, don't
One man,
restrict him to the
one man,
southeast. He has a vast
one
repertoire.
man,
Yeah,
1 minute,
yeah,
1 minute, one man,
yeah,
please, 1 minute.
yeah. Carry on.
Listen, please. This false assumption that I'm a saboteur. For you to be a saboteur, you must have believed in something. So I'm somebody that everybody who grew up with me knows that I detest Biafra. Like I can literally shoot you if I could get away with, like if I'm with where only you and I are, no camera. You call me Biafra, I will literally shoot you dead. So how am I betraying something I'm not
Sorry,
a part
Ejele,
of?
use 5. This app is very
Okay,
sensitive.
no
Yeah.
problem now. I understand. Like I will literally reunite you with your ancestors. So
Hello,
if
Mafan,
this
can
is
I
my
come in
view,
now?
how am I a saboteur? Now, on my views, I'm not sure the fact there is nobody who started following me on this IPOB issue since 2020. I started my fight with them that has left me to join them back. Instead, I have recruited. In fact, I destroyed the original this thing that is set up after 2017. Almost all of them. There is none. You will see. Where is Amake Eko today? Where is Amake Eko today? Where is Iken Guragu today? Where are all these their former influencers you know before? That's how you know what's going on now. If I'm saying something, majority 99% of the South agree with me. 99% of Westerners, Southwest that have been explained to, I know why I said I've been explained to, agree with me. The number is short, call it 100% in the north. Call it like wherever you go in the majority, and it is only in the southeast that it is a minority voice. What does that tell you? It tells you that there is something wrong with the region. Because you can't tell me that all the 5 other geopolitical zones are wrong on this thing. Only you is right there. No, that's when you start asking yourself a question. Yes, popular opinions don't objectively translate to truth. But when it comes to a fundamental issue, there is a popular opinion on one side, and the people buying people for having a contrary view are the people in the minority. Then that thing is a lie. That's why they need violence to cover it. That's why they need buying to shut people up. Do you know how many Igbos that are panicking just hearing that they would release Nnamdi Kanu as they are claiming? Just hearing this thing now, do you know? And this is the panic they want to create that will force you to actually release him. So, what do you think is the reason those people are not coming out to shout? Because many of them are not strong enough to fight back. Then how good is this rubbish they are doing that they need buying of people? Just for speech, for saying that this thing is a fraud. It is not, oh, look at our registration. Oh, look at what the law says. Oh, look at what is happening. Have you seen how you are wrong and you're stupid? No. It is, oh, we go buy you. Or they are rubbish insult. Are you understanding that the idea of them being the right people and also the ones buying people cannot be computed by a sane mind? Thank you. Next question, please.
All right, brilliant. Hold on. So we go on next to Easy. If Easy is still there, Easy, you've been muted all the
Yeah,
way
I'm
through.
here.
So we got Ijele. I'm not quite
Yeah,
sure if you follow this narrative, but he
I
has
did.
I
Yeah.
was just saying he has a vast repertoire. If you want to speak about the even cosmic stuff, I think in the conversation you and I we were talking about the what was that the age of the Aquarius or something. So he has a vast knowledge of a lot of things. So, but whatever you want to ask him, just floor is yours.
I think I don't have a question for him. I've actually been learning about some of these things, especially I have assignment to go and work on people that have been given amnesty in the southeast, especially the bandits or the ESN or all those members as well. It's something I want to read about because some of the conversations I've had, a lot of people try to justify amnesty in the north with amnesty with Nnamdi Kanu, saying that people, federal government, the way they will talk about that video on the internet, that federal government met with bandits in Casina, not knowing that it's just a local, so there's a lot of learning curve. But one thing I want to say is, and I agree with Ijele, is this: you cannot love your people so much to now think that buying them is the way to lead them. And that is one of the reasons why I have a lot of reservations for leaders that do not speak up against that. A lot of times, people also trying to justify Nnamdi Kanu and Sunday Igboho in the same context. And I'm like, no, there's nothing wrong with having, you want to, move away from Nigeria. It is the normal, you can ask for it. But if it now involves that you want to buy people, no, you are not even buying the opposite people. That's the funny thing with this one in the Southeast. You are not buying the opposite people. You are buying your own people in the hope of, the question is, who do you now want to lead? Who do you want to lead? At the end of the day, who do you want to lead? So that is why I admire, your courage, Ijele, for speaking of, for people that have been traumatized. A lot of these leaders, it is out of cowardice that is making them to keep quiet. There's one prominent person in this country, all of us know. If there's anything bad happening in the Southeast, he does not talk about it. I don't want to mention his name. But let anything happen in every other region, he has a solution to it.
My brother, listen. You see the problem of Nigeria and our social media space. Have you seen that you've fallen victim of their machinations? Let me explain to you now. You just said that thing. That thing you said, the person you are supposed to refer to is Peter Obi. Now, because you don't want somebody to come start attacking you or start making it as if what you said about against Peter Obi is against Ndibo, that because somebody will try to hang that tag of bigotry on you, tribalism on you, and you know within yourself that as sure as water is wet, that Peter Obi, if one trailer climb one Okada person for Benue State, Southern Kaduna, Plateau, anywhere, he will go there. But they will buy the husband of Dora Akunyele, a Nigerian heroine, the woman that even sanitized our drug sector to the level it is today. In fact, we have fallen back from where she kept us. The same woman that Peter Obi campaigned for as a Senate flag bearer of the PDP. This same person, they buy him. The boy that buy him works freely in Anambra State. Gatuso block this Utobo that answers Zigawa. Gatuso, they did this on video. And people were clapping for them where they were shouting, Umu Chineke, Umu Oma. This thing happened in our presence. It is not a story our father told us. Genocide of Christians. Well, that same day, they also by a priest. Did you see him and the church establishment march for his buying? No, because the people that did it are the people that support them. Now, you know this thing, you can't say, they say, oh, you are hitting up the polity, but somebody is on purpose using this thing to try to like gaslight you. Tweak your reality before. No, this is, you see, if you want to say the truth, say the whole truth or don't say it at all. There is no reasonable man, Igbo man, you are not offending anybody from all these communities that have been affected by calling Peter Obi's name. Do you think the Amarachi, our sister Amarachi, use her own money to pay to the agents and pay the people that monitor the booth, pay the people that took the whole vote, the whole ballot to Sowore, counted it, and it was recorded and announced. The same person now is still crying that it's a shame that Peter Obi is not saying something. Now what makes you evil? I know many of my followers that were angry with me. They became angry with me. Some of them I blocked them because of Peter Obi. Many of them, they created new accounts. They came and say, oh, sorry, Then sometimes you see their post asking Peter Obi why he's not speaking. So how much more you? When we are discussing, if you see what happened to Dave Umahi, did you hear anybody shouting that the way that useless Rufai insulted Umahi? I'm not against you holding politicians to account. No, this is my passion. I love holding politicians accountable is my life goal.
Ejele, I want you to speak on that space, because that's one of the things I'm going to be asking you about. That interaction between Rufai Oseni and Dave Umahi. So, just for reasons of full disclosure, I cannot abide that Rufai Oseni. I think he should not parade himself as a journalist.
He will not make that statement in front of Dave Umahi. I'm
Did you
telling
hear
you.
when he told him to be
My brother,
quiet? It was that not telling him to shut up? Yeah.
1 minute, my brother. 1 minute, my brother. 1 minute, please. He would not make that statement in front of Dave Umahi. Who the hell is Rufai? Rufai that was running BRT lane is now going to moralize to demand that change the Ebonyi state. If you have a problem with a politician, go straight to the point. Looking at our hero and telling him to be quiet. Now, none of them felt offended. You did not hear anybody saying he is insulting Indibo. But if you speak to Obina, they will tell you, if you see this one a nonsense, you know na kohiri. If you not go and disgrace on ourselves for this Nigeria. Please, any politician you want to mention his name, mention his name. If you lie against him, they can sue you. But if what you know is true, say it. Anybody that wants to cry should go and buy himself. Like you shouldn't give an F how anybody feels. Why would you censor yourself? You are not self-censoring, which is the ultimate goal of intimidation, which is the ultimate goal of terrorism. Now they've won. So long you are doing it, they've won. Man, let your dick hang in front of your enemy, provided you know there is no evil you are hiding.
But Ejele, not everybody has balls as big as you, one. And then the second thing is, it's a very delicate, it's very easy for Ijele to say that, but it's a very delicate space to straddle.
No, the truth is, Ijele is right. The truth is this. The truth is this. He's right, because some of us at times I just look at, I don't need this negative energy from these people. No. It's not as if nobody can. It's not
block this Utobo that calls himself Major Banks. Block him also.
Hey, host, please. My phone. I don't know what's wrong with this. My phone is hanging. I think I'm going to leave and come back. Please put me up immediately.
All right. I will.
Okay, thank you so much. Sorry, if I may understand something, Mr. Ijele. Sorry, sir, I'm interrupting, sir. If I may understand something, you are against Peter Obi. You are also against Nnamdi Kanu. You don't think that something is wrong, sir?
You want to call him a Sabo Abi? Why don't you just do that? He told you to have the balls to say what you mean now. What do you want?
No, just a question. When you are against all your people, the good people around you, something is wrong. Let's tell us say the truth. I'm not an Igbo person.
Excuse me. Do you know you are very stupid? So you didn't hear me defend Dave Umahi now. You didn't hear me defend Dave Umahi. See, bro, remove this. Like, if these people are going to be here behaving like children, please, you drop me. Remove this bastard.
I will left. No problem. Thank you.
You didn't hear me. You didn't hear me praise Dave Umahi. These are the same idiots that insult me for defending Chimaroke Nnamani, the best governor of Enugu State. The only person that would top him in Enugu will be Peter Mba if he finishes well. Esut, who built it? On healthcare, he built the best state-owned hospital in the entire Southeast until Dave Umahi built this new one he built. Only Dave Umahi topped him. Ask anybody. Do you know that housing estate you are talking about in the whole of Southeast, apart from the one Sam Mbakwe built and the ones the old Anambra built in Enugu, The only governor that has built estate, like he really built the building, not like go put fence on the land, doing built everything. Ebano housing estate, Chimaroke Naman. But this is the man they were insulting in 2023. From 2022, they were insulting him. So you didn't see me defend Chimaroke Namani. Oh, because it's the person you people don't have. Thunder Bobuogi there. Thunders fire your full family. You no go better for your house. Like you are not trying to tell me that you know Igbo more than me and you love Igbo more. Thunder Bobuogi. The people
One man,
I'm condemning.
just no,
Put
no
their
insult,
work.
please. No
Put
insult, please.
Oga, if you don't want to stay here, remove him. You don't interrupt me again.
Are you new to Ijele? Are you just meeting him? Ijele speaks as he will,
Please,
so
please, no
nobody can
insult. And
control
one
him
man,
now.
Remove
person
him.
cannot say,
Remove him here.
one man, person cannot told you remove somebody here.
Come on,
Please,
get
don't
out
do
of here.
that.
Bro, remove
He's
this
our
guy here.
special guest
Why?
now. He's our special
Don't do
guest.
Remove him
that.
from here.
So
Never you
all right,
insulting
all right,
people here.
all right.
Yeah.
Let's do this. I'll mute you, and
No,
then if you're
let me
mute
finish my
again,
statement. No.
then you'll be removed. Carry on.
One man. What they do is this: when you are hitting a point and it's paining them, they want to cut your legs off from under. Tell them to bring Peter Obi, stand Peter Obi. Now, Peter Obi one side, Chimaroke Namani one side. Chimaroke Namani built the first law school in the southeast, law school Aban. Did Peter Obi build anyone? Anybody raise his hand? Raise your hand and show us where he built it. The Park Lane Hospital. Where is the hospital they are using to compare it is a federal owned hospital. Which one did Peter Obi build? Which one? They will go and tell you the one at Amobe. Where? Nibo. Where they built before the born them? Chimaroke built this from scratch. Anambra State University, Peter Obi built a hall for us. He did this, he put water, he put tank, borehole. Chimaroke Namani built new school from scratch in Abani. Now, this is the person, the Igbo man I am defending. You that is defending somebody that you can't even bring his legacy project to match the one I'm telling. He's telling me now that I hate Ndi Igbo. Are you okay? They swear for your family. Bring your own person. You are supporting this person on what achievement? So these ones I'm supporting, they are not Ndi Igbo, and only your own Bindi Igbo. My brother, please let's all deal with some questions.
All right, Renan. And by the way,
Ijele,
yes.
hold on.
So sorry, you come up next. Just
Hold on.
wait to be called. That chap there. By the way, for the benefit of not a lot of you will be new to a Ijele, but for the benefit of the listenership and everybody gathered, Ijele speaks as he wills. You can be the host or not the host or a panelist or Ejele will speak as he wills, you know. So even if I had the power, I wouldn't moderate his language, but I don't even have the power to moderate his language. So if you don't come at him sideways, you can push him, but push him honestly. Don't try and use Connie man die. If you do Connie man die, then you will get it from him. Authentic updates. You are next. So this is how we're doing it. Short and to the point. Put it to Ijele, and then he gets to respond. Good to make you authentic. Floyd yours.
All right, thank you, my people. Let me start. Ijele, I just want to correct a few things. Everybody is right in their own thinking, but what is right is right. What did I say? So you can make your point by not causing and trying to cause problems, so that people will not leave the message and trying to defend themselves. I need you to also understand that there is time and season for everything, and every politicians are different. Shimaroke did his time.
He had his time. But this is not the season for him. Talking about Peter Obi, he has his own style. And currently, his style seems to sit well with millions of Nigerians. That is what you will not take away from him. Dave Umahi has his style.
No,
But does his style sit
it's not
well
Nigeria,
with...
it's Indigbo. Million of
I'm
Indigbo.
just talking about...
Yoruba
I'm
hate.
talking about
We
Oh,
Igbo
sorry,
Yoruba
wait for
primarily.
hate
him,
Peter
Saudi.
Obi
You
with
will get to
passion.
No,
ask the
Saudi,
question.
wait for
Saudi,
him.
just
Wait
wait
for
for
him.
him.
Please don't
Wait for him.
interrupt him. Please
So,
leave
so,
him.
so, so yes, authentic though. Bring it to
One man,
a though.
excuse
So,
one
yes.
man, one man host, please. I'm so sorry. Let me borrow 2 minutes from you. Mr. Authentic. Sorry, I don't know your name. This is the name that's appearing before me. Please, what brought the matter that brought Peter Obi into this conversation is the food they removed. And please, I'm 40 years. I have more than one wife. I have kids. All of them are like, there's none of them that's less than 4 FT in height. Like they are grown. They all know this. So for me to have lived like this, you should know that I choose my words carefully. And when I call someone a fool, I mean to call the person a fool. I've never disrespected you here because you've never disrespected me. We've been on this platform for long. People have been asking their questions. I've been asking my question. But for one bastard to come here and call me a hater of his own people because I don't like Peter Obi, no go better for the person family. Turned out if we were before me, it's not like we will not be discussing it. Please, if you have any question bordering on the topic we are discussing, go ahead, except it is time for people to make their own submissions. What brought Peter Obi was him telling me that I'm against Peter Obi and I'm against who again did he mention? So Nnamdi Kanu. Because of that, well, Nnamdi Kanu is a crook. Look at what he calls Peter Obi. I lived under his administration in the Anambra State, and I'm telling you, I prefer Chimaro Okennaman. So if I am praising Chimaro Okennaman, you are telling me this when Peter Obi is not the topic because I'm talking about Nnamdi Kanu. Meanwhile, in your presence, I defended the Vumai against what Rufai did. I did not say Rufai should not do journalism.
One man, can I come in?
But we'll see.
Yeah, after authentic. So
Because
authentic.
I'm tired to listen for this young man here.
Don't worry. You may be tired, but the vast audience are not.
One man, please. You see, like what I told you again, it is when you are trying to hit a point, they want to disturb you. Please, if this guy disturbs what I'm saying again, you either remove him or remove me, or I go. Please, I don't want this thing to be about me. Let's focus on the topic we are discussing, and if this guy cannot control himself, you remove him here. Back to what I was saying.
Ijele, let authentic land. I think it was still building up to land on a
No,
particular
let
question.
him not know the way he's going about the thing as if this thing is about Peter Obi, and I'm trying to tell him what happened. Maybe he didn't join when the question was asked. And remember we were saying something differently when this guy jumped in with this. So let this not suck up the air out of our conversation. Unless you want to change the topic and make it about Peter, then we will speak about it. But then
I think we speak enough about Peter.
I wouldn't be insulted. My intelligence will not be insulted by someone who wants to shut me up from saying what I know to be true by calling me hater of his own people. I don't take it lightly with anyone.
All right. Okay. Did you have a different direction for that question, authentic, or should we go to justice?
I just want to point out some certain things here. A few things. It might be a question, but it's not like a question. It's just like a little bit of
it's a position. Okay, put a position. Yeah. But please condense it so we manage the time. So condense it. Yeah, carry on.
Yes. Yeah. So I want to simply at the same time to appreciate
my brother Ijele. Nobody's opinion is superior among every other person. Why am I praising him? He believes in something. He has his own opinion, but that does not actually mean that every other person's understanding or opinion is not superior. But however, what I pointed out in what he was saying was like if everybody has a miss, everybody can never agree or support you. But when you have someone trying to disagree with your opinion, the languages and how you go about it is what matters a lot. Having said that, back to what I was saying between Dave Umahe, Peter Obi, Nnamdi Kanu, as the case may be. It's right. He was right. I wasn't here when you guys started the main topic, but I joined and listened to an extent before I requested to come up here. I will say that there's Nnamdi Kanu, in as much that I do not believe in whatever thing he was doing and how he was going about it. Then again,
Sorry
Nigeria.
to interject you. Is it that you don't believe in what he was doing or how he was doing it? Because those are two separate places. So do you not believe in Biafra, or you don't believe in how Nnamdi Kanu is trying to achieve it? So, but condense it so that because there are others waiting to ask questions.
Thank you. I said I do not believe in what he was doing, especially how he was going about it. I tell whoever person who cares to know that if he continue going it that way, he will never ever achieve anything on it. And I'm from that region. I'm a true Igbo man, and if I have to come out on this earth again, I will forever become an Igbo man. I know how we are because I'm from the inside. I know what is achievable and what is not achievable. I know what can happen if we are left to be in that way. However, Nigeria is happening to him. The injustice that he was fighting for is what is before everyone. So Nigeria is trying to prove him right by the way they are treating him currently. Now, having said that, I will advise that whoever person who cares to know that the reason why he's still there to today because of us, we the Igbos.
All right,
That's
let
the reason why
Ejele
he's
respond to that. I think we get the broad thrust of where you are. Let Ejele respond. It's a prisoner of conscience rather than a prisoner of crime. It's essentially where that is, Ejele.
My brother, thank you. You see, I want to correct one statement you made. Yes, everybody is entitled to their opinion, but when it comes to reality, and by reality I mean existential issues, there is no opinion there. There is only fact. Nobody is entitled to their own fact, and you are trying to make up your own facts right now. Let me prove it. Nnamdi Kanu in detention. There is nothing you will teach me in the court system. I am the one that will teach you. Remember the fake pastor say, because yes, I will keep calling it like this because I did not sign any undertaking with anybody. The fake miracle issue, it is coming up 3rd of November at the Federal High Court Ikoyi. Hezekiah, his own is coming up 13th of November. Federal High Court Ikoyi. First one is before Justice Aluko. You understand? So I'm telling you the court system I know very well. Oga, whenever somebody has a case and is running away from trial, then he knows he's guilty. Nnamdi Kanu is not in jail because the government does not have evidence of. They have closed their prosecution. Oga, start your defense. You are not telling us, oh, you are sick, you are this, you are that. No, you are fit to stand trial. Unless you will plead insanity. Unless you will plead insanity. Then we know that you are mentally unstable. By that time, we know that a madman, an actual madman, fooled them because of Biafra. Else, he will go and face. He has not. Okay, when did he open his defense? The no case submission that was struck down. What was the judge's ruling? Go and prepare for your defense. So somebody has not even done his defense, and you are saying they are holding him. Why wouldn't they hold him? Go do your defense. First, you went to Umuahia. Oh, they should free him. Extraordinary rendition. The one they learned from this TV series, Homeland. Extraordinary rendition. Film, una don't do. Oh, one court for Umuahia. Don't talk, say, may they release them because of how they catch them. Where have you seen in the world? In what zoo have you seen that somebody has a case? The initial case has not been resolved, then they will release him that because of how they arrested him when he was a fugitive. Then the Supreme Court struck it down. The Supreme Court struck it out. So somebody that knows he was right, why would you be wasting time filing processes at Umuahia and Enugu instead of going to face your own case? I blame Justice Bintanyako. Like I was saying before that guy interrupted me, Bintanyako's husband was a PDP governor in his state. Nnamdi Kanu's father was a PDP member. Nnamdi Kanu works with, although now all the parties are involved, but that time at first it was PDP, even all of themselves were once PDP, all of them. So is there a link there? Nobody wants to go there yet. But you ask yourself, why would a judge be allowing those frivolous, like they should have struck it down the first day. Focus on the trial. So why are you making it as if that Nnamdi Kanu has made his defense? Then the judge ruled not guilty and they refused to release him. If I were you people, you will be pushing the government to make Nnamdi Kanu's trial a live trial. Everybody will be watching it from around the world. Let us watch it on TV live. So you people will see for yourselves. You are campaigning for open society, right? You are campaigning for liberal ideas, right? Well, can we liberalize this trial and make it a live trial so you will see for yourself and know that even Maxwell Opara is lying to you? In a same country, Maxwell Opara would have been suspended, his license would have been withdrawn. Look at what he was saying. Tell them that let them release the CTC of all the proceedings. Let them release the CTC of every single thing from the day they rearrested him in 2021. Let them show it to you. Let them publish it. Oh, the government, yes, publish the whole CTC. Let's see. Let us see who was using injunctions. They will say, oh, the judge shifting Nnamdi Kanu's trial to so date. No, you should have said because of so thing. Forget the headline. In the article itself, you should have told them it's because they filed the process at Umuahia court and the judge allowed them to go and finish what they are doing in Umuahia and come back. By the time you finish in Umuahia, you go there, go through the appeal. From appeal, you go to Supreme Court. Do you know how long it takes for it? Do you know there are cases that have not been to the Supreme Court but have been built to go to the Supreme Court for the past 2 years? You think it's a joke? But you people have gone to the Supreme Court how many times in 4 years? Now you are making it look as if it's the government that don't want to release him.
All right. Thank you, Ijele. Stay with us still, Ijele. Justice. Let me exercise a little bit of sorry, authentic. Let me just move it around, just because so many people want to speak with Ijele. Justice. Let me exercise a little bit of editorial fiat. I know you were here before, but I want to go to Yakubu before you, only because I suspect he'll bring a different variety to the conversation. So let me go to him, and then I'll come immediately back to you. So Yakubu, you're up next. We've got Ijele. Ijele speaks with us. It's not a name that is new to you, I'm sure. So put a question or a position to him, be short and to the point. He'll address it, and we go to Justice and then official Ikenga. So Yakubu, you're up next. On mute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Host. Ijele, God bless you. You see, sometimes
Thank you, sir.
we remember what happened January 15, 1966, and what comes after, and what we continue passing through in your
And by
place
the way,
in the East.
sorry, Yakubu, give me 1 second. Please, people, don't forget to tap. Take us to 50,000 thereabout. Follow if you're not following already. And more importantly, people should be gifting Ijele so that he can have some coffee and lubricate himself as he speaks with us. You can gift it the platform as well. That would be appreciated. But give Ijele, especially Yakubu, back to you.
Thank you very much. You see, Ijele, when we have had people like you, like Truth Matu and others, we take it easy with the Igbos. Most especially we Hausa people that, like me, I come from Zamfara state, and you know, most of the political elite are either from Sokoto, Kano, or Zamfara. You see, so history, when like me, I will never forget how my grandfather was unalive without doing anything by Ife Ajenwa and Chikuma Nzegu. Just like that. Just because Ahmad Bello says he will not employ Igbo in the Northern Civil Service, will you employ Hausa man in the Eastern Civil Service? Or are you employing any Hausa man? Did you have any record that you employ a Hausa man in the Igbo Southeastern Civil Service? We employ Chukuma Nzegu from Northern Quarter. He became Nigerian Army. He rose to the rank of Remedio. And in return, he came on alive our leader that enlisted him into Nigerian Army and take him to school. Yet you say, we are your enemy. You see, it's high time for you people to stop this propaganda. Nigeria will never be divided, except if somebody will pack his load and go. Wallahi tallahi. After all, that place belongs to Igala people. Go and ask Britain that organized this rubbish. We too were not happy with this rubbish, but we have no option. Then your people persuaded the unity of Nigeria. If you want to continue living in Nigeria, fine. If you don't want to continue living, begin to pack your load. You can migrate. Ijele, God bless you. And somebody like you, I assure you, listen, I assure you, somebody like you, in as much as we are alive, one day, wallahi, will make you Nigerian president.
No, I
we
don't
are
think that
afraid of the
he
Igbos.
doesn't want that. So he wants you to give him a wife in
Ijele,
Zamfara.
somebody like you, let me speak, host. Somebody like you, I guarantee you, I'm from Northwest. I'm a crown prince in my place. I'm from a royal family, an ancient Hausa kingdom. I'm not a Fulani. You understand? But Ijele, somebody like you, wallahi tallahi, one day you will become Nigerian president when it comes to Igbo town. That is only what I want to tell you people to understand. Why we don't want you, we will not contest, we will not allow people vote for Peter Obi is he's now drawing line on religious ground. He was among the people that went and gave false narratives against Nigeria, contending that they are unaliving Christians. When the Christians are busy abducting our children from Kano Jigawa and taking them to Enugu. Your people is what they do. Tell me any Hausa man that was arrested abducting Igbo children down to north. But you do. Yes, you say that. We don't know what we did to you people. Why now? You don't like us just like that? And you have Igbo city in Kano, you have Igbo city in Kaduna. You have everywhere Igbo. But in your place, you don't give us any space. And yet you push false narrative against us. Because you have monopoly on social media,
right, Yakubu,
and media and English language.
All right,
we will not take it lightly with you this time
Yakubu,
around.
can you hear me?
Nigeria will not be divided or else you
Yakubu.
fight. That's all.
All right, thank you, Yakubu. Just to manage the time. So, Ijele, I'm not sure if you want to address that or not, but one thing you said there, Yakubu, there was this story of... sorry, do you remember this story, Ijele, of a young Southeastern girl that was missing, and then they found her in the palace of the Emir in Kano then, being married off to some guy. So that narrative of not abducting, I think there was that particular story. But do you want to speak to Yakubu, what he has to say, Ijele?
Yeah, my brother, thank you so much. You know, see the thing here. The history we grew up with. It took me long. Yakubu, I want to send you my book. Do you have anybody in Abuja that I can give it to? Just okay, inbox me your number. I will text you. So I will send you a copy, like 5 copies. Then find the people you will give them to. I've not started sending them anywhere, but I want you people to read from. When you read that book, you will understand most of the problems coming from the Southeast today. You see, most of these
Said I
guys you
live in
see, they
Abuja.
lost people
I will
during
send you.
the
I will send you my number.
Okay. You know, this WAR Ojuku brought so many people the way they told us that story from a victim perspective. Now, except for people from in families where you have intelligent people, like discerning hearts, see why it was easy for Igbos to rise up to power in Nigeria under colonial rule. And by the time the white people left, the Igbo people dominated the civil service and the military. It is because before the white people came, we already have our own education system. We have philosophers, and they are so smart that the way they write, you can't even understand it. They communicate with symbols. In the current Igbo literature you see, when did it even start? This alphabet, this Latin alphabet we are writing, this thing was invented by the white people. But still, our own communication, if you are not from like a particular village, you won't even understand what those people were like, the message they are communicating with their writings. And it was a sophisticated society. We are not people known for war. That's why if you check people from the people that dominated all the communities around, they are the ones that from because of their link either through the coastal people like Arab people, they've been with all these Calabar and Akwa Ibom people, and because of the Portuguese trade and all they were able to have weapons more than the others. They dominated them. Then you see like in all these people. But within us, generally, we have, except for a few places, I'm not trying to insult some states, but you know where I'm coming from. If you're an Igbo man, that system made it so easy for us to adapt to the Western system they were bringing. And now, the group of people that retained that knowledge, by the time the colonial masters took control of the entire Nigeria, happened to be the people that were into slave trade. So they were using their knowledge against those that didn't know. After selling off the parents, the children they raised them with their own ideas. So whatever they passed down to them was what they grew up as belief. And this is what snowballed into the disaster of 1967. That was why it was easy for only a selected few to use military might to first chain the entire region and use it against the federal government. Many of them are not seeing it this way. So because of that, you see them, do you know how old I was? I was a complete adult. By the time I knew that PM Tafawa Balewa was an intelligent guy that I was educated, I didn't know. Most Igbos believe that Igbos have been marginalized from day one. So the stories that the people that came. So when you see some of these people, pity them.
Ijele, how Igbo are marginalized when the first president is an Igbo man, the first Senate president is an Igbo man, the first secretary to the government of the federation is an Igbo man, the first military head of state and supreme military commander is an Igbo man. Haba Igbo.
Bro, listen. No, don't say Igbo. No, please say Haba Biafra. Say Haba Biafra. That is why we are fighting. because they have used this their nonsense character to rub off on all the Igbo people. The intelligent ones are too afraid to speak. It is the hatred these people are. You see, you've not seen victims of brainwash. Sometimes, okay, in religion, you will see some religious acts, some things people will commit about religion. You that is even the same religion will ask yourself, are these people actually practicing our religion? This is how it is with these people. So pity them. They are victims of brainwash. The people you will blame the most are Igbo politicians. You see all these ones that are dining with you people in Abuja, laughing, opening their teeth. They are the ones funding this thing. And without this hate, they are using it as an excuse for their own failures. Have you asked yourself how Igbos dominated Jonathan's government, but not one international airport in the southeast? An Igbo woman was aviation minister under Jonathan. The international airport they are crying about. Ask them how much was that woman's budget all through her tenure at the aviation ministry. All the money they gave her, like we've had 4 aviation ministers from 1999 till 2015, and not one of them. It took President Muhammadu Buhari to upgrade Akanu Ibiam Airport, and even had to go and do the extra one that they gave the money before, supplementary budget of 10 billion of 2019. Do you know how much? Do you know how much it is today? After doing everything, they are no longer crying about that one. All those things, as them, these people are victims of propaganda, and that propaganda is what is who is making that noise. That propaganda is what is fueling that propaganda is what is fueling this hate. That hate now will be making them believe that they are under, like when you are responding to their hate, they now believe that, oh, actually they are fulfilling the prophecy of Nnamdi Kanu. Oh, they actually want to buy us. Imagine if somebody from South is believing that the Fulanis are coming to take your land. Do you have land? Do you have land? My brother, is too much. Please, pardon us. It's those Biafra people that are bringing problem to us.
All right,
No
thank you,
wahala,
Ijele. Sorry,
honestly,
Yakubu, we have to move it round. Justice has been waiting. I had to take his permission to come to you. So Justice, you are up next. Short and to the point, put a position to Ijele and then have him address it. But before you put that position, can people please make sure they are tapping, sharing, and following? And if you want to gift the platform, that's fine. But especially gift Ijele so that he can get some coffee whilst he continues to speak with us. Justice, you're up next.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. I appreciate the host for the time, and I was just like, I come up because of a statement made here by somebody, though I won't call his name. But sometimes I just wonder the kind of society we are building. A society whereby that we cannot even like come up to like speak when we see the truth, we cannot even say it. Somebody will come up to a open air to say, why is this person questioning this person? Whereby this person is holding a public office. So we cannot hold our leaders accountable. Is that is that the kind of society we are building? Simply because he was once a governor or is once a senator. If you want your father or your grandfather or any of your relatives not to be insulted by the public, then that person should never ever in his life handle public office. Because whenever you hold a public office, then the people should hold you accountable. It's a must. And with what I'm saying in this society, mostly in Nigeria here, what is bringing this society down is because we are too afraid of, like, when we see the truth, we cannot stand up to say it. Simply because this man is a governor, is a this, is a that. I don't know the kind of society we are just building. Sometimes when I just sit down, I would like, as in, what are we going to tell our children? What are we going to tell our children? A young man, simply because they might pay you a little amount of money that cannot even afford your children to come. You cannot
One man
stand
wey
to
this guy,
defend your future.
one man wey na your mama toto dey take pay me, idiot. Na your mama toto dey take pay me. You see, one man know the type of people you give microphone here. Before I made that comment,
Who
remember
is this? Who is this? Who is this
your
person? Who
mama
is this
toto
person?
say,
Who is
come
this
on there,
person?
come on, get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here, idiot, we foolish fool. Talk wetin dey pain you, utobo. One man, remember, I'm not going to glorify the rubbish he was vomiting with a response. Remember, I said, do your journalism, hold people in authority to account. And I told you that my passion in life is holding people in authority to account. But don't speak to him in such a condescending way. You imagine pretty much telling Dave Umahi to shut up. Because that was what you did. You don't speak to your guests like that. And you know that if he was live in the studio with you, you wouldn't have made that comment. It was a cowardly, cheap jab. Who told him not to hold him to account? But to tell him to stop talking, why would you use such a word? You don't have respect?
In fact, he said, be quiet.
Keep quiet. You think anybody will give in to your fake moral outrage? Block some of these bastards in the comment section too. You think people will give in to your fake moral outrage? You are telling Dave Umahi to keep quiet. As who? As who? Nobody has a problem with you asking him how much does the contract ask. And thankfully, we see people that are actually doing the contract, not awarding it, do opening ceremony, and they will not do anything. The question now is how much was spent on it. I think it's a leap forward. You didn't even appreciate the good works. Now, all of us are for checking how much, but you, Rufai, the Alex Oti, so-called smart school, go and look the picture of what they call a smart school, and they told you 54 of those things cost 54 billion, and you want to do engineering estimate like your nonsense animal science you read. Why would you be saying, oh, this road, how much did it cost per kilometer? Now you forgot that there are places who have bridges. You forget that the topography from Lagos to Calabar will not be the same. Knowing that the fools listening to you can't even rub two brain cells together. To realize that there are places that will be valley and it will take concrete that will build like a full city to fill them. As if it's just a plain road and you are, do the math. But not coming to tell Dave Umahi to keep quiet. Will you tell anybody from your state that? Would he have told Ibori that? You are from a state that is taking how much in oil revenue? How much in internally generated revenue? They are not even doing anything. It's a man that like everybody should be looking up to. This one that is talking about the future you will be for. What future are you building for your children when you don't even know what the foundation of a future is? It's infrastructure. You are praising people that are not even putting the infrastructure in place for your children to have free schools, which the woman he top your Peter will be there. Hospitals, he top am there. Road, he top am there. Like on every facet, he built. Look at the Bonny State Airport. Peter Obi did not even build one in Anambra. After all the Onitsha monorail, he said he wants to build that they awarded Globim the money. Where is the money? Where is the project? This is the man you are defending, and when we call out his shortcomings, one fool will come here and start catching feelings. What's wrong with these people?
All right, brilliant, Ijele. Well put. Always well put by Ijele. So, people, please make sure you're tapping, make sure you're sharing, make sure you follow, give to the platform if you want to, but especially give Ijele so that he can lubricate himself with coffee as he continues to engage with us. So up next is official Ekenga. So the format, short and to the point, put a position to Ijele, and then he'll address it.
No,
Official Ekenga, good to
don't
meet you.
don't give Ikenga, please. Don't give Ikenga
You have history with
a
him?
short time. Ikenga Uduagu is the same Ikenga that used to broadcast for IPOB.
Do you want
To
to
speak?
Oh, all right. Engage with Ijele then, Ekenga. Good to meet you. Flush yours.
All right, my brother. Thank you very much. Our future president Ijele, like Yakubu said. Good morning, my brother. You see, I joined this very broadcast because of one thing, and nothing concern me with contracts or politics or whatever. The most important thing to me is how we can disassociate the Igbos from these miscreants who are going about constituting nuisance online in the name of fighting for Biafra. That's Nnamdi Kanu's followers. We call them Ndishi Kanu. On comment section, they are there. They are very demonic. Things don't work for them. And they are now a disgrace to Ndibo. You know, if you want to insult Igbos, you bet you will just call them IPOB. If you want to or shut Igbo man down, just say IPOB man. And that's all. That Igbo man will shut up. Because these people are a set of morons who are going about, causing problem. And the worst part of it, they don't have what it takes to withstand those they look for their trouble. So I joined when one of our, I don't know who is that, he was trying to say Nandi fighting, Nandi is not fighting for Ndibo. I followed Nandi Kanu for 10 years, and I can categorically tell you that Nandi was only fighting for his pockets. And there was a kind of plan. Now they wanted to build or to become emperor of Igbo land, that before you become a governor, you have to consult him. Before you become a senator, you have to consult him. Before you do anything in Igbo land, you have to consult him. But unfortunately, some people like Ijele and others say no to that plan. And today, they are frustrated, they are bitter and battered, and that's why they go about making troubles. And some of them, not some of them, almost all of them are people from dysfunctional family, people without history, people we don't even understand where they came from. Don't misunderstand me. I used to be Onishi Kano. So whenever I talk out of experience. I don't just talk. I've been there. I witnessed everything. I saw and I conquered. I want our leaders, especially our political elected representatives, those of them who are going about today asking for the release of Nnamdi Kanu, what about the victims of Nnamdi Kanu? What are we going to do to them? What are we going to do to their family? I don't know the host. If you will allow me, I would like to play something so we take it from there, because there's a proverb in my place that says "Nato potang ketabe." You show it to the dog so that the dog will not feel like you just pinch it. So I don't know if you will allow me to play this. So we take it from there.
So long as it doesn't trigger. So long as it doesn't
No.
trigger Do you want me to put you on the big screen?
No,
Let me put you on the big screen.
no,
Okay, go on.
no. Yeah, let's hear this.
Shooting where again? Shooting in Okota, shooting also in Okota. People must go to the bush, ambush them. Go to the bush, you need to cut them off from the back, ambush them, take their guns from them and kill them. These are animals, they're not human beings. They may be wearing police army, they are not human beings. These are terrorists from Niger. These are terrorists from Gambia. These are foreign terrorists from Chad. They are not human beings. Disarm them and kill them. If you allow them to scare you off the streets, your life is over. Your life is over. And I want Lagos Airport to be on flames. Breach the perimeter fence. Go and burn down Lagos. Anybody, if you have double barrel, if you have pistol, anything you have, give it to them, let them go and kill them, penetrate the airport and set Motam Mohammed Airport on fire. Set it ablaze right now. Then the world will listen. You are dealing with animals. Fulani Janjaweed, they are animals. They do not reason. They do not reason. You don't know them. You don't know them. Are they not killing people? The caller on the line, can you hear me? Yes, please. Good evening, sir. Yes, go ahead. Well, my name is Sowore, calling from Lagos. What is happening where you are? He was at Oshoda Papa Expressway. They were shooting us there. It's 5 people that they killed this evening. How many policemen died? I don't want to hear they kill us, they kill us. How many did you kill? How many police or army did you kill? How many? They have burned the Lassa police station. They have burned it down. They burned the Select police station. They burned the Urile police station down. Everything is down now as I'm speaking. Thank you very much. That is, if you go to my page, you will see a flag there. Nigerian flag stained with blood. So the flag that people should be carrying should no longer be green, white, green.
Okay. Now, thank you.
Ikenga, it's Nnamdi Kanu. Is it not just a content creator like Simon Nipa explains to
No,
us?
no.
He's not a content creator.
If he's just a content curator, like you said, I will not have problem with him. I don't think
I was only messing, by the way, but carry on.
Yeah, I understand. I don't think the country will have problem
Sorry,
with him.
Kenga, before you carry on, I followed you. I'd like to arrange if you're willing for you to come on at some point so that you can engage with the platform even fuller. But we'll discuss that hopefully. But carry on. But I have followed you. I'd like to arrange for you to come on fully and be our guest.
It's okay. We will do that. But this is my point. Let me not miss the point. My argument here is this. The IPOB demonic possessed set of morons, they are not Igbos. The reason they are trying to centralize it now on Igbo people is because they are losing the ground. People are beginning to know who they are. These are set of murderers. These are killers, criminals, people that can rape a woman as old as 74 years. They steal all the okoko and the dogs.
Sorry, be mindful of some of the language so it doesn't trigger.
It's okay. Do you know some part of Imo State you can't find dog anymore because they eat all the dogs, all the cow, in fact, these are the worst set of human beings I've ever come across. I was with them before, believing that it's all about how do you call it? A non-violent organization. I stayed there for 10 years. So all these newcomers with fake accounts, they can't tell me nothing. They don't know anything about this struggle. We have contributed billions and millions of dollars till date. None, never for one day since the beginning of IPOB till date, no account. And the one person
is in charge of all this money. At some point, we were told that the legal representative from United States of America, Bruce Frame to be precise, that they are paying him $80,000. He's a liar. Now 419 Yahoo. So, in conclusion, IPOB is like buying it's not just a company. You see, how will I put it? You know how you can go and buy franchise? You go to McDonald's, you go to KFC, you buy. That's exactly what it is. Instituted by Kano's family and projected and vetted and protected by gullible set of people that call themselves Igbo speaking people. They are not Igbos. So my brother, take it from me. Anytime you want to talk of IPOB or people who are attacking innocent people that did nothing to them, you see them causing problem on social media, attacking the Benis, attacking Fulanis. They are IPOBs, they are not Igbo. Average Igbo person don't have time to attack anybody. We are more focused on our business, on our education. But once you see them speaking Igbo, attacking any tribe, they are Ndishi Kano. So if you want to identify them, just call them Ndishi Kano. Watch out, just watch your comment section. You will see them. Thank you very much. I'm here.
All right, brilliant. Ijele, I'm not sure if you want to speak to a little bit of what official Ikenga just said there, but in the course of some sessions we've had, we do something on YouTube as well. In the course of some sessions, we were trying to dollarize that sit at home, which has been going on for the better part of 4 or 5 years now. And we're coming up with a figure of roughly about $3 billion. If you look at the vibrancy and trade that usually goes on in the Southeast, that space would have hemorrhaged at least conservatively $2 billion just from sit at home. Is that an overestimation, Ijele?
I will even call it an underestimation because most trades are not actually captured in those records. Till date, if you know the Onisha business and how it goes, you know that so many trades there don't go through the banking system. Many. Now, the destruction these people wrought on the Southeast, I will call it self-inflicted. You see, one good thing about hearing these things from Ikenga is this. This is not somebody you are going to educate on anything about IPOB. There is none of their secrets he wouldn't know except for the money issue. Because Ikenga here is the people that actually wasted their time, lost money in business, paying money to your fellow man, believing in the garbage. This has not, maybe the day you will host him personally, he will explain so many things. IPOB is just a shakedown machine. If I knew about they were saying they use his plane to bring Nnamdi Kanu back. Tell Ikenga to send you the photo of his brother Emmanuel Kanu and Ifeanyi inside Ifeanyi's house. He has evidence of all the money they transferred to him. So this is a money-making venture. And the fact that they want Ndi Igbo to own this rubbish that brought destruction, do you think these people are factoring in the amount of money people are losing? Because they don't care. That's why you see a human being, even our ancestors respected markets so much that they have laws, stringent laws about markets. There are things you can do in your home that if you do it in the market, they can even banish you. In some places, you may even lose your LIFE. Yes, that was how important they take issues of market. Yet, these ones will shut down life itself. So many people have died. Pregnant women couldn't go to hospital because they said they are sitting at home. If you go out, they buy, and these are the same people that are that are doing all this nonsense to their people telling you they love them. All these fools of IPOB, from their leader to each and every one of them that are making money from this nonsense, all of them, all, none of them cares about the human sufferings that bring upon the people. And they also want us to come and own the criminal Nnamdi Kanu. You know what that means? Look at what Ikenga just played. It means
Ijele, you're an idiot. You're a criminal. Why they deport you for talking? Why they
Moving
deport
man,
you for
Mr.
talking?
Man, shut up
Why you
there,
don't? Why?
idiot. Nnamdi Kanu goat. Onyishi Kanu.
So they want you to own everything this criminal Nnamdi Kanu did. It means buy soldiers, buy police. Oh, Sele police station is down. They are
Why they
celebrating.
deport you for talking? Why they deport you for talking? Tell them what happened. Why they deport you for
Shut
talking?
up, come over here.
Why they deport you?
Shut up. Shut up. Onyishi
One man,
Kanu, frustrated people.
why don't you block these fools? Like, why are they disturbing your blood? Why don't
I'm
you
just
block
trying
them?
to figure out how to do it. I'm still new to this whole thing, but carry on. When he comes in again, I'll try and block him. Carry on.
No, if you want to block
Tell
them, you
them the
click.
reason why they deport you for talking.
Remove this
Shut
food there.
up, Onyishi Kanu, frustrated demon. Frustrated
See,
idiot.
click
Let
on
me
the
see
picture.
you again.
Click on this picture. You go to the profile. You see the option there to block. You block the food.
Okay.
Let them know stop disturbing us here. You don't be bringing them up. There's no
Why
other.
they deport you for talking, Oga?
Remove
Tell them.
These
here.
people
Don't be
are
here
so
misbehaving
they are
yourself.
too damn.
You're
Shut
idiot.
up.
Tell them why they
Shut
deport you
up.
for talking. Because you're a
Remove
rebel.
him.
You're a
Onyishi
rebel. You're a
Kanu.
criminal for talking.
Shut up, frustrated.
All right, done. Carry on.
One man block. I don't know why you are not doing what you are doing. Why are they
No,
doing
I've
this
blocked him
conversation?
now. I've just now figured out how to block him, and I've done that. Carry on.
Block the food.
Ikenga,
So
you
now,
are a criminal. You are a
people what
criminal.
they
Why can't
your
you answer
mama
that simple question he
with
is
your real
asking you?
account.
Criminal like
What?
you.
One
Foolish
man, do your
criminal
job now.
Ikenga and
Hey,
Ijele
shut
Onyosi.
up.
Why
Shut
did they
up.
deport you?
Ndogbu mmadụ.
Sorry, I'm blocking them just as
Idiot.
fast as I can. I think
And
they're all
of
coming for you
Yandishi
now.
Kanu. Now, so, my brother, you go block the entire. If they see us,
Block them. Let them bring
we
another
there,
account.
carry on. We there here.
So what they want you to do now is you own Nnamdi Kanu, which translates to you and your children owning go by police. Go by one man, I've been telling you to block the comment section.
I'm
So
blocking
they
them
don't
as fast as I can. I'm blocking them as fast
Useless
as I
set of
can.
people. I will shut up,
block
remove them, remove them. Ndishi Kanu, they know they get sense. They never they get. That is inside
This is
though.
another one. Are you an abuser? This next guy. Are you an abuser, or should I block you even before you start?
Are you using Nnamdi
No, I'm not
Kanu?
abusing. Don't delete
Okay.
me.
All right. Okay. All
Okay,
right.
so let me finish, my brother.
Carry on. Yes.
We must continue. They must hear it. You see this una ear, una must open them by force. Una must get sense. So now what they are saying is this: by
Ijele,
you
if you finish,
owning
make I
Nnamdi
play
Kanu and
one
making
of their
Nnamdi Kanu
captured
an
criminals.
Igbo issue, it means my children tomorrow will now own this is spy police. By this one, he will go and bring Buhari head. He will do that. Means you will own everything he did. Just like they want Igbo to own every criminal activity perpetrated by the Biafra soldiers in the South. Are you understanding how this game goes now? So we Igbo can never be lumped into this nonsense. That's why I love people like Joe Igbokwe. If you notice, he is the only Igbo man on the political landscape that is calling for justice for Nnamdi Kanu's victim. All his victims are there. They've not even tried to, kind of talk to them in the first place. Do you think those people are happy? Oh, you think that you can overlook them, go and call for the release of Nnamdi Kanu? After all, they can't speak. Well, we will teach you that we all know Nigeria. We will teach you people a bitter lesson. We will use Nnamdi Kanu to set an example to the point that nobody tomorrow will rise up and use this thing to destroy the lives of our people. We've lost enough people for this rubbish.
All right, brilliant. Ikenga, with your permission, let me bring in other voices because some of them have been waiting for quite a while. But before we bring in those other voices, can people please make sure they are following, they are sharing, they are tapping? Take the taps. We should be past 50,000 taps by now. So tap it up to 50,000 and beyond. Make sure you're following, sharing. You can send gifts to the platform. That would be very appreciated. But especially send gifts to Ijele so that he's lubricated. And so as he continues to speak with us, Eastern, you're up next. Short and to the point. Put a position to Ijele. Good to meet you.
Yeah, I will be short. And my opinion is a kind of advice to my Igbo brothers. I want to talk about IPOB, but we need to move forward. The division in this country is so high. And the truth is, I'm a Yoruba man living in the eastern part of the country, where I build a house and they call me tenant. I won't be happy with that kind of word. On 2023 election, during the election day, I don't understand Igbo. I was there fighting that everybody would Peter Obi, right in my polling unit. And after the result, we are not happy. That's the truth. When we heard even from my brothers from the other side. But do you know what I had? I got me a betrayer. That I saw my brother, I voted for my brother. In my polling unit, we have over 4,000 voters. And on that day, I was forced to call a police when the PDP agents wanted to rig the election. I called the police, the control number. I was like, I put my life for Peter Obi. And after the election, somebody could still tell me that I am tribalistic. Because in my state, Peter Obi got 20 or 30%. And in Anambra, Abiaye, Tinubu got less than 2%. And you are calling me a betrayer. In 2027, will I not go in the line of betrayal? So now this is my advice. Let's don't see ourselves as this enemy. Your opinion might not easily overtake my own opinion. And that is the way forward. We want a change. But you cannot create that change by creating this enemy. You see, one thing I understand about this country is every region is so important. And we need each other to get what we want. If you don't look for me, I cannot give you what I have. Now, I can categorically tell you that at least 20% of non-Igbo people that supported Peter Obi in the last election, we said no, we are not doing that again. Except few of us that still believe in this change. But how many people will you convince that that this is not as it is? I don't want to talk about Nnamdi Kanu or the IPOB, but let's talk about the Nigeria we have. The Nigeria we have. Let's take ourselves as a brother. In the place I am, where I am here, I build a house, I marry a woman, a Igbo woman, and you still call me a tenant. How do you want my brother? If I tell my brother this in Lagos or in Oyo, Oshun, that the place that I build house, one person there say I'm a tenant. Now, can you call somebody in Lagos, an Igbo man that established in Lagos, a tenant that build a house? It's not done. It's not done. Please let us get this love among each other. Let's create this love. You see, these are our leader that we think they are fighting for us. They are not fighting for us. It is me and you that they want us to be our enemy. And that is how they will prosper. That is how they will be moving forward. They will be moving forward. Now, Sowore has come out. Let's see what will come out of it. But please, what I want is let there be peace. That's my own.
All right, brilliant. Ijele,
Thank
I'm
you.
not sure. Do you want to address this stand a little bit, and then we go on to Ishmael? People keep tapping and following and all the usual stuff. Ijele.
Okay, thank you so much, my brother. You know, this thing you just said, our brother Omoyele Sowore is a man I respect so much, and I'm grateful to him for all the help he offered me when I asked. This is I made a video addressing him, and that's as far as I will go on it. But if his plan was to lose the support of so many well-meaning Nigerians, he's on the right path. You understand? He's on the right path. There are some people who actually reached out to me. I don't want to mention the name of. Okay, one person actually asked me to call him. I told him that I will not. I told her that I will not. The person even got angry. I'm like, oh, it's your business. But I know where this is leading him. This 15 minutes of fame would not last long. He would, at the end of the day, find out the type of people he's laying with. I don't know what his plan for 2027 is, and I'm sure it's not about winning the presidency. Because if he's trying to even get the thing to get to a runoff, he has lost the north. Just like Atiku and Co. So whatever they are doing doesn't freak me. And the person was like, oh, explain to him this and that. I said, some of the evil things done by the IPOB ESN criminals were published by Sahara reporters. So I'm going to go and re-explain them to him. You don't think Sowore is a smart guy? Is that what you mean? I'm not seeing their protests as anything. Of course, nobody's going to give in to the noise. I just pity some Nigerians that will be caught in the middle. I wish people will just go about their businesses, put some security in place, in case anybody wants to try to start a riot and use it as cover to loot, because that's the only thing that will be pushing this thing. Whenever you hear this group of people that are congregating around Sowore and plan anything, it ultimately leads to buying of innocent people. So that one doesn't shake me. My brother, I thank you for all the kind words. My brother, I will leave it at that.
All right, brilliant.
The
Ijele, we only
host,
have two more people. Yeah,
the
go on.
host. Can I say something about this Sowore matter? Look,
Of course, yeah. I really
I
wanted to ask
understand
Ijele
your
about it.
stand when it comes to Sowore. It's your friend. I understand, but the kind of politics some of our brothers are playing with our gullible brothers and sisters. is something that I can fathom. I can't just understand. Look, when it comes to Sowore and the article, their new move, remember, during the time of President Muhammad Buhari, it was Nnamdi Kano's plan with Atiku that almost sidelined Igbos from Buhari's government. They came up with signed, sealed, and delivered. Till date, waiting the sign we no see. Waiting the sealed we no see. And waiting the delivered is inside Nnamdi Kano's pocket and bank account. The same people, now they recycle themselves, come back again. Now, this time around, is free somebody who openly and boldly pronounced that they should buy police and buy soldiers, and they actually carried it out. You, Sowore, with all your education and exposition and your position in Nigeria, you don't even think of the victims. You don't even think of Nigerian police and army. You don't even think of Southeast. You don't even think of ordinary Igbo men and women who died because of this ideology of Nnamdi Kanu. You are now shouting they should free Nnamdi. What about the family of those that died? What about the husband of Dola Konyele, Chika Konyele? What about Okechukwu Dioke? What about Obiola Basimelo? What about Ahmed Gulak? What about the soldiers they died at how do you call this place? Umunse? What about the ones in Anambra State? What about those who died in Afalukwi Beko? So you want to tell me that Sowore is that evil that he can't even remember any of these people just because of political gains? Just because you want, and do you know the worst part of it? You see all these Nnamdi Kanu followers, Ndishi Kanu. My brother, anytime you want to address them, call them Ndishi Kanu. That's people with Ishi Kanu on profile picture. That's how to identify them. You see them, none of them, they can't vote.
Are you sure they're not going to declare a fatwa
They are
on me if I
frustrated.
do that? Are they going to declare a fatwa on me if I do that?
No, that's their name. Oh, no, it's the name they even know. Just call them by their name, you will know. Ishikano. You know them. See, almost all of them, not most of them, all of them, they are in diaspora, they don't vote. But you know what they do? They are the empty vessels that makes the most noise. On social media, I used to have how many fake accounts? If you see them commenting, you will say, oh, there are plenty, or they are not up to 2,000. These people. See them commenting. None of them know how to vote. They never vote before. So if you think they have followers, my brother, you are just wasting your time. And these are set of animals that don't reason. You see this thing Sowore is doing for them now. All of them are glorifying him. Oh, Sowore, wait to make Sowore tell them truth tomorrow. Make Sowore just pause and ask them, hey, how about the victims? You will see what they will do. Because you are dealing with set of animals.
Do you not think Sowore
You
is
are
just
dealing with
using
people
them?
who don't reason.
Ikenga, do you think,
Yes, of course.
I think it's you see I'm friendly with Sowore as well. I've had him on my YouTube space. I'm not sure if he'll come back because I was quite frontal with him in some of the engagement. But I think he's just trying to cut into Peter Obi's space by leveraging Nnamdi Kanu's name to penetrate into that space, because Peter Obi has stolen all of his boots. You know, that space that Sowore historically occupied.
Playing
Peter Obi
politics.
has
It's playing
taken it.
politics.
Huh?
Yeah. It's playing
It's all
politics.
He's
politics.
just using
It's
them.
politics,
Is that not what
clearly.
is going on? You know?
Yeah.
No, yeah, but that's my opinion. I'm just saying he's playing politics.
My brother, you are spotted. You are 100%. It's just a political gambling.
Agenda, yeah.
You know,
And
you gamble to see how many gullible people you get by yourself. But do you know the worst part of it? These people, I don't know how to explain this. So you people, they kind of follow us. They are the worst human being on earth. It's not the people that you even gamble with, because to gamble with them is a waste of time. Even if you gambled and get them, they are not human beings. They don't exist. They are not living in body. They are make believe. Yeah, that's the right word. They are make believe. You will think they are human beings. They are not there. They are not there. Let me tell you, since you are born, since the beginning of this IPOB thing, have you ever come across any video? They say, oh, these IPOB people doing wedding. Never. Have you ever come across any video? They say, oh, these IPOB person opening a new house. Never. Have you ever come across them where they gather looking like a human being, celebrating one thing or the other? Never. To show you that these people are just make believe. They are like a cinema. I don't even know the right word to use. They are just no human being. Just take it like this. So if you are trying to get them by yourself or by your side, you are wasting your time. Look, okay, my brother, let me ask you. Nnamdi Kanu is in Abuja, in DSS. If you use your phone now to Google, you can see the direction to DSS office. Instead of these people, they are macho men, to go to Abuja and free their promiscuous leader, they don't want to do that. They are busy buying people in Imo State. My brother, they hated Tinubu with all their heart. But Tinubu came to Anambra State, finished his thing, go back. Even went to Imo State, they not even shoot just only one. Boom. Let it be that you people shot inside the bush. They don't try them all. All of them, they were there eating rice, drinking pure water that day Tinubu visited. All their guarantee men. They went there. They give them pure water, they drink. Give them, by all means, they do some few picking pockets, snatch people's phone. They don't shoot, just one. But immediately the president will leave, you will see them. Every ugly seller, every bitter leaf seller, every water leaf seller. That's only where they show their power. Is to show you that we are not talking of human beings. We are talking of animals. And the animals I'm talking of wild animals, not domestic one, because domestic animals are manageable. Wild animals, Ndishikano. So my brother, Sowore is making, in fact, grave mistake. And I will tell him to stop. To stop. Our people have died enough. Every right-thinking human being at this stage supposed to be sympathizing with people from Southeast. Look at how many people this and that the kind of and they are still to death. My brother, just they buy by themselves, not by security. And what's the problem? They are dragging who will take the project to their home. 5 of them. Now let me play another. If you want to provoke them, play their voice for them to listen. It makes them angry. So I want to play this interview by Nigerian Secret Service by one of their criminal member by name Onyame. He was captured and they denied him. My brother, I want you to listen to this interview. Very, very important too. Very, very important.
All right. Before
Listen.
you play,
No.
yeah.
God, before you play Tikenga, you
Go.
play it, and then after that, Ishmael and I can't quite make out the red figure on the screen. Then they get to speak to Ijele as well. I'm conscious that Ijele has been up all night, so I wonder where his energy level is. But we listen to that, and then we bring up Ishmael next, and then the guy with the red outfit, and then we test if Ijele is still strong enough to carry on. All right.
Oh, Ijele is strong now. Yes, Ijele is strong, even if it's 1 week. Ijele have been doing this for over 10 years. So as long as I stayed there, I've been doing this. So my brother, let's listen to this. So now 11 minutes, so but very, very powerful interview. Listen, and this interview will tell you everything you need to know about these people. Now let's hear this.
Good day, Mr. Onyami. How are you doing? I'm good. All right. It's been a while. We have been hoping to have this video interview with you to better understand the activities of Eastern Security Networks in Imo State and Southeast region of Nigeria as a whole. We had also hoped to have this interview with your colleague, Mr. Dragon, but he died while attacking the police headquarters, Sowore, alongside other Eastern Security Network members. I understand you are fully cooperating with our national security investigation. Is that correct? Yes, sir. Okay, you have a volunteer statement and other interviews to this effect. Is that correct? Yes, sir. Okay, we appreciate your cooperation so far. However, we would like to know more about your activities and that of other leaders of Eastern Security Network in Imo State and in the Southeast region, as earlier stated, at least a comprehensive view of activities you have participated on and what you can inform us about. So with that, we'll commence this interview. For the record, what is your name? My name is Sowore Benjamin Ozana. How old are you? I'm 38 years. Where are you from? I'm from Muguta local government in Zambia. Okay. Are you married? No, sir. Do you have children? Yes. Okay. What is your education qualification? Secondary school. Okay. Did you complete? No, sir. What level did you stop? I stopped at SS3, but I did not take WAEC. Okay, did not take WAEC? Yes, sir. Okay, thank you. Mr. Emery Ozoma Benjamin, yes, sir. You're not obliged to say anything to the police in respect of our national security investigation unless you freely wish to do so. But whatever you say shall be recorded in this video interview and will be preserved as evidence and may be tendered in a court of law. You understand what I just said? Yeah, okay. Do you give your consent? You agree me police do this interview? Yes, sir. Okay. Tell us, why were you arrested by the police? I was arrested by the police because I am ESM members. What is the meaning of ESN? The Eastern Security Network. Okay. Who is your leader? Smaznan Dukalo. Okay, thank you. When did you join Eastern Security Network? I joined Eastern Security Network in 2019. Who introduced you? It's one Mr. John from Muguta government in Cambridge. Okay, are you still in contact with him? No, sir. Okay, where were you trained? I was trained in Niger State, Delta State, after the... Is it Niger State? Delta State. After Niger Bridge. Okay, you mean Niger Bridge? Yes. Okay, thank you. You recognize those who trained you? Can you tell us who trained you? No, sir. What are the people that trained you there in the place? Is the leader that brought them from... I don't know where they brought them to train us. Okay, very good. All right. Who are the leaders of Eastern Security Network in Imo State that you can tell us about? It's Temple and the Engineer Mike and the Senator and me myself Ozoma and the Dragon and the Baby and some of our members. Okay. You are called Onyami. Were you a member of Nigerian Army at any time? No, sir. It's when I finished secondary school, I started buying army form. That's why the people started calling me Onyami. Okay, but you were never enlisted in Nigerian Army before? Yes, sir. Okay, thank you. You were mentioned by one Chima Obineche in his video interview on how you are not that trained him to become a member of Eastern Security Network. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, in your opinion, are the revelations made by Mr. Chima Obineche in that video interview correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now tell us, how many Eastern Security Network operations against security agents and civilians have you participated in?
It's more than 20.
Okay, during these operations, like how many people would you say you people have killed?
It's more than 30, sir.
Okay.
Can't measure the...
Okay, okay, there are more than 30. I will understand. Okay, can you estimate for us how many security agent rifles people have collected?
More than 50, sir.
Okay, about 50 or more than 50?
About 50.
Okay, good. Alright, who is this rifle with and who are they kept?
The rifle is in our camp, near Lead, with Temple.
With Mr. Temple?
With others.
Okay. You informed our National Security Investigation that on the night in Kosovo hideout was stormed by security agents, you were in the same house with him, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So I'm curious to know, how were you able to escape without
escape from the backyard gates, sir.
From the backyard gates? Okay. Since the encounter with Kosovo, like how many operations have you people gone that you participated in?
It's more than 7, sir.
Okay, can you give us like some?
Governor's house and our mama and at Lily side, let's call it what let's call that village. Engineer that took us to.
Which engineer?
Engineer Mike.
That took people there.
It's in his village. He's the one that took us there.
Is that the place people will cut somebody's hand?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. You told us that, or better still, since it was announced on social media by Nnamdi Kanu that Leighton Kosovo will be buried with more than 2,000 heads of innocent Nigerians.
Yes, sir.
By the Eastern Security Network.
Yes, sir.
So far, how many people have been murdered to achieve this purpose?
More than 30.
More than 30 people have been killed. Okay. Around May this year, Eastern Security Network members attacked Olu police station. Did you participate in that attack?
Yes, sir.
Okay, how many were you that, or in all that?
We are more than 30, sir.
Can you name the leaders of that attack?
It's Mr. Temple and Engineer Mike and Muzama and Zuma and Dragon and some of our members.
Okay. Which vehicle were you in?
Messiano.
Messiano. Whose vehicle was Temple in?
Temple was in Hilo, so Engineer Mike was in Hilo. Temple. I could not remember.
Okay, which vehicle is the Dragon in?
It's Toyota Camry.
Toyota Camry. How many rifles did people use for that attack? What they call of the Toyota Camry? Dragon. Red.
Yeah.
Okay. How many rifles did people use in the attack?
It's about 30 rifles.
About 30 rifles. Are you certain? There are 30. You people came with 30 rifles?
No, like 20. It's not all of us that was carrying rifles.
It's not all of you that was carrying rifles.
Yes.
So how many carry?
Like 20 rifles.
You were carrying a rifle?
Yes, sir.
What type of rifle did you hold? AK-47?
Yes, sir.
Okay. On that particular attack at Olu police station, you people lost some members, right?
Yes, sir.
How many died?
About 12 of our members.
Okay, 12 of your members died. Yes, okay. So from where did you people gather before you came to that place?
We gathered at our camp in what is called this camp at the Dato side.
Okay.
Dato. Not on Dizog side.
Okay, thank you very much. And after the attack, where did you people go?
We went to our camp in Lily.
Lily. Okay. Alright. You informed detectives, you informed our National Security Investigation that before the Eastern Security Network go for any attack, they used to fortify themselves with juju charms.
Yes, sir.
And those charms are used for protection against bullets for security agencies. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And that on this particular attack at Olu police station, about 10 heads belonging to young ladies, human heads belonging to young ladies was used to prepare the
charms. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please, where did you people get the heads of these young ladies that you used?
From Imo State.
From Imo State, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, whose idea was it to use human heads to prepare charms to fortify people for bullet wounds?
Mr. Engineer and the temple.
Who is Mr. Engineer?
Engineer.
What's his name?
His name is Engineer Mike. I don't know his real name.
Okay, thank you very much. But in your own opinion, would you call the attack on Olu police station a success by the Eastern Security Network?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. You also informed our National Security Investigation that IPOB and Eastern Security Network has sponsors, both locally here in Nigeria and abroad, and you are ready to identify them for us. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You also said that you identify the houses and camps where your ECN leaders and members are staying. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. During your arrest, you appeared surprised that security agents were able to successfully arrest you. And you even resisted by fighting with them. Why was that?
Well, I thought that it was all this let's collect people's phone and they ran away. Otherwise, because the money was not with security uniform. That's why I started fighting him.
Okay, and you sustained little injuries, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now that you have been arrested, is there anything you want to say for yourself or for your leader?
I want to say for my leader, Maznandika, let him come back and fight for the freedom. I want to say for the federal government.
Wait, freedom of whom?
For his people.
Okay, he should come back to Nigeria and fight for the freedom of his people.
Yes, sir.
Okay, continue.
I want to say to the federal government to please forgive me and give us amnesty. We will not do it again.
Okay, now note the point. Number 1 point. Before these people went to that prison break, they have to use 10 human
Sorry, be
heads.
mindful with the language. Be mindful with the language.
Okay, they have to use 10 of our sisters to fortify themselves. That's number 1 point. Number 2 point, the day they went for that prison break, they bite 12 of them. Nah, they can never announce it. Oh. The people they bite, you don't know their name. Oh. And they promised of how many this thing where they go take berry console. And you hear from the guy how many they have managed to buy. He said this interview, there is just few out of what I have here. But do you know that all this information?
You know what you have done, Ikenga. You have boxed yourself into a corner. There is no way now that you are not coming back as a guest. It's not. In fact, if I have to come and wrestle you down wherever it is you are, you have to come back as a guest. There's no. You can't get away from it anymore. But land that point, and then we'll bring the people waiting. So land your point.
Yeah, I think Ijele would like to comment on this. You see, my brother, what I'm trying to say, you see this interview, every security agent in Nigeria is aware of this. Not only this, we have more and more and more. And yet, some of our political brothers and sisters will come and ask you questions like, oh, but they did nothing. Oh, but they do. I have a video clip here of where somebody said the reason why they are buying people is because none they cannot ask them to do so. He said, buy them and buy the whole of their village if they say Biafra will not come. And my question before I yield the mic, if you buy everyone who don't want Biafra to come, what do you want Nigerians to do to you that don't want Nigeria to stay? It's just a question. If you buy everyone who don't want Biafra to come, what do you expect Nigerians to do to you who don't want Nigeria to stay? Thank you very much.
All right, brilliant. Before you address that, Ijele, let Ishmael, because he's been here for so long, let Ishmael come in, put a position to you, and then with Ishmael's position, round it with what Ikenga has just presented us. So Ishmael, unmute, put a position to Ijele, but be short and succinct. I know you've been waiting for a long time, but put a position to Ijele so you can wrap it with what Ikenga had to say. Ishmael, you're up next.
Okay, good morning. Hello, first of all, I want to thank Ijele and Ike. You are doing good job, and may God continue to bless you and protect all of you people. Secondly, is that I want to talk about Igbo people, my brothers. See, I want to advise you people on this. During the first ever Biafra, hello.
We can all hear you. Carry on. We can all hear you. Ishmael? And he waited for so long. I think we've lost
I think
Ijele.
we lost him.
No, I think we actually lost our guest, but there it is. It's done more than he wasn't even planning to. He just came to say hello, and we hijacked him. So thank you, Ijele. Okay, put that position there. Maybe Kenga can take it on. So put that position, and then maybe Kenga will take it on, and then we seek to start to round it off. Ishmael. All
Okay.
right. Are you there?
Yes, I'm there.
All right, put that position. Maybe Ikenga can take it on.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I just want to tell what Ijele has.
No, I think Ijele is back. Maybe it was a system. So put the position. As you see, we're in the early hours now, so we're pushing it a little bit. So put the position. Let Ijele address it. Then we just take one more, and then we'll see how Ijele feels. So put the position. Ismail, you must be in Nigeria. The network, Abi.
I think he's having network issue.
Okay, I think Ismail is battling with the network. So let's go to Saudi. Saudi, you put a position. Let Ijele, but please to the point, and then let Ijele address it, and then we try Ishmael one more time. Only really because he's been here for so long, and I'll feel a bit bad if he doesn't actually get to speak. But Saudi, say something, and then we'll try Ishmael again.
Yeah, thank you, Norman. The guy I wanted to ask a question from, he has left. You know, the guy, he said he's a Yoruba man living in Igbo. Maybe he's hearing me now. He said he's a Yoruba man living in the southeast, but he voted for Obi when he came to Lagos during the election. And he even said that continuously that he still believing in Obi for now, that he's begging the Southeast people to stop all this their tribalism because he's still going to vote for Obi again. That's why I just want to ask him, because Ikenga here is fighting for his people, and what's it called? Ijele is fighting for his people, and him himself is saying something that doesn't make sense at all. I want him to answer me, but he's not here to answer that question anymore.
All right, Yoruba first,
yeah.
Abi. So Yoruba first. Okay, we'll bracket that under Yoruba first. Let's see if Ishmael, if Ishmael, do you want to attempt again? Otherwise, we'll give the final question to Sola. So we try you one more time, Ishmael. If you're still having that network issue, then we go to Sola. Ishmael, are you there?
Yes, I'm there.
All right. So the question, Ijele is waiting.
Hello, I'm there.
Yes, we're listening. I put a position to Ijele so he can respond.
I don't think he has a question.
No, I think it's battling with the network. Let's go to Solar. Solar, I think you may well be the last. So yes. All right, Ishmael, just make it in one short speech because your network is clearly not connecting. So just make it in one short speech, and then Ijele will respond to you, and then Solar will have the last one. So yeah, carry on. All right. There. No, it's not happening, is it? Oh, all right. I'm going to have to mute you. So let me mute you, and we go to Solar. Solar. Yeah. What's the position to Ijele?
Good morning, everyone.
Drop him and bring.
Yeah.
Okay.
I will. Let me just quickly take apology because of your discussion. If I may not be able to say something pertaining to that, I just want to refer to yesterday night when our host is with Mr. Simon. That Mr. Simon, I love the way you just attended to them yesterday. The guy is becoming terror. I don't know why.
I usually just go there for a fight, you know. I usually, you know me, I love a bit of a. I think.
You know why?
This is
You
because
ask
I'm
them
friendly with
simple
Ijele.
questions. They were unable to answer. I don't know why they want problems. They want to scatter Nigeria with all costs. For why? Why? You want what do they call it? Revolution. You want anarchy. But what was your preparation? You were unable to say anything than to destroy things first. How? Nigeria is gaining its foot little by little, and you want to cause problem because you are not in Nigeria. We that we are in Nigeria, we see that something is changing little by little, and we have hope. You want to come and put us into problem? And this guy Simon is becoming a terror, Leviathan. I don't know his study, I don't know his background or education. I don't know why he's behaving in that manner.
That Simon
God
has been
help us.
hijacked anyway. Ijele, speaking about, I popped into some platform and they were talking about, oh, they want to do a revolution, they want to do this, that, and the other. So I said, okay. So after the revolution, then what? What happens then after the revolution? And then they couldn't quite get past that question, and then they, of course, they turned it into personal attacks and insults.
Yes.
So, yeah. Yeah, so they want to form anarchy, but they don't have a plan. One, they don't even know how to form the anarchy, and they don't have a plan to succeed it. It's just rage for rage's sake. But stay with us, Sola. Let's give the last question then to Blessed. Blessed,
I'm very sorry for diverting your.
No,
I'm
it's
very
fine.
sorry
It's
for
fine.
that.
It's all part of the mix. Blessed, put a position to Ijele, and we'll make that the last position, and then maybe Ijele will give us a final word after that. Blessed, put a position to Ijele.
Blessdom, it may
I don't have
it may
any
not be
question. No, I want to
Blessdom
say
is
good morning and greetings to you all.
Okay, is that part of your harem, Ijele? I've been hearing stories about you that you're building. Is that part of your harem?
I know the harem, but Ijele is our strong man. So anyway,
Blessed Dom is a warrior as well. Blessed Dom is also a warrior.
This is our Mama Sabu.
Yes, fighting
She's
against
the
the
queen mother of the
IPOBs.
movement.
Our
She's the queen mother of the
we
movement.
don't get another one.
Good morning, Ijele. It shall be well with you.
Amen.
Amen.
You too.
All right. Do you want to give us some final words, Ijele? A whole raft of things, and you must come back. It's just not possible.
Let's bless them give our own submission now. So that is the wrap up. So it's somehow she will.
Oh my God, is that Ijele?
Yes,
one and only now.
Oh my God.
I greet you, sir.
You are welcome. You shall be protected in Jesus' name.
He say,
you will not fail. I pray that God will turn your people's mind.
He said,
do you get it? I pray because anytime I heard you, you are giving everybody sense now, but they refused. What you practice for 40 years and you don't get result, you stop it. You stop it and move over and gain new momentum to change for a better. I don't know. May God help everybody over there.
Sorry, Sola. Let me disagree with you a little bit. They are perfectly within rights to agitate for an ethnic nation, but not this violent extreme that we're seeing in the South. That's the I don't object to them agitating for an ethnic nation, but it's just the violence.
One man.
Yeah.
One man.
I think
please, if these people We will support them if they go to right channel. Honestly, it's like they said they don't want to eat something and you don't want to throw it away. Today, if they tender letter in their house, we will support them and they will go. And there will be no, you don't need to fight, you don't need to kill. If you kill yourself, you are a population of close to 50 million and you are reducing yourself to 30 million. I've never seen that kind of brain in my life. Oh.
All right, let's hear from Blessed. Thank you, Sola. Join us again. We'll do it again tomorrow, by the way. But Blessed, let's hear from you. Good to have you.
Yeah, good morning. I just wanted to I think I need to address what the last speaker said, that he has a right to agitate for ethnic nation. No, that is the contraindication that we are having in Nigeria, because the political elite don't want to tell the people the truth or the right thing. Nobody has the right to wake up every day or any time and say, oh, today I just feel like I don't want to be part of Nigeria again. I don't want to be part of Germany again. I don't want to be America again. I just want my own country. No, nobody does that. In an already established country with their territorial boundaries, with their own sovereignty, you are calling for war. Once you rise up and say, from today on, one of the things that was a mark for Boko Haram when they conquered the village, they hosted their flag, indicating that they are now ownership of this place. And the army has to come in because they are inflicting on the territorial integrity of Nigeria. So nobody, please, we should teach our people. Nobody have the right to agitate to break down a country. It is a political process, and only those in the political corridors can do that. They can have that conversation. They can, initiate the process. It is not for you, an individual, to rise up and start walking on the street. At the most, you can elect people, and their political mandate will be go to the House of Assembly and initiate a bill to start this process, right? And we have seen
Blessed Dom. Let me disagree with you just slightly. If you look at Spain, if you look at the Catalans, they're agitating for an ethnic nation. If you look at the United Kingdom, the Irish are agitating for a unification of an existing nation. So all these agitations, they're very, it's human led. It's people
They are
protesting.
agitating on radio. Are they agitating on radio or in the parliament?
Well,
Those people you are talking about, they are
by
agitating.
whichever tool is available to them now.
No,
By
no, no,
whichever
no,
tool
no,
is
no.
available to
My
them.
brother,
And you have to say that Nnamdi Kanu is speaking the popular will.
No,
He's speaking the popular will.
no. We have governors of Igbo
No,
extraction.
we have
When they say they are marginalizing you, for example, you can say, for example, as a black person in Germany, they are marginalizing you because you are not part of the politics, you are not part of the leadership, that kind of a thing. But an Igbo person cannot say that in Nigeria, because you have Igbo embedded in every fabric of the leadership of the country, and their own leadership, not that it was imposed on them. So if this is the desire of the region, those elected officials will carry that mantra. That is the will of the people. Are you getting me? It is not for nobody, non-state actor, or like me, I'm living here in Germany, and then I wake up one morning and say, I'm going to lead you, let's go and agitate. Where is it done? Even that person you are talking about in Catalonia, where are they? Even though they are politicians, right? You have to have the right conversation in the right quarters. It is not for someone to just wake up. And that's also the mistake Ojukwu made. Just assuming that you can just break one part of the country and then start to rule it, and then everything will be kumbaya and nothing. Then if Nigeria came to fight for their territory, then they became the aggressor. And you forgot how you initiated the conflict. You understand? So let's go lay the right foundation for the people that are coming. Let's not give the people the thinking that you can just wake up and start agitating to separate. That's why was it not last month, some people went to one radio station in Ibadan or somewhere there and declared Oduduwa Republic. What happened to them? It's not done. You don't wake up. That's why you have representative. It is important to you. Then table it. If they want it, then they have to initiate the process within the Nigerian political structure. So please, again, what concerning Kano, I feel like it's a shame and it's a slap on the face of every logical person that someone who has committed this level of heinous crimes against their own people, instigated this homegrown terrorism on their own people, is the face of the political face of a whole region of intelligence or so-called intelligent people. It's a shame, honestly, and you are because you want to protect this one singular person so much, you don't want to even let the world see the damage that has been done. You don't want the world to see the desolation that is going on in the southeast, in some communities, in some regions. Can you believe that there are communities that are deserted? Nobody is living there for ongoing to 5 years. The military have busted so many camps with uncountable human remains and skulls, with borrow pits where they fill with human. Like, what are we saying? The evidence is there. So if Kanu feels he's innocent, the Nigerian government has given him the window of defense. Guy, open your defense and defend yourself. You not pass like that. Open. You say you are innocent, nobody can try you. You have all the truth. Fine, get on with it. I think it's a shame that anybody that have any thinking cell in their brain will stand up and use somebody of this caliber. Okay, fine, if he has been convicted and he's serving his sentence and he's shown good character and good behavior, then the idea of pardon can come in, but not at this phase. Please, Nigerians, and in extension Africans, we can do better than this. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Blessing Dom. You know what you've just sorry, just 1 second. You know what you've just done, then, Blessing Dom. You've just put yourself on the list now of the guests that are going to come on the platform. So we're going to Ijele, I'm going to be pushing you now because we are insisting then that Ikenga certainly and Blessed Dom, they have to come and take a turn just because as you can see from the thing, the audience wants to hear from them a lot more. So good to meet you, Blessed Dom. I've followed you. I'll probably DM you just to try and arrange for you to come and so take the front seat on the platform one of these days. But Kenga, you wanted to say then the final word to Ijele.
To add to what my sister just said, bless it on. You see, I think most of our people are confused with this self-determination of a thing. That's why all the separatists, if you monitor them closely, you will agree with me, none of them have single international recognition. Not even one of them. It doesn't matter who that person is. And the confusion there is people who are following them do mistake what they are doing with what others did. You will see some of these gullible followers of Nande, and they are quick to call somebody uneducated, but if you look deep, you agree with me that they are the one who can reason like a human being, like I always say. Now, some of them will argue that, is it not the same thing that Mandela did? No, it's not. Ndisi Kano, if I must tell you, Mandela, the father of democracy here in Africa, never for one day fight to divide South Africa. Do you get that? Now, talking of self-determination, historically, self-determination was introduced by the UN Charter of 1945. And the reason for this was to allow colonized country to gain their independence. It was on this basis that people like Z, Kawolowo, Nkrumah, Tafawa Balewa, and other African leaders begin to push for their independence in 1940s. Now, in the same UN Charter, to demonstrate this my point, I will refer you to UN Declaration on the Meaning of Self-Determination. That's a UN resolution of 1514. He explicitly stated that any attempt to disrupt the territorial unity of any country is incompatible with the UN Charter. Any attempt to disrupt the territorial integrity of any established country will not be tolerated. But Nnamdi Kanu taught us that it is our right, and I've been running with this for many years. If people want to advise me, I will tell them, but self-determination is like a marriage. If you are tired, you file for a divorce, you go your separate way. It's not like marriage in this Shikano. I learned the same thing with you people. I studied in the same idiocy school with you people. I was in the same level of thinking with you people. But I am back to tell you, it's not true. Go and read. If you don't know how to read, get people who know how to read and allow them to educate you. So you will know. It's never too late to know. It's never too late to study. It's never too late to get the right information. Your problem is wrong information from wrong people. Just like they're making you people to feel today that you are a victim. Always you are crying. Oh, they don't like us. They don't do us this. And we are not included in Nigeria. But none of your governor, none have ever one day come up and say, oh, the allocation they're supposed to give me, they don't give me. None of them. You keep complaining of marginalization. But your elected representatives are very good and okay with how we are. That's why they are not complaining. And to top it all, you people are so foolish that the politicians you think they are with you, they never for one day move motion that they want Biafra. They keep telling you, oh, it's your right. But they are in the right position to tell Nigeria that they want Biafra. But they don't want to say it. They prefer to pay hundreds and millions to shorty your promiscuous leaders' release. But they don't want to move common motion. And my question to all of them is this: to pay 100 million for Nnamdi Kanu's bail condition and to move motion that we want Biafra, which one is difficult to do? I believe to pay 100 million, but they prefer to pay that 100 million instead of to tell them, oh, we want Biafra. You know why? Because they knew that Biafra will never come. You can't ask for what is not in your constitution. You clamor for referendum. But the question is, your so-called leaders, they refuse to tell you that in your constitution, you don't have referendum there. What you are asking for, what you are dying for, what you are buying each other for. You don't even have it in your constitution. The right step should have been to start to fight to put it in your constitution. You will now request for that. But no, they will tell you, you will not die, but you will go to heaven. This kind of mad people everywhere. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. Brilliant. Excellently put. So excellently put. So the final word now goes to Ijele to round it all off. Ladies and gentlemen, Ijele speaks.
you so much, my brother. I greatly appreciate. Ikenga has touched most of the places I want to touch. My brother that spoke last said, let them ask the right way, they will give it to them. The Northerners, I don't know if you know this, the Northerners in 2023, I was, in fact, I had a conversation with some people in Amsterdam. Then after that, we said, okay, how are we going to push for these people? Find a way to force them to tell these people to ask for this. It's just this morning that I remember this conversation, and I had a conversation with one man. I won't mention his name now, but he used to work at the villa. I told him, why don't you people? I remember telling him that thing, but all of a sudden, when I came back, I saw that thing. I said, me, I no go rest too. I gave them just 2 days. I went to the National Assembly with some people. I organized a protest. And that protest was to ask Enina Bariba and the rest of the Igbo senators and House of Rep members that are using the Biafra thing to fool people in the homes. Then we asked them, why is it that these Northerners asked you people to bring up the issue of Biafra, that they will help you, they will vote for you to leave? None of you said anything. This is the 3rd day. Tomorrow you will start using this Biafra to confuse us. This happened at the National Assembly here. Then, in the same week, a journalist asked Enina Baribe, brought the same topic up, asked him. Enina Baribe told them that he's not asking for a physical Biafra, they are asking for Biafra of the heart. Why I brought up this story is for somebody that was commenting. He said, the Scottish people, they are on the internet and they are in the parliament too. I just laugh. I say, have you not seen the stupidity of your thinking pattern, of your thought pattern? You mentioned parliament, so why are your own people in the parliament not asking for it? Is it people that are on radio ranting that will bring you the thing? You will find out that the people, imagine your own engineer, Baribe, who stood for the town, is also telling you that his own Biafra is Biafra of the heart. So how come this Biafra of the heart? Do you people in the bushes know that his Biafra is the Biafra of the heart? What these people are doing is wearing Nnamdi Kanu as a glove and using this Biafra to punch our people and try to disturb the government. There is nothing to it. So when we are making statements here, let's be mindful of our speech so we don't give these people more credit than they deserve, because the moment you fall into that trap of, oh, Biafra, is it to ask, is it to do, that means you are legitimizing what Nnamdi Kanu is doing, because like I said at the opening stage, there is nothing like Biafra anywhere, and he's not fighting for any Biafra. This is a private business he opened. Before we begin any conversation on Nnamdi Kanu and his Biafra, let them give us the registration document of IPOB. Simple. Publish your registration document. Let's discuss what is at stake, what's before us for what it is, which is a blatant fraud. None of them will do that. But I'm happy so many Igbos are waking up. So my brother, thank you so much. I'll be leaving now. Myself, I will try catch some sleep. I appreciate you and I appreciate all the people here listening. Let's keep the love burning. Thank you.